It's broken once more. Let's fix that, shall we? And 1, 2. There we are. Fantastic. Thank you very much for the resub, Mecha. 27 months. Oh my days, over 2 years now. It's getting kind of crazy. Let's get ourselves in. Hope we are into game in short order. And we are. There we go. Oh, that's looking... Well, I managed to pick up the wrong feed. I might have picked up the wrong feed. Hang on, guys. Give it a second. I might have picked the wrong feed here, which is slightly embarrassing. We'll figure it out shortly. It should be. Theoretically. Yeah, it's the wrong feed. That's odd. Okay, let me just double check what's going on with this one. Where art thou? Huh. Yeah, it should be this one. Okay. Maybe I'll just copy the wrong feed over. Always a possibility. I did in fact copied the wrong feed over. Okay. Because I wanted to do Heretics versus... I had some debate about which one we would do. But in the end, I decided the best option was our qualification series. Thus, I have chosen... That'll be the one. Go disappear for a second. We'll come back and we'll get going. But I did say I would do the LVP derby. Has that actually changed things? No, it hasn't. Why has that not changed things? Maybe I'm just not. Okay, that's really weird. Well, that's not correct. Okay, let's try the next feed then. I think they've gotten the feeds mixed up. Right, let's change this around then. See if this changes it. Is this the right one? No. Okay. Have I just copied the same one the wrong time multiple times? Is that what's happening? Always a possibility. Okay, that has changed. I mean, Zoe getting picked is cool. But I want the qualification series. Did I hint an Evelyn was wallpaper? Hell yeah, Evelyn main. Come on, baby. Please work. Come on, clean feed. What's going on here? Wanted to do coming for PXS for coming gentlemen and LR on the same file. We'll see. I did wonder about Partisan versus KCB. I'm still not sold on the second series, so I could be convinced to do something. I could be convinced to do that. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I see what happened. Right, hang on. Try this. Yeah. But yeah, Man H. There is a world where I could be convinced to do a different one. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. Good grief, that was harder work than it needed to be. Hi. No, wrong thing. Right, let's chat draft. Apologies that took a second or two there. But they put all the French teams on the same channel. But yeah, I was debating doing Ross versus Z10 because I've not really seen either of them. But we'll see. The second series, I could be convinced to do something else. I'm not gonna lie. If anyone has like seriously strong opinions, we can be convinced. If chat really wants one of the other ones, like this one would definitely do a Heretics Barcelona. Down here. But I won't lie to you all. Don't hear anything? Yeah, we're definitely live. I've definitely got audio going out. It's fine here. It's probably on your end. Yeah, like I'm about to say, we've definitely got audio. Definitely have audio. There we go. I need to move my camera back. Right. No! Oh, hang on. Come back. Good grief. I'm just causing chaos. I'm just causing chaos. Please stop. Oh, that's really annoying. I tell you what it was. It's because I moved my... I changed the clean feed before moving my camera. Good grief. Hey, Andrea. Hey, Damacon. Good to see you. Hey, Andrea. It's a budget. Always good to. It was my phone. Fair enough. Cool. Right, into game we go. I've got a sandwich that is currently air frying. I need to go get it out of there because I need some food. This is my lunch before we get really stuck in today. I think before we do that, let me do a quick breakdown of what we're expecting out of these drafts because I've not done that one quite yet. We got a little bit lost with clean feeds messing up my end more than anything else. So we've gotten K'Sante, Poppy, Azir, Xayah, Rakan. Straightforward, front to back, Poppy, K'Sante, zone denial with the Rakan on top of it, very good. And when you are going into a Xin Zhao Kai'Sa comp, that makes some sense. Lots of ways to make the Kai'Sa's job quite difficult. Of course, Barcelona are going for more of a burst comp. They've got Orianna Rel, they've got the Xin Zhao and the Kai'Sa diving forward. Can be pretty nasty. I do think actually Poppy can have a potentially quite a rough time. Into Cho'Gath goes diving in and gets feasted. Can be a bit nasty. But I actually think Heretics have got quite a lot of tools in a straight front to back to make Barcelona's jumping forward jumping forward a little bit nasty. We'll keep our eyes on it. I think it's playable from both sides. I think there is a world where the Kai'Sa can force some pretty ugly ults from the Xayah. If the Xayah ever doesn't have ult, Kai'Sa can get on top of her. And it's old school 2018 matchup. A lot of it revolving around how people play around ults in particular. Hey, good to see you. I'm really sorry I don't read the Hangul. So I see you over in the YouTube chat. Just for this. And hello, Korea, over from Korea as well. Blue Star. I've got 3 chats open, guys. There's quite a lot to work with. But I'm really looking forward to the skirmishes in this game. I think they're going to be really potent. Poppy and Xin Zhao, I think, are going to be really, really huge here. Douglas and 113. The big ones. But yeah, I think I like Heretics draft a little bit more, personally. Though, again, there's enough X factor here for Barca that it's not the end of the world. They can certainly play this out. Let me go get that sandwich. Oh, I've missed first blood. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a bit late. I ended up burning my finger getting my sandwich out of the air fryer. So I've caused myself a lot of pain unintentionally, which really sucked. Tried to run my finger under the tap for 30 seconds there. Right. Let's check in where we're at. Who got the kill? It was Xayah onto the Shinta. What happened for first blood? Looks like there was a bit of an attempted gank bot side or an invade, something like that. What's my prediction? 2-0. I think possibly 2-1, actually, which would be quite interesting. I think these two teams are relatively close. I think Barca have actually been quite good. They've just been inconsistent. A lot of it's relied on 1-1-3 to be a big threat, and Legolas kind of as a secondary one there. Sam air fries on food, for food, not fingers. Yeah, very true. And grant you that. That was problematic. It caused myself undue trouble via my silliness. But I have, however, now got a very nice sandwich, which I'm quite excited for. This is my lunch. What's the meal made with? So what I've got is I've got a triple layer sandwich with sriracha Emmental, some fresh red onion. I've got some peppered ham, some truffle salami. Ooh, hang on. Bit of a fight happening here. Speaking of meals, I think Rin is just dead. Really nice stuff. Really nice stuff in the Taeyun lane swap. It's Australia lane's Taeyun lane swap. Massive value there. Also, Kaisa used to be played into Cassante a little bit way back in the day. Eating that Scooby-Doo sandwich, I'm really pleased. It's very tasty. I just air fried it with some parmesan on top as well, and a bit of oil. It looks tasty indeed. I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. I did burn my finger getting out of the air fryer, so I'm hoping it's all right. So I effectively just made a fancy grilled cheese. Is the honest answer. There we go. The answer is they're doing a lot more LGC stuff. So I just don't think they've had the capacity. But for a universe specifically. It's gone quite well. Also, I got garlic sriracha, which is just a great sauce. Not regular sriracha, it's garlic sriracha. Did I see the NA tournament promo? I had caught up with that this morning. A mixture of DDoSing and Summit sort of cheating by looking over VODs mid-series during a pause. Like, weird stuff happening over there. Just missing a cup of tomato soup for perfection? Oh, no, you aren't wrong. All garlic, they'll have, sriracha have garlic, though. Yeah, but this is a specifically garlic sriracha. Like, it's even more garlicky than normal. And as a certified garlic enjoyer, this is great. I'm very pleased. Was someone asking for predictions as well? I think 2-1. I think Barca, but I actually think Barca potentially could end up being the better team here, which is kind of crazy. Obviously, people like Kaiser, Tracing are really good. Douglas is fantastic. But I actually think someone like 1-1-3 could end up being a bit of an X factor here in a weird way. Love me some roasted or crushed raw garlic. It's just great. I just think garlic's wonderful. I'm a garlic enjoyer. What can I say? Fortunately, you can't smell my breath, so it's fine. I see you though, Goatman. Goatman minus. Great name. Haven't watched League Comp in ages. Is Void Grubs huge? Better than Drake? Different. Void Grubs only get value if you hit turrets. I think they've gotten more valuable since they've been condensed into one spawn, not two. But like their value is a lot more conditional than a Drake, which is just value whatever happens. Those are just stats you get. Whereas Grubs only give you value if you hit enemy turrets, so they're not as great in losing game states. And obviously depending on champions, depending on matchups, depending on like game plan priorities, very different. So if you've got like, so for example this game, Heretics, they've got an Azir who will be going Nash's Tooth. Azir Nash's Tooth plus Grubs is ridiculous because Azir then actually with Nash's Tooth's attack speed and the Grubs amping him and the safety of his ability to shift back down the lane can threaten turrets really aggressively. And it can matter for things like rushing for first brick and that kind of thing. But if you're in a game that's like, look, I just want to be skirmishing. I want to be playing for Drakes and stuff. I want to be playing for team fights. Grubs get less value. Or actually, I'm just going to get shoved in all the time. I'm not going to see any of these turrets for 20 minutes. Why is hell I'm actually 21? I have to work at 4 in the morning. I'm sorry, Aralis. It is what it is. It is what it is. Hey, good to see you both. Six Grubs sucked after if you had to overcommit for them. I did cook that myself. Very tasty. So, I don't know what the scheduling decisions are. They might be just putting LR on last so people will stick around. Don't just leave after LR play. Can definitely be a thing. Bot side. Ooh, nice charge back. Ooh, had to flash outside of the steadfast presence. Keep his verdict knock up. Legolas. Does have barrier, does have... Oh, that charm was sick. Really nice combo from bot lane. Legolas had flash and ult there. He could have gotten out that. He was really greedy with the summoners. I think he needs to be much more pretty with the flash there. Do I use butter for cooking? Yep. Butter and cheese. I probably overdid it slightly, actually. I probably could have done with it being slightly lower temperature. But hey, it's alright. For an improv sandwich, we'll take it. You're lucky, I should probably go to bed. There. Nice. Maya can say and look at us all, and that's very true. Maya, for those who don't know, is Jay's cat. And Jay's in my Twitch chat. And he's always offering great pictures of his cat. We're eating crunchy foods. Yep, this is kind of fine. I mean, it's basically a sandwich with decent amounts of... Like, I would have liked some more salad. I was kind of out of salad options in the fridge that were like... The salad we had was a bit limp. So I was like, that's not going to go great in here. Which is a bit of a shame, because that would have been nice in here. But it's alright. So you're saying Grubs equals plates of goals if you win? Yeah, it can do. Grubs are valuable. But they're a lot more conditional than Drakes. And obviously, Bars are playing for Drakes right now. Heretics. Got 1,000 gold up. Oh, Dagless. That's rough. Gonna have to flash out. Yep. That probably means no contest on this dragon properly. Yeah. Kaiser doesn't have smite. He's not got spellbook, so that's fine. Worth double checking. Get some salad on the side with lemon and olive oil. That would have been the choice. That's really what's missing. But I scrounged us up in what 2 minutes before the show, so we'll deal with what we have. It's tasty at the very least. But yeah, I think I actually had a can of tomato soup in the cupboard. I kind of forgot about it, but sandwich and a soup would have gone down very hard. White Knight 4 stacks on the Cho'Gath. What are we thinking here? You ever make the bread soaked in egg, which is the fried cute sugar and cooked wine? Oh, like French toast type stuff? Like French toasty ones, where you kind of like where you kind of like soak it in eggs and stuff? So I've never done homemade French toast. I mean, meant to at some point. But fresh greens on hand, not always the easiest. Yeah, basically. And like, I had onions, I had spring onions, and then I had some coriander, which was all alright. That's all gone in here. But actual, like, salad leaves, I looked at them and went, nope, not today, not those ones. Slovenia. Okay, sounds good. Is it generally a sweet thing? Because obviously French toast is normally quite a sweet thing. Douglas, that's not a bad knock away. We'll delay the Orianna getting to this lane. Quickness comes on down. Knock into the wall. This is actually quite heads up. Douglas, 113 is going to have to ult as well. And Ori's lost like a wave for that. Probably not the worst thing ever, actually. Seraph's done for Ori. Cole not quite cashed in for Kai'Sa. Was actually doing surprisingly okay into the Xayah. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. But then again, did have the lane against Cassante, didn't she? So that was kind of where that come from. No savory French toast. That's true. That's true. I guess I've only generally had, like, sweet French toast. Also, Solly, congrats on the 30 stream streak. Do you do low temp on the air fryer? Always make my bread brittle. Yeah, but I'd say I've probably overdone this. I'm not gonna lie. It definitely has come out a little more brittle than I would like. I think part of it as well is what kind of bread you fry with. But on the other hand, you need to go so far to get a bloody, like, to have the cheese to melt properly. So I think I probably just got the temperature slightly wrong. It should have gone down slightly lower and for slightly shorter time. I did it for like 10 minutes at 240. I wonder whether it should have been more like 8 at 220 or something. Thank you very much for the follow, Phoenix Alpha. Those Eastern European pancakes and fried butter, especially cracked. Oh, yeah, they are very good. Guzlems from Turkey are also really good. Douglas is fine. Redemption's going on through. Legolas can ult at some point. Is he going to? No, okay. How long till next dragon? 2 minutes. That's probably our next real point of call, will be the dragon. Mercy. Grubs and Nash's Tooth meant first turret. Subway and the air fryer is goated. They never toast it enough. I can see the angle. What's that on my plate? Coal. It's a little overdone. It's not that bad. See, the other side's fine. Top side got a little bit fried. Yeah, it's strictly a toasted sandwich, so it's definitely on the toastier side of how I like it, I will say. It's still pretty tasty. But it's my lunch is what it is. That's a lot of damage, like us gone. Oh, man. Grayson should die, does, but it's still a 2v3. Checkerlad's coming. Watch, I'm gonna watch for the command protect. Shockwave. Oh, didn't quite catch Mercy. Didn't quite catch Mercy. He will still lose Douglas and Yazir. What's that? 3 for 2? That's fine-ish for Barca, but Rin still got the mid-tier 1. So I think in the end, that's pretty even. Empowered recall from the Herald. And they got first 3 kills first. That's actually feats of strength as well. Okay, so the thing, Noonday, is I actually really don't like mayonnaise. I had some horrible experiences with mayonnaise when I was younger, and I got really ill. And so I'm very, very hit and miss with mayonnaise. I will nearly always go nice butter over mayonnaise, nearly, like, come what may, nearly. But I take the advice. I tend to go hot sauces anyway, so like sriracha and stuff. I got butter and sriracha. Yeah, the Zero didn't really do anything. Yeah, I thought there was a world there where Mercy could really turn that around, especially because the Shockwave didn't get as much value into Mercy as I thought it might. But hey. Are we talking about during toasting or putting it on toast? That's actually a very good one. I think they meant during toasting, but I may have gotten that one wrong. Douglas potentially on a really good angle here. Has had some good keeper's verdicts. We'll talk about sandwiches after the fight. This would be soul point for Barca. Worth noting again, they've got Cho'Gath with Feast available. They've got the better Smite angle. 113 is going in, forcing Rin to ult. Crescent Guard after. That makes Rin's life really hard here. He's already put the deadly plumage on. Doing on Kai'Sa to the backside with the quickness doesn't get that much value. Whiten will also go full contact team fighting. They do lose Whiten. 113 got knocked away. Oh no, White Knight, you had Feast. Shockwave is great. Rupture after is phenomenal. Oh, that's sick. Is it going to matter? Because Tracer's got way more HP. Legolas tries to ult in. Can't quite the execute as cleanly as they want. Still, actually all right. 113 getting a lot of healing off the stun to Sky. Pathmaker got the stun on Legolas, but it didn't matter. Oh my god, you lucky bastard, Legolas. That was a fun fight. That was a fun fight. How did Mercy end up dying there? I didn't catch it. But I think Legolas managed to alt-Q the Azir and then flash over the wall to not die to the Cassante. But that was legitimately about as close to the line as it gets for the Kai'Sa there. I'm going to say calculated, but bloody hell. Yeah, so he just about got enough to kill the Azir off there. I think it ended up being the Orianna that got the kill credit. But realistically, that was on the Kai'Sa getting the damage down. But Sundered Sky value plus Conqueror in the end proved a bit too much. That was actually really significant. They didn't get Dragon, but they've still got Feast on Cho'Gath. 1-1-3 is here. They can force fight around this Adakam. All right, Adakam, let's go. Brutal comment in Anivia's chat saying never to let me cook again. Ow, it's slightly overdone. It's actually quite tasty. Very rude. Shockwave is pretty good. Oh my god, Douglas is so low. 1-1-3 is going to survive. Does get shuffled in, but I don't think he cares. Douglas now in a lot of danger. Ring goes up the sky. He's on like no HP. Not the greatest feather pull. So Kai's going to die, and oh my days. Let's run over it. Really nice fight. Guys, saw Ori Ball delivery service. We saw that in ASI earlier today as well, which is kind of crazy. Thank you, System 99 for the follow. That's 4K lead for Barca. That's Adakam. Life is good. Bro's having a feast. I was. I need to have my lunch. It's going to be a long day, guys. I need to get the food in where I can get it. I'll finish the rest up during the break now. Tamu Nocturne Ori, yeah. But I also think it's less... How do I put this? It's less telegraphed than Nocturne Ori. Everyone knows what's happening when Nocturne presses R with a Nocturne Ori comp. Oh, the ball's on top of there. I'm the only stream in English for this? Really? Wow, okay. Well, glad to be here. But yeah, I do sometimes think that British... Going back to the food conversation, because we've got a bit of downtime here. Dragon to minute and a half. Okay, and we've got about a minute before we have to talk about the game again. Because we've gotten... Check up in that top corner. About a minute 25 until next day. British cuisine gets a really bad rap for, like, everyone showing the worst of it. Like, if all you knew of American cuisine was McDonald's, you would kind of cry a bit. Or if you go to Greece and all you see is fried slabs of cheese, you go, well, that's not great food. And actually, I feel like Britain's got actually really good food. It's got very bad food, too. Don't get me wrong. And a lot of it's brown. It's very good. I think a lot of it as well is just like people believe in the memes rather than actually having tried a lot of it. Like, I bet very few people who aren't English know what clotted cream is. I bet very few people have tried Yarg. I bet most people haven't tried a fresh Scotch egg, you know? But then again, I'm just a big foodie, so I just eat all over the place. I'm trying to think where my favorite places for food were in the world. Because I've lived in quite a few different places. I've done a lot of traveling. So, like, Tokyo's up there. Ho Chi Minh is up there in Vietnam. Chiang Mai in Thailand's up there. London. London's still my favorite, though. London just does everything right. It's just expensive, that's the only thing. But if you know about, like, London does, like, all the food of everywhere. Here comes the Hex Dragon. We probably ought to talk about dragons. This is so point. Minute till Baron. That's a big one. Golden Greg's sausage roll. Greg's sausage rolls are great. The thing about a Greg's sausage roll... Oh, White Knight. Oh, boy. That's White in. Whoops. He's going to die. That's actually... he's going to be... He's not going to be dead long enough to get too much out of it. But for the record, A Greg's sausage roll is amazing because it's literally only £1. I feel like we use more spice than Europe does, for sure. Because one of the things, like, so obviously I live in Germany now. And one of the things that has really annoyed me about Germany is, like, pepper is spicy here. Like, cracked pepper is spicy here. Which is just wild to me. It's like, it's just not what I'm used to. So, like, trying to find anything actually spicy is a nightmare. Which is, like, coming from, say, the UK, where you have a significantly wider range in spice tolerance. So if people say they can't take spice, they mean it. And they will like chips and butter and korma. You know? But people understand what spice is and have experienced it. So when they say they actually like spicy stuff, they go that way. Greek supremacy on cuisine. Greek food is really good. I think especially the islands food is phenomenal. Like some of the best food I've ever eaten from Rhodes. Rhodes was awesome. Crete, I've got my mum and dad came back from Crete and were raving about the fish and stuff. Like, it's definitely great food. The only thing I will say is the Greeks often overcook their meat. They don't do medium. They don't do rare or medium rare very well. Lamb is fantastic, but they do all of their meat overcooked. A lot of their meat, like, well done, and I can't stand it. It's not my thing. What would my meal order be? In what sense? This is my favorite food? And from what cuisine? Okay, quickness comes on in. Greek moussaka is so good. Greek moussaka is fantastic. It is. Like, again, we're talking food here, guys. I probably ought to focus on the Baron. Heritage been forced off it. I went to London last year and tried Clotted Cream Scotch eggs, but I'm also a foodie. Yeah, well, there you go. And how did you find them, Aria, by the way? Because they're both really good. I love Scotch eggs. I miss them. They're awful for you. Truly awful. Especially the ones you buy from store. They are, however, fantastically tasty. And like clotted cream, like, okay, so like, okay, we'll have this conversation after the Baron. I'm ADHDing all over this. Focus on the Baron. The brain is too fast. White in. Trace in, Shattering Strike. Douglas does not have Keeper's Verdict. Feast Smite combos too much. Whiten's been forced off, but Legolas just blew up Kaiser. Oh my god. Food greater than League, you're not wrong. But I'm here for the League. We can talk food in about 20 seconds once this is done. We over? We're over. Right. Italians going for the Italian food. That's true. The only thing I will say about Italian food is people get really weird when you try to do anything new with Italian food or just try and do it differently. It's like, it has to be done the original way or it's not correct. It's like, yeah, that's fine. I'm just not doing that stuff. I'm just like, or rather, I'm just doing something different, which is fine. Like, people have conniptions when they see pineapple on pizza. It's like, fine, it's just not Italian. It's still tasty. There was a big market near London Eye. I don't remember the name of it. It's been pretty famous. Was it near the Shard as well? So it's either the one near the Tate or it's going to be... is it not Borough Market? Borough Market's often the really famous one near there. If you talk about that one, Aria. Love another pineapple on pizza and good. Oh. But then again, I quite like weird food. I've eaten some weird food, guys. Like, I've eaten Thai jellyfish curry. I've eaten... Hang on. Oh my god, Rin just died. Someone call EMEA. Someone go down a different route in Fate Stay Night. It's not supposed to go this way. No, Tosaka. Yeah, Borough Market. Yeah, Borough Market's great. Pricey. You're paying for the experience much anything else, but it is very good. They do some ridiculous cheese things there. Down go the turrets. And that was, honestly, after a tight mid-game, that one dragon fight decided the whole game. Lincoln, you missed it. Game's over. Whee! TP to the Baron pit. Nice. But yeah, so... And I've got so many conversations going on right now between multiple things. So, clotted cream. We'll do that one first. So, single cream is about something like 17 to 20% fat. Double cream is something like 30 to 40%. What do you think the percentage for clotted cream is? So, for the record, single and double cream are in fact liquids. Clotted creamers are solid. It's like an ice cream. Not quite as hard, but ice cream kind of idea. 90. Not miles off, actually. Mid-gap GG. Chekolad had a really good game. Chekolad and Legolas had a really good game. Rin struggled. Yeah, agreed. 90 is around 70%. Bang on, Roofox. It is 70% fat. Utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. It's amazing. Very tasty. Clotted cream and fresh strawberries in June. One of the best combinations in the world. Blue side comp is OSC, OP, saying they can't pilot it. Part of it, honestly, was I think the Cho'Gath was more threatening than they thought it would be. And two, I actually think 113 and Legolas picked their moments to go forwards really, really well. Add on top of that some fantastic shockwaves, and it became a bit much to handle. Let me run some ads. So we don't get to the next game. Never had it. Looks tasty from the pictures. Oh, it's great. It's very tasty. Yeah, but it's about 70%, which is ridiculous. Highly recommend it. But again, you either have it on scones or scones, however you pronounce it, with some jam and have it hot. Really, really good. Couldn't see the bracket. Are the Portuguese teams doing good? They're doing okay. They were doing okay-ish. They've got a pretty important match in the 2-3 bracket. Moving to Venata next year for uni, but not sure yet. There you go. As the team which plays LR, good. Galleons, yeah, solid. One of the LFL teams. It should be a tight match, actually. There's a very real world where LR end up in the 3-3 scenario. I think LR should win this, but I said that yesterday, and they had a poor game 3, and game 2 they got Kiana'd. I think if you are into a carry snowball jungler, LR fall apart. They give away far too many free kills on the map. They just do. And that just cannot be allowed into a Kiana. It just can't be allowed into a Kiana. If you're a good player of it, it's a problem. Didn't they lose to Partisan? No. They lost to Barca. Oh, we're talking LR. They lost to Barca and to... Who did they lose to yesterday? I was casting the damn game. Good grief. My brain is fried. Someone save me. In fact, let's check up here. It was... Misa. TCL first seed. TCL first seed. That's the one. That's the one. And they're a good team. So that, you know, again, there's no shame in losing to that. I mean, just in the sense that LR is supposed to beat everyone. That's problematic. But we are still seeing that LR are not a perfect team, and they have got distinctive flaws, which against good players and solid strategies can come back to bite them. That's the end of that. Let me finish this sandwich. Oh. What time zone are you in, Arialis? And a hydrate. Yes, boss. Good to see you, Scout's best. Gotcha. I want to see PXS beat KCB. Looks like TOG is hanging on for now. Fair enough. Like, I was trying to figure out what second series I wanted to do. We might change around to do KCB Partisans. I think I'd rather do promotion series today where I can. that Lake Como? Beautiful around there. Tell you what, while we're in the pause, there we go. How long have we got until the next game? Oh, I need to get the timer up. On time. Timekeepers. Maybe I went up. I think they've got a password thing for me, which is a bit awkward. That's working better. When are we expecting things? About 5 minutes, guys. What game am I currently playing while streaming? So I was playing some Genshin because the new update came out, which is good fun. Kind of now saving for Columbina mostly now. Might dip for Arlecchino's signature weapon off drip value. KCB is up one game down. Are they really? There you go. Right. I'm gonna run and get myself something to drink. Not sure what. Tea and some water, probably. So I'll be right back. But let me go get myself some food. Not food. Hydration. Yeah. If it's Lake Como, beautiful out there. Fun fact, that's where they filmed the kind of the Naboo retreat that Anakin and Padme go to in episode 2. That's around Lake Como. Right, let's go get that tea. Oh, we're in the draft. That's what we call good timing. Fabulous. Hello, guys. Sorting my brother's... Pause that music. Apologies, guys. Tea is now brewing. Brother has coffee. Draft is starting. Gwen, Ambessa, Akali. High mobility, high damage carries in mid and top. Thanks for the follow, Brendan. Rumble, Scion away from Barca. Last bang gonna be here. Jarvan, yeah, kind of been raising in priority. 113 is a big Jarvan enjoyer. I've got some Milk Oolong coming. Very excited. Very excited. Not there yet, though. Okay, first pick. You... I haven't got the Poppy, I haven't got the Xin Zhao. Syndra is a first pick I'm not a fan of, but it is Chekalad who's very good at the champion. Thank you for the follow, TT Hook. Much love. Thanks for coming on in. Aurelion Sol I've not seen in a long time. It's decent-ish into Syndra, but I think something like Annie Wukong is pretty solid if you want to do that kind of angle. I think Wukong in general is probably quite a high priority with things like the Jarvan and the Poppy and the Xin Zhao off the table. You can Neferi here. There is a world where things like Kiana get quite strong. Kiana, Syndra, very dangerous at level 6, for example, if they want to do that. 113 is a good Kiana player. I think Kiana in general is very strong right now. Can definitely cause some trouble. I actually think Wukong doesn't have a fantastic time into Kiana post a certain point. Yes, your passive helps, but Kiana will just out-farm you. Cyclone is valuable. You can theoretically escape some of her combos with your Warrior Trickster, but not always easy. Aurora's the decision for Mercy, or I suppose for Tracer, can be flexed. So, we'll see. Not bad into Syndra, because obviously you can be quite mobile to avoid some of her stuns, which is very valuable. I think Kiana is fine here. They're debating between a couple of different assassins. Both are fine. I think 113 will be happy enough with either of them. You can blast Aurora with either. She struggles to get far enough away from them. You could also look at something like Corki Rel right now and just save your jungle pick a bit later when you know what the draft's looking a bit like. Because obviously, if you need something with a little bit more staying power, you may need to go to a different angle in the jungle, as is being suggested right now. Wait and see what they actually decide to go towards. Rel's already gone, so you can't do that. Leona, Alistair have been pretty high priority. I think Nautilus has fallen away a little bit. Isn't Braum good for Heretics here? It's not bad. It's not as great into the Aurora, who has ways to get damage beyond the Braum shields. Yunara is one of those champions that can actually punish Corki, because if Corki ever misuses his Foss bomb, Yunara gets a window to run him down, where, particularly with her move speed off Kanmei's step, ends up being able to catch up to Corki even post Valkyrie. It's a bit tricky. How was the first game? Close until Barca got a really big fight around Dragon and then kind of ran it over. They decide against it and go towards the Z instead. Barca, by the way, kind of blanked on that a little bit. But that will be going towards 113. It's more of a poke option than the Kiana, who's a bit more all-in. You kind of play as a poke mage with your shurikens. You have got a lot of ways to threaten things like the Yunara and the Aurora, who can't run far enough away to escape your death mark, which can be really good. You're a lot more single target than Kiana. You are very reliant on making sure you get your shadows right. And as with any player that plays Zed in the jungle, same with Kiana, my baseline is, can you play it as well as a mid laner? If you can't, don't bother. 113's already had some great games on the Kiana. He took down Lost Ratones with a fantastic Kiana game. He's certainly one of the more mechanically gifted junglers in ERL. Obviously, he had a decent enough showing at LEC level. Was more maligned, particularly in his early LEC shows. I think this did improve as time went on, for his poor decision-making more than his poor mechanics, particularly his early flips. But I do think he actually got a lot better at that, but was on worse teams as time went on. So I actually still think he's quite good, and I don't think you should sleep on him and just dismiss him as someone unable to play things like Zed. I think he could be very, very dangerous here. And Douglas, another one of those junglers who dropped out of LEC, was obviously on Vitality, and people were kind of hoping to see him back in LEC at some point. We'll need to play very well here. It's on the Wukong, who has a bit of a weird time in a Zed. You can get baited by shadows, but by the same token, it is quite possible to punish a Zed that goes too deep. And obviously, you are a more capable team fighter by a significant margin. It's a bit of a weird individual matchup. Zed will out-farm you, And assuming the shadows are used well, it's quite difficult to punish him. But that's a big core. And as I said, you then want to look towards things like Alistair, who can offer enough CC and tankiness to make things like the Syndra's life quite tricky. Fun Hovers, I doubt we see either of them right now with the Corki locked in, but hey, who the hell knows? What's White Knight feeling? This does look like it'll have to be a blind pick top. There's no way that's locked in. Renekton on R4 into Braum R5 will be winning for Heretics. Renekton would have been fine, but it would have been blind, and I think they decided they wanted to go for the Alistair rather than give that up, because Alistair can be the kind of tanky front line that I think Barca are kind of lacking right now. They're debating going very low tank indeed and going towards something like the Bard to be more proactive. Does pair well with the Zed, but I think Braum here into the Alistair, into the Wukong, even to the Yunara, who's quite short range, I think is fine. You are very poke heavy right now as Barca in a really weird way. Zed kind of doubles up as a poke mage. You're often like fishing for shurikens before you all in. Same sort of deal with Syndra. You're fishing for Scatter the Weaks. Corki with the rocket, obviously that has significantly diminished in terms of power, but that's the kind of angle. You've got a lot of burst from Barca between Syndra ult, Corki rotation, Zed ult, even like actually Renekton with his kind of W into Q trades with Fury can be quite aggressive, but I do think they are going to struggle in straight front to backs. Their skirmishing is very strong, their burst is very strong. There's a lot of champions you can burst out quite readily, basically everyone not named the Alistair. But I think when it comes to straight 5v5s, I would favor Heretics. Does Velia play much Zed? I don't think I've seen Velia play Zed. I might just be misremembering here. But I don't remember Velia playing the Zed. There's like the Zed Kiana style things. I've not seen a lot from him. 113Z is insane. Yeah, that was my... I suspected it would be. I suspected it would be. And there is a world here where mid-jungle at level 6 starts just blowing people up from Heretics. And that, I think, is going to be the question. Because I think if it just comes down to even 20-minute team fights, I have more concerns for Barca. But I think if this Zed gets to pair up with the early power of the Renekton, gets to get the Syndra snowballing, there is no one here who survives the burst combo of an early snowball from mid-jungle. There is no one here who survives that. Like, it will be miserable. The Jace range is nice. It gives you something to work with, but I do think the Aurora and the Yunara in particular, if they start kind of like trying to roam around a map that's dark and just face-checking Zed or Syndra, they get to one-shot potential. There isn't really a point in the game where that gets easier till very, very late. And I get nervous about that. Engaging on Syndra Braum can be quite hard. Yes, but you've got the ability to do it in very significant AoE. Didn't Velia pull out Zed in the NLC Finals Game 3? He might have done. I just don't remember is the honest answer. Let me double check.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Hey, Joel. Let me see. Great, thank you very much. No, he went Maokai.
Minions have spawned.
Game 2 was Jarvan. Game 1 was Wukong. Yeah. Unless he did it versus Rich Gang. Always a possibility. Bit of play bot side. No, that's... No, he's not played. Didn't play it in this playoffs at the very least. No, that was Mal. Yeah. Sejuani is sometimes just budget engage. I think Sejuani is running into the issue that she's not actually that tanky right now, isn't clearing the jungle fast enough, and isn't skirmishing aggressively early. You can get away with her in drafts where you're doing things like Renekton Yone, because you just get the melee synergy off. But I haven't seen that work particularly well, and I do things like Wukong, Shinzao, Jarvan are tanky, engaged skirmish options yourself, but just come online earlier and have a lot more threat earlier in more drafts. Oh, is NLC Spring playoffs against Nord? Right. Way back when. Okay. So it's just been a long time. NLC Spring Game Thing. There we go. Okay. So it's been 6 months is the answer. That was April, right? So that's 4th. Yeah, we're 6 months ago. Okay, you shouldn't pick Sejuani, but a Mumu. Sejuani has specific needs to be played. Sejuani is less committal than a Mumu. That's the big thing. A Mumu, you actually have to all in to be valuable, and you actually need, and your skill shots involve you being in the middle of everyone, and that can be really rough. And you have no way out. Sejuani actually has escapes and is less committal, and also Sejuani's melee synergies are very strong, giving you actually the potential to skirmish early, which I think is incredibly valuable. So weirdly, I still think Sejuani is a better option in a lot of ways. It's the same reason why you see Maokai stuff as well. Is because actually his ult is non-committal. Amumu's about as committal as it gets. It's very strong, but if you don't hit the bandage toss, you can't use your R. And if you hit your bandage toss, that's where you are. There's no way out. Not really. But thank you, Entwu, for the heads up. I appreciate you double-checking that one. And again, you throw your ult from miles away. You don't actually have to go in to get value. I mean, not that Amumu ult isn't ridiculously strong. Like, however, it's not quite as simple as that. This gets really nasty. Yeah, this is the power of this kind of Z can't flash. White Knight gets it, should survive, and does. I did worry about this. The solo lanes are really set up for 1v2s and 2v2 skirmishes, where the Z can just join in on a Renekton stun, join on a Syndra stun, and blow people up. I think particularly this Aurora, once level 6 comes on through, is going to have a tough time. Jace just blue flash. He will die to the next time this combo happens. And I do think that once we get towards the kind of first ring of turrets getting down, you do run into the issue of Zed turning up to a side lane with one of his solo laners and just blowing someone up without much recourse on the other side. That's Bars's game plan. 1-1-3 snowballs, solo lanes. Life is good. If it does come down to the 5v5s, as I said, the AoE of the Wukong, the AoE of the Aurora, the ability for the Alistair to ignore a lot of the initial CC and burst and just go in anyway, can make life a lot harder for Barca. Because I think you can get past the Braum with Alistair ult. The Aurora ult goes through door. Wukong as well can sort of manage it as well. Yeah, I agree, Mecha. So the thing with Vi, right, Budget Kumiko, is there's sort of a question here about where, like, a lot of teams kind of, like, doing that thing where they kind of just slam a Vi without much consideration. Is Vi is very... Hang on, we need to look bot. Observers? Okay, Tracy's probably dead. That's fine, but bot side's where they're going to get a lot more violence as well. Yeah, another kill. Very nicely done. Yeah, this was the worry. You snowball White Knight aggressively early. Trace in blue flash. White Knight still has his. That's a problem. Zed then turns up bot. You get a Braum passive off. Life is tough. Douglas needs to clone away. They are going to have this wave shoved in. Yeah. This is looking pretty ugly. And Zed accelerates really fast in terms of farm. Same deal with Kion. Just farm very quickly. That is the Caulfields and the pickaxe already. I would get nervous. But yes, we were chatting about Vi. One of the things that you can sort of do with Vi is it's a very easy archetype pick. We are going for dive. We're going to play to support this Vi, diving on a single target. So we draft things like Kai'Sa and Orianna. Or Hui, we can have an artillery piece to go with it. But it's really easy to get on theme with a Vi. This is how we play the game. Ari Vi, that's a great combo. Or Orianna Vi, great. Or Kai'Sa Vi, you know, there's lots of ways to kind of like get a draft that makes sense as a cohesive whole. Slightly agnostic of what enemy drafts do, and that's what Vi provides better than most jungle champions. It's not like I need specific champions to work. I've got lots of ways to get on a particular theme, largely involving diving. And that can be quite valuable for players to understand how their draft functions. It's not as hard to pilot in some ways. It's a lot more simple to understand how the draft or the game plan is supposed to work. Good flash popped on Legolas, courtesy of Heretics bot side. So you take that where you can, I think, as Heretics. Maybe happy. Yeah, she's very weak individually. She can be. Especially if you play her passively. You need to have someone like Aki used to be phenomenal at it, right? Over in the LPL for a good reason. Hey, Sylv, good to see you. Decalad just zoning the Aurora off the wave a bit here. The other thing is Mercy now needs to be really careful. Because if they don't know where Zed is, Mercy is at constant risk of Scatter the Weak, into Unleashed Power, into Deathmark, into Goodbye. The Syndra Lee Sin issues from a long time ago. Do you both have level 6? And you hit Scatter the Weak. This enemy mid laner is dead. There isn't really anyone who deals with that. Like, at all. And I'm not sure Aurora could afford anything like Merc Treads this game anyway. Because the only real magic threat is... Magic damage threat is the Syndra. Everything else is AD. You kind of want Steel Caps into that. If you wanted it. And Lucidity Boots are a little bit too good anyway. I kind of hate when teams do that because it's always good in a vacuum. And Tracen's dead. Tracen is so dead. Kaiser's coming. Will it matter? Oh, there's the flash. Oh, so close. Well, Tracen's flash is down as well. Kaiser still had heal anyway. But anyway, Tracen's going to have to lose another wave. Does have TP. 113 can probably get one of these grubs. I don't know whether he can get two. Is he going to try and stick to one? I think he is. There you go. Passive. Takes one. We'll back away. Heal in the jungle. I see quite a lot of people coming up here. I think this Renekton's in danger. Yeah, White Knight needs to get through here. Dead probably can't join. Dagnus is around. He's going to fight. Oh, no! Record scratch. I'm sure you're wondering how I got here. Right, we've got to pause. I'm going to get my tea from the kitchen. I see we're back to live. Did anybody else die? No. Actually, did someone else die? Went to get tea, missed most of the action we see this game. You're kidding me. Oh, yeah, hang on. Heretics have got some kills. What the hell happened? So, White Knight dived. As did Legolas and White in. What the? What? Oh, Trayson didn't enjoy that at all. First strike value, smites up. I think Trayson's dead. He's not going to be able to reset. They're holding the wave. Aurora's coming, but you won't get here in time. White Knight's kind of aware he's losing this. There's the shock blast down, acceleration gate down as well. I think you are dead one way or otherwise. Like 4 people died. I see that. I think they need to be really careful here. Woo! Nice kill. Good stun onto the Aurora. Douglas here. White Knight might end up being traded for this. Likely will do. Scout of the Week comes through a little late. Mercy throws down the Between Worlds. Comes at the cost of just not being in mid lane, though. And this poor Jace is not having a lot of fun. Still, who got the kills? Aurora getting 2 kills now is big. Douglas going 1-0-2 on his... Ah, that's unfortunately it's very dead Aurora. Slow comes on in. Slightly annoying for Chekalad that he ulted for that. Bot gang. Gotcha. That makes sense. Oh, kill. What did I miss? Kill at 69 killer. I see a question mark. I'm making a tweet right now because I realized I had not, in fact, tweeted that I was live yet, which is bad news. Let me see that 2-0 bar. So, I mean, they definitely got the potential here. I think the Z is going to be a real problem. This was the issue. If the Z got ahead, you will never be able to survive as a solo laner in this game. Yunara got a kill on Corki. Z got Yunara. Then Wukong killed Braum. Okay, right. So it's a bit messy is the answer. Fine. How many kills did Tracy get back? 1? I don't remember, mate, I'm afraid. Lord Initialize, I bring urgent news! What have you got me, my faithful retainer, Nivanian? I've never called someone a faithful retainer before. You're welcome. Yeah, I'm not sure how many kills Tracy got game 1. He didn't do that well, is the honest answer, so I don't think it was very many. If you scrub back in the VOD, you can probably see. That's killing the dragon. Fine. Early objectives have gone the way of Heretics here, haven't they? Got the early dragon, they got the early grubs. That is a way back into this game, because again, if it does come down to 5v5, Heretics comp works a lot better. Summit. Oh, all of this, the NACL stuff last night. Yes, I heard Summit's managed to get himself banned for a series. Ooh, Rin's in so much danger. Bloody hell, just about survives. Cleanse required. Still, that's Rin down desperately low. Look for a bit more here. Double pulverize, Douglas around. Can look for the Cyclone, flash away from 113, but Whiting's in there now. Kaiser has to ult. Whiting can hop away. Douglas at half. Kaiser at 20%. That probably means you can't play Herald anymore. And Chekalad's gotten the top turret. Nice. That's feat of strength for Barcelona as well. Yeah, so apparently he wasn't just watching a league game, guys. Summit ended up pulling up the VOD for that game and was looking at the VOD of the game they were playing. Like, incredibly bad stuff. Like, very dumb. Anyway, he's not going to be able to play tonight. They'll have to bring in the sub. Might end up costing themselves the series, which is huge. And there was, like, DDoSing on the server or something as well. It was really, really stupid. Yeah, but Rafa and Cubby were casting, and they were saying it was completely wild. But yeah, it was high drama stuff, guys. Especially because they are trying to promote. Decalad, just about okay. Unleashes the power. Kaiser, flash. Really good flash pulve. That was a nice read from Kaiser. Fairness to Heretics, they are managing to punch back well here. Oh yeah, Football World Cup's in NA next year, isn't it? That should be fun. Oh, Legolas. He's dead. Nice. I'm busy trying to word a tweet. People are dying. Stop this. Making my life significantly harder. Nice pickup. Someone fist bump him. That's a good kill for the Yunara, who does need to be very scary here. Nice stun, doesn't lead to all that much, and at least Heretics managed to spike back in good spots. The issue, again, I'm still running into, is this Syndra, this Zed, this Renekton are going to be able to burst out people as a combo pretty regularly, this one. Yeah, come say hey, Freya. Come follow me on the socials, yes. Also, I need to put YouTube on there as well, actually, probably this. Okay. Well, oh my days. This was significantly harder to type than I wanted it to be. I got very distracted very regularly. And I can't spell. That's also not helping. Dyslexia, please stop this. So, Dragons in 25. It'd be second Dragon for Heretics, but I wonder whether the Bastard want to try and fight it anyway. If they can get a pick on someone beforehand, a 4v5 or 5v4 is very playable. Otherwise, Heretics probably in an okay spot now with a couple kills on the Aurora, a couple kills on the Yunara to be able to play this out. The Jace being kind of behind in the way they are does suck somewhat, I'm not going to lie to you. Hey, sometimes that's the way of these things. Well, goes a bit of down. There goes the Herald down. Battle Herald available. Dragon taken. Don't know whether Heretics should have thought about contesting that. It's going to cost them a tier 1 in mid. Jace is nowhere near. Still got TP on both top laners. Yeah, this is Heretics Academy. Mercy. Ooh, just about survives. No, he doesn't. Death mark. You just ulted the clone. Oh, good grief, Chekalad. You ulted the clone! If you lose this fight because you ulted the bloody Wukong clone, I'm gonna scream. Do finally bring that one down. Kaiser's trying to get the kill onto Chekalad. Oh, it's got of the week. Should be fine now. Kaiser dies. All right. That should have been a lot cleaner than it was, but either way, 3 for 1. Grayson does get the top tier 1. Where is that? Oh, yeah. Don't ult the clone! Mm-hmm. Let me get this up. I need to do this on RAM as well, which I've not done. Oh, damn it. This has taken significantly longer than I wanted to. You're getting distracted by gameplay. I know I'm not paying attention to you at the minute, chat. I apologize for that. Okay, Atakan start. Jackalad unleashes the power. Mercy in a 1v1 with him. Bounces to the other side of Between Worlds. Ooh, big damage from that Dark Sphere. Down to 5,000 HP at the Atakan. Ooh, good shot onto Legolas from Kaiser. That's big. The problem is on the other side, 113 just murdered someone, as has Jackalad. Jackalad is traded. Douglas now really scary. Where the hell is this one going in the 3v3? Kaiser tries to get to the backside. Down to 3,000 HP. Good stun. 113 is more interested in the fight than the Atakan, so they will get the Atakan. Will Heretics? Will it matter in the grand scheme of things? Because Douglas will die as well. What is that, 4 for 2? Weird fight. Still, Atakan's probably still a decent-ish trade, as long as they don't lose too much else on the map from it. $113 didn't have smite anyway. Ah, fair. I hadn't tracked that. Still, that Z has 3 items. These fights are wild, they really are. Going surprisingly close considering Zed's early lead. Look, Zed is still getting at least a killer fight. The issue again is that 5v5, you've got a lot more AoE, you've got a lot more consistent damage from Heretics. Your burst is ridiculous from Barca. And if you can turn it into skirmishes, if you can turn it into individual picks, it's going to be dangerous throughout the game. How many flowers do Heretics have? I can't tell. It's not on the scoreboard. It's very annoying. I've raised the complaint, but it's what it is. It's very annoying. The red buff we go. Yeah, this Zed is doing scary things. Heretics also has a lot more CC than Barca. Exactly. Look, Barca has got a lot of target access between Scout of the Week and Zedal and Renekton full standing. You've got quite a lot of target access into very squishy teammates. You will find a way to blow up someone in a team. That fight. That's nearly a guarantee. Just the way these comps work. However, if it comes down to a consistent DPS check, Heretics will win in the 5v5. They've got a lot more CC to work with. The issue is still going to be the fact that 113 is going to get significantly more value in terms of the ability to just farm your way to a lead. And that has happened here for 113 fairly significant. He's up an item. He's up 2,000 gold. He's up a level. Level and a half. That's pretty significant. Level 16 for the death mark. Could be scary. Dragons just spawned. Heretics have got a really good flank angle here. 113 needs to not face check that. They know there's people behind the dragon pit. Weird inversion. The Aurora's not here. She's dealing with mid lane wave. Down to 5,000 HP. Look for the Scout of the Week. Onto 2. That's scary. Where's Douglas? Can look to get over the pit with that blast cone. Can now look to make the smite fight happen. Good angle from the Aurora. Check has to flash away. That means the Dragon's now in danger as 113 looking to make the smite fight happen. The clone takes some damage from the Shurikens, not the main man, as Douglas gets to survive that one so cleanly. And they blew up the Braum. Wonderful flank angle from Mercy. Whiten dies a horrible death. Nicely done. Ali and Wukong are arguably the 2 best knockups in the game. I think that's fair. I think there's anyone else got a better one. Maybe Cho'Gath Rupture, but that one's a lot slower. Wukong gets 2 of them, and it does a lot of damage. Alistair can flash to it. It's like the core part of his kit. Yeah, I think that's fair. Maybe Gragas Cask, if that counts. Certainly in contention. Rek'Sai knockup is also a long time. Agreed. Malphite. Malphite is actually the correct choice. I agree. I would say probably something like, if you're looking at your top 5, Alistair is up there. Malphite is up there. Probably Wukong. Probably someone like Gragas. Yeah, Malphite. Yeah, I'm glad to see him saying that as well over in Nivea's chat. I agree. And Wukong gets 2 of them. Exactly. So it's very strong. So, Baron's up. That might end up being the flip now. 113 is doing a lot of work here still. But I think because Heretics are grouping up a lot more, it's getting a lot harder to threaten, though. That is going to be a consistent problem for this Yunara, who has no sustain. So, ow, Shock Blasts are stinging now. Braum has first good targets, as good first target CC, but other than his ult, Jekyll knockback is realistically only rotating one or two Heretic positions. That's correctly agreed. Hey, Don Ponk. My goat in the support role here, by the way. Don Ponk himself. But my goat, good to see you. Chakalad's not going to have a lot of fun there. Oh, boy. Aurora Jace landed the full combo. Damn. Well, that's now a problem. They can't turn to Baron, I don't think. Because they're all too low HP, probably. And I still think they have to be very afraid of the Z all-in. Good to see you, my G. Oh, yeah. How's life, dude? How's all... I guess this is kind of off-season for you now. How's it treating you? Ornn, good shout. Ornn knock-up, really strong. That's actually a really good shout. I agree with Ornn. There's a really good call. Rakan W, also strong. Though I think it's a bit slower. Rakan W is good. It's top 10. I don't know whether I'd say top 5. But I think probably Malphite Ornn, because like their kits revolve around their knockups being really strong. Alistair is ridiculous for obvious reasons. There's maybe an argument for Nautilus, so I think the value there is more the fact that it's targeted, more than the power of the knockup itself. Wukong's up there. But yeah, I think bringing it back to this game a little bit as well. Heretics in the 5v5, I still favor them. They've got a lot of CC. They've got a lot of AoE burst. They're very, very scary. Barca, the skirmishes, the picks, very, very strong. If you do land the CC, your ability to blow up an individual target with Deathmark, very, very busted with the Unleashed power as well. Galio, def top 5. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I mean, with the ult, but again, I think there's a... Galio ult's a bit different again, because I don't think it's... The value is only partially in its knockup, though it is strong. Its power's in the global rather than the knockup itself, which I do think is a difference. But actually, the global takes away some of that power for the knockup into other things. Though I see your angle. Nico, yeah, that's a fair one. Pop Blossom is pretty damn strong on that front. I can give you that. That is also the capability of just getting a whole team. Nico's a pretty good shout. Hell, she's been played support because the value in it by itself is so strong she doesn't need the AP value on it. Rin needs to be a bit wary of that shadow. Does dodge the Hurricane. Dragon's up. I think Heretics managed to get a hold of it. I think Barca might have been stalled out a bit here, you know, guys. Nami, Q and R. We'll have a conversation about Nami after, because I think Nami's a weird one. I see your argument, but I think I disagree, respectfully. Because Aqua Prison in particular is notoriously hard to land. Kai's going to be forced to ult. Might still die here regardless. Your will is unbreakable, but what about your body? Douglas goes into the backside. Chekalad gets knocked up again. Oh, trace it. Nasty angle. Douglas will die for this. Douglas will die for this. Does. Damage onto Rin. Oh dear, Yunara had the issue. He's too short range. Dominus procs! Nicely done. They do take the Corki with them. All right, Tracing. And Mercy gets the Renekton all the way out. That was messy as hell. Tracing started this game 0-3. That was some foul Jace damage. Does the push of Azir count as a knockup? Strictly. I thought that that was going to be it for a second there. But it ended up being, what, 4 for 3? Oh, baby. Mercy's now got 9 stacks on Dark Seal, and the Arm Guard makes it a lot harder to be the target of people like the Zed and the Syndra. They need to blow that Arm Guard ASAP. These are such funky fights. They are. Because basically, Yunara's running into the issue that she has like no sustain into a comp that would love to just blow her face off. And she's very short range. So the moment she tries to follow up on the engage, assuming Barca haven't already blown their load, like, she just sort of has like Syndra and Renekton go, no. And she dies. Rel WR, that's a good shout again. So again, I feel like that's not so much a knock-up as straight CC. The same way like Cannon is. Like, there is a knock-up there. But actually, I don't think it's the largest knock-up of all time. Like, Alice knock-up is significantly more significant. Not that Rel WR isn't really strong. Not that it isn't great CC, but it's more grouping than anything else. I feel like neither team is really playing to the full strength of their drafts. Yeah, I also think Barca are in the danger. They can't really split off to play the side lanes the way they want to. Legolas is dead. Can they turn this around? The exhaust. The exhaust of the clone! Hang on, 113 just blew up both carries. Hang on, 113 just carried this guy. This could be the Penta for the Z, by the way. Check it for the Penta for the Z. Renekton stole the Quadra. Thoughts on NLP solo kill Nige? You should know me. How are they doing, EMEA? I think solo kill will be fine. I think You Should Know Me has the issue of not playing enough styles of champion. Still his issue. I cannot believe they exhausted the clone and still won that fight because 113 just said absolutely not. Someone make sure that you're paying for 113's drinks tonight. My goat. Scout of the week. On the clone again. 113 absolutely destroyed this game. Not the cleanest snowball. Messy mid-game. But they got one clean fight and the game is over. GG. And Barca are going forwards. Heretics to 3-3. $113, easy MVP hit. There we go. GG. Let's have a look at the post-game stats, and then we'll see where are we at. How did the other series go? We'll have a bit of an idea. Does like wow, they've all been 2-0s. They've all been 2-0s. Crazy. Okay. So I think that means we're likely going to feed 2 here to go pick up Ross v... I think we're going to do Ross v Z10. I've not seen a lot of Rossman. They had a really, really close series yesterday. I think that's probably the most sensible option. Isn't TOG versus GNG still going? Is it? It might be. Oh, just about, yeah. Misread the thing. Definitely not a leak. Wouldn't do that to you. Would you to switch feeds, though? To feed number 2. Whee! There we go. And literally as we come on through... Ta-da! Definitely didn't leak that. Oops. I got spoilers, guys. Oops. Barca won. Yeah, they 2-0'd. They 2-0'd. They 2-0'd. Bit of music on in the background. How long have we got? A while. Let's see when are we expecting drafts? Strictly, I don't think we'll be waiting an hour and a half for this. You have to hope. See what we say on the, how long have we got? We are asset rotating right now, apparently. Okay, you know what? Forsaken versus OSC is still going. We can put that on in the background while we wait. We may as well put that on while we're waiting. I'm hoping we don't have to wait all the way until 6. Otherwise, we're going to be here a long time, guys. At which point, I'm playing a game while I'm waiting. But yeah, FSK versus OSC is still on by the looks of it, so we will switch over to that. Let's have a look at this one. Where are we at? Bit of a freeze there. So, 1-0 to FSK. But this game is looking pretty OSC favored. So, the gold leads still FSK ways. They're the ones who managed to pick up the piece of strength. There's a Zerath in this game for Zhu here, just realized. Well, that's fun. Garen as well. We've got Garen, Zerath. Hang on, it took me a second. There's also a Morg jungle from Syncroft. Well, clearly we're in the right place. When is the LR match? About 9 o'clock, depending. Somewhere between 8 and 9, depending on how the rolling schedule goes. Ooh, nearly got Kiseko. Not quite enough damage. What are these drafts? I could not tell you. This is game 2, and we're already at this point. I mean, FSK have got ridiculous... Like, if FSK are in the river first, Morgana plus Gravfield plus Caitlyn traps plus Karma shields, miserable. Miserable. Zerath helped because you actually outrange the Caitlyn and the Victor, and that's proving a little bit frustrating. And then you get resets for, theoretically for Jinx. I think the issue you run into is, what the hell is the Garen supposed to do this game? Garen does mash Jax to the side lane. You don't counter-strike his ult. But I don't actually think Garen gets through, like, anything in the team fight. Like, Garen hates Morgana. like, it's just not fun. So I'm not quite sure what the Garen's purpose is in this game. He's 3 and 4. You know, it's a good individual lane matchup, but I think if it does break down into skirmishes, the value gets higher. But yeah, Garen could probably crush Victor if left alone with him, but it's a weird pick. Like, I think it's more into the Jax than anything else, and it's a decent pairing with Sejuani. The Zerath is also 4 and 1, so Shui could just still carry this by virtue of everything else. What am I watching? Peak. 1,000 Kites, you're watching Peak. Ooh, let's go Morg. That's the one. Dragon we go towards. This would be second dragon for FSK. What is this game, man? Wow, we've got a long time to wait, apparently. Assuming that will change at some point soon. Isto. Ooh, KO. Nice rocket. And a shutdown for the Jinx. Nice. Oh, Alpha's now 2k up, by the way. Does that buy Jinx her third item? It does. That shutdown just bought Jinx a rapid fire. And that's a big one, because it actually now means Jinx with rapid fire can actually choose her windows to trade with the Caitlyn a lot more aggressively. Yeah, so it's the Barca versus Heretics ended 2-0 for Barca. We're now waiting for the second series to happen. That's not live yet, so we're just hopping into one of the other series that's still rolling. So we're watching FSK versus OSC right now. Elimination match, so if FSK win this one, they go to 3-3 and knock OSC out. If OSC win this game, then at least there's a third drag. Well, out comes the Morgul. Dash can't break the chains. Dash is dead. Hook lands. Golden. The tether comes through from the Karma. Rutsu eats a horribly nasty headshot trap from Oddie. God bless Oddie as well. Used to play over NLC. Okay. Oh, it looks like we should be getting our new best of threes coming through shortly-ish. Hey! I want everyone to know that we've just had probably the greatest Congolese player to have ever touched the game of League of Legends just enter the chat. Manaflow Bando is a rare talent that I am very surprised not been picked up by an LEC org over the last 5 years. I think it is a real statement on the poor level of scouting within Europe and the wider world, bluntly. I think LCK should be looking at him. The fact that he had to deal with Don Jake as his jungler and still put up the numbers he did, I think that is probably the most miraculous showing in ERLs that has ever been seen. Good to see you, mate. How you doing? Focus on the game. Yeah, that's it. Like, it's true. It's true. EMEA is just, hey! My guy, just chill. If you got a wrong bet, you got a wrong bet. Don't get salty about it. See your else. What do you expect? And that's your warning for the record. If I see you being salty anymore in the YouTube chat, I'm just getting rid of you. You've been warned. Definitely intro. How you doing yourself? Yeah, pretty good. Just been a long few days because ASI is happening in the mornings and EMEA Mass is happening in the evenings. There's been, so I did like 13 casts yesterday, which was bloody ridiculous. So I had to leave Nightmare with a solo cast morning for ASI because my voice just wasn't having it. So yeah, good. Just busy. Waiting to see what's happening with some other bits. Going to be doing some arena casting with Dumbs later in the week. Should be good fun. What else? What else is going on? There's some other bits I can't talk about as yet, but they could be quite exciting. But yeah, mostly just a lot of streaming is the honest answer. A lot of streaming. A lot of grind. Are you allowed to stream whatever the game you want, or you just handed a list of stream these ones? We are given all the clean feeds. We can choose which games to watch. I've tried to go for games I'm interested in or games that matter. So qualification series, elimination series, that kind of thing. Gentlemate, please. Are they next? Because I kind of want to watch Ross, I'm not going to lie. But we can potentially what mates. Tell you what, we'll do it this way. We'll do it this way. Give me a sec. Can I... do I need to pull up my stream manager? I probably do, actually. Hang on. I think this is game, by the way. Let's make a decision, chat. Which series would we rather watch? I've initially said Ross, but I am not that fixed on what we want to watch next. So I'm happy to poll this. Which series? Ross v Z10. I need to spell this one out right. GG. Or Mate VMS v FMS. Guys, I'm doing this in the Twitch chat. I know YouTube's trying to vote on it too, but unfortunately I can only do this in one of those places, so I can only do it in one place. We're doing it in Twitch. We'll say 2 minutes chat. 2 minutes to decide. Go. See if people have a favorite here, and we'll go with whichever one people prefer. For now, I'm going to say Ross. But as I said, I'm a little ambivalent. I think there's a couple good series here, and I'm kind of happy to watch either. Prob the closest. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But again, as I'm not that married to seeing one of these series, and I'm happy to see either. All right, I think I'm leaning Ross. I'm not going to lie. So if it is a close vote, I probably will go Ross regardless, because I've not seen them yet, and they had a really close series yesterday. So I'd like to get a bit more data on them. We shall see. But I shall allow the vote. If you do want to come and vote, get into twitch.tv/initializecasts ASAP. Otherwise, forever hold your peace. Always Ross. All right. We'll keep our eyes on it. Still a little bit of time yet. I should run some ads actually as well while I'm at it, so we don't get them in game. I was watching Initialize, though. That's fair. That's Aria. That's great news. It means I'm doing something right. We take those wins. How's it looking? Okay. Ross was bloody as hell yesterday. Like that was kind of what I was hearing. We've got a lot of Deutsch teams playing today. None of the Prime League teams have actually big qualified earlier. They went 4-0, which was a big one. Was a big one. It is looking currently pretty heavily Ross favored. All right, we're watching Ross. That's the answer. That's the decision. Twitch has spoken. How long have I got until the series starts? About a minute. Okay. I'm going to run really quickly and put the kettle on. And at the very least, get a second cup of tea brewing, and I'll be ready for this next series. LR not looking on point, not going to lie. I think we are... When LR come on, we'll have a bigger conversation, Don Pont, because I'm really interested to see what you think as well. But I think we are seeing teams kind of have some answers to the way LR are playing and drafting right now that are causing LR issues and they don't have answers to right now. Specifically around carry snowball junglers. And what happens if Nemesis is having a bad game, basically. But we'll pin it to the game, because I think that could be a really fun conversation. So let's have that chat. This is horribly timed from me. Horribly timed. Right, the kettle's boiling. I'm gonna move this out of the way. What have we got band-wise? Wukong first pick, kind of fine. Annie, Kiana away from Zagog and crew. Yeah, that's all right. Zubak's always fun to watch. Woolhite Jack Troll, always great. One of your better Polish bot laners. Cannon and Funky are two of my favorite carries to watch in ERLs. Royal Cannon in particular, phenomenal Ari. If you ever get a hold of Ari, it's a good one. Lilia early. Lilia in game 1. It's good with a Scion. It's really annoying for Wukong. Lilia has always been a great match into Wukong because Wukong clones away and your ult comes on through and then you are stuck there and it doesn't matter if you cloned away. It's very, very difficult to manage. Does mean I need to see an AD carry, probably mids, or a very aggressive carry from Woolite. Z10 played the Lily yesterday into Wukong as well. It's a good matchup into Wukong, historically. She's fallen away a little bit. Shen! Bloody hell. Pause the music, well, I forgot it was playing. Shen! Bloody hell. That's probably top, unless... Does Wildenbrook play at bot? Is it Wildenbrook? Probably, isn't it? It's a very Deutsch name. Talia, Shen, double global. Okay. Another Twitch chat looking down a streamer's tree. Okay, I need to go put this. I need to actually go put the hot water on my tea leaves. And I will be right back in 2 seconds. Hui. Okay, so Lilia Hui is a weird one. So it's obviously double AP, and that kind of sucks. Hello, guys, we're back again. Lilia Hui is a weird one. Basically, because if Lilia gets a good sleep, you can immediately blast someone with a Spiraling Despair or a Severing Bolt, and someone gets blasted. However, it is double AP, so you can afford things like Merc Treads, you can afford things like Banshee Spells pretty aggressively into it. It does now mean that Woolite's going to have to do a lot of the carrying in terms of AD damage, but I do think that the age-old adage of you must not do same damage in mid-jungle or jungle top has kind of fallen away a little bit because the value of Merc Treads in particular has been nerfed quite a lot, and I actually just think upfront damage on one item is still pretty good. So yeah, then there you go. As long as you get someone doing some AD damage, you're largely fine. But I also think you don't actually have that many full tanks in the game at the minute. And pen items post a certain point tend to deal with it anyway. Was there any chance for the LR series to start sooner? Yes, if this series goes fast, is the answer. Let me double check which feed this will be on. Feed is... It will depend on how fast Gentlemates versus FMS finishes, is the question, because it's on feed 3. So whenever Gentlemates versus FMS finishes, that's when Lost Retones versus Galleons will start. And we will pretty understandably be going to watch that one ASAP. You follow Wildenbrook since... Wildenbrook, sorry. Since Div 4 so, and he doesn't play Shen, I think. Okay. But likely will be the top laner. LR should be on another feed. Yeah, they're on the clean... They're on another clean feed. Yeah. They're on the same feed that Gentlemates will be on, basically. Lucian Nautilus. Okay, so you've got Lucian's a good Shen carrier, Talia's a good Shen carrier, Nautilus for... You've got a lot of good Shen carriers. You are very reliant on this Lucian and Talia being genuinely terrifying. Because I mean, I think if it comes down to straight 5v5s, Zero Tenacity is nasty. Really good scaling. Lilia, Hui, and Thelios, very hard scaling. You've got a Braum Scion front line. but double global to support a Lucian diving on a target. If you can collapse faster, your Compass Ross makes sense. It's harder to execute by a long margin than Zero Tenacity. That's the one thing. So then for Zero Tenacity, you want to play out a stable early game, come into 2 items and feel happy about life is the answer. If you don't, things are a bit trickier. But as long as you don't fall prey to the Lucian 1-2 item spike with globals behind him, I think you're okay here. A lot of eyes on Jack Troll to block out Funky's attempted aggressive plays on the Lucian. That probably has to be something you keep your eyes on. I like Shen in this matchup. I think Ross got a good setup. Yeah, so we've not actually chatted about that matchup yet, but Shen actually has a pretty good time in lane versus Sion, because effectively you can taunt to interrupt his Q on cooldown. So Sion really struggles to fully charge his Q into you. And then basically when he tries to trade back with autos, you can just put your Spirit's Refuge down. He doesn't really get to say much about it. You also can rush Titanic Hydra, which is pretty good into Sion early. He obviously stacks a lot of HP. Titanic Hydra allows you to chunk really well. You do lose Shove on the whole, but you trade well onto the Sion. You can interrupt his Q quite regularly, as we were saying. So that's the thing you need to check out, is whether Sion manages to get off any Qs, and if he does, how. And there will unlikely to be fully charged Qs. The difficulty is, if Shen starts leaving lane on bad timers, Sion alone with a tower is still problematic, because he will still destroy it. And that can be really rough. Who do I think the strongest EMEA's Master Team is right now? I think Lost Ratones have shown a few more flaws than I was hoping for, so I think they're actually needing to do a little bit of soul searching and figure out how they're going to draft against teams who are doing things like Kiana and Zed. But I still think they're up there. I think Big and Vitality B have had fantastic runs and should be terrifying. Outside of that, you're probably looking at maybe one of the Turkish teams. So your Misas are pretty good. I'm missing someone here. I would have said Gentlemates, but they're 3-2, and that kind of sucks. Verdant are pretty solid as well, though again, their mid games are a bit dubious. So probably something like Big Vitality B Lost Ratones. Something like that. With a little bit of a caveat that I need to see how people look in playoffs. But I think at the minute, some of our favorites have stumbled. KCB have stumbled. Sometimes have stumbled. Gentlemates had issues with the top lane situation coming back. GK Dark Horse, as they should be. As they should be. Hey, Kitty! Good to see ya. Big shout out to one of my favorite humans in esports. Athena is a wonderful human. Excellent co-streamer. Great friend. Good tasting coffee. Always looks stylish as hell. Shows us up every time I meet her in person. It's very annoying. Stop making the rest of us look bad. Big digital hugs to you, Kitty. Hope you're doing well. But she's great people. And if you want to watch someone... I just made my world's tier list. I will get cooked. Oh, no. Okay. Give me your top 3. Go on. I need to know, Kitty. What did you do? What did you do? Tier list will always get you cooked. It's true. But lovely to have you all in here. We are into our second series today here in EMEA Masters. Ross versus Zero Tenacity. You might recognize some of these names. People like Woolite used to play on Copenhagen Wolves back in the day. Genji, T1, BLG. I think that's fair. I think T1 got surprised in the upper bracket and then ran into Genji, who've always been their kryptonite. But I think T1 are very damn scary and one of the few teams to push Genji to 5K. So I think that's fair. Thank you all for followers, but do come tune in. We've got Lost Ratones after this series. So we get them trying to play for playoffs. Ended up falling yesterday to Misa. Ooh, Zubak's dying. That's a little unfortunate. Got a really good gank off bot, but delayed his jungle clear to do it, so got punished for doing it. But now Brawn passive is a thing. Woo! That god got away with it. What is going on? Will I? Lands a shot. Is that... Have we just got 5 kills in 3 minutes? I was chatting with Kitty. I was not paying enough attention. Right, so we don't get replays. So, hang on. Ghost is gonna flash. Oh my god! Yo! He's gonna die for it! Well, I hope you're all entertained. You've joined at the right moment. Hang on. Right. Let me try and make sense of this. So, 4 kills to Ross, who did get the 3 kills first, importantly. Who got the kills? Wukong's got 2 kills. Talia's got a kill. That's pretty good news. Decent kill distribution there. The Sion and the Shen went 1 for 1. So be it. The only thing is Cozy with the zombie form got to clear out the wave. Right, well, we've got some entertainment value here. On the other side, Aphelios survived, got a kill. Lucian died and had to go back for the call. Slightly awkward timing there. So I actually think this back from the Aphelios is going to be better, likely, than the Lucians. Lilia getting a kill is good, but of course, did end up losing blue buff, I think, in the grand scheme of things, because Zagog did a really good job of punishing the greedy camp clear after the bot lane gank. I think this is really going to be on the Talia and Wukong to take advantage of their early leads and make sure that Funky has now donated a lot of kills. Vasco also blown his flash, so Wildenbruch with a really good roam mid gets that kill there. That's nicely done. Talia gets a second kill. I think Rossman are now in a really good spot. That additional kill there is probably going to start making things very tricky because a lot of people are not going to have their flashes. And the initial resets with level 6s coming through next minute or so, 2 minutes, I think are going to lead to some very aggressive level 6 plays from the Wukong and the Talia. Is this the official broadcast? No, I'm an official co-streamer, but there is no official broadcast until playoffs. I have been part of the official broadcast before, not this time around, sadly. First year, actually, since I've been a broadcaster, I've not been involved officially, which is a real shame. It's in great hands, don't get me wrong, but obviously very disappointing not to be involved. We're hoping to be back next year. This time around, I didn't make the cut, which is a bit of a shame. But yes, this is me doing the best. Strongest EMEA region, definitely the LFL, probably, yeah. I think LFL has just been consistently the best. I think the upper echelons of NLC have been good this year, but I think that's really been the top 2 teams, top 3 teams at a pinch, have been largely better than everyone else. And that's not really a region at that point. When's the LR match? So it'll be after the second series, so something like 8, 9 p.m. depending on how long Gentlemates versus FMS happens. So they are on the same feed as Gentlemates FMS. So whenever that series finishes, the series that follows that will be the LR versus Galleons match. So I'll keep you in the loop on when that one's happening. But it'll depend on whether that goes to 2 or 3 games, because again, it's best of 3s. Using the ult to lane swap, nice Shen strats. Yeah. You know what? Not bad. Adusto clearly knows his Shen well. Especially if you're feeling like we're not going to be fighting anytime soon. You can get away with that. And I sometimes think Shens are so interested in playing the map, they don't actually play to get themselves gold. And Shens that fall too far behind end up bleeding out resources. Like, part of the reason we've seen less Shen is the fact that often they just end up losing so much lane control and falling so far behind they're not valuable. Shen didn't have his... is it Twilight Assault? Pretty sure that's the name of the dash. Adusto's currently got 1 kill, CLC. Yeah, for the records, for those of you who don't follow much League, you can kind of tell by looking over here. 1 kill, 1 death, and then no... For your edification. Flash. Oh, Wildenbruch is just punishing Vasco. Spiraling Spell lands. I don't think that'll be quite enough to kill. Vasco just about surviving for now. That wasn't a bad Tranquil Pool, but a flash for a very nice threaded volley kill. Good taunt there onto Cozy. Good chunk. Gets the shield off. By pulling the Vorpal Blade through towards him. Actually, you know what? I'm going to Google this one. See, actually, it might be... I think it's Shadow Dash and then Twilight Assault is the Q. I think that's the way it is. No, we're only in game 1, CLC. We're only in game 1. So no idea yet. Yeah, we're into game 1 for this one so far. We're only 8 minutes in, so could still very much change. Likely to, in fact. Only thing for Rossman right now is Funky being pretty weak. Yeah, that will be problematic. But Cannon could theoretically turn this around. Yeah, good angle from Funky, but he needs to be really afraid of Jack Troll's potential Brawn passive. Passive burst up fully stacked. Thanks, not a problem. There come the Grubs taken. Ooh, good shove back. Grubs are taken. Vasco has to flash. Well, Seed lands. Is there a TP behind? No. Health bars are very low from Zero Tenacity, but they got what they came for and didn't lose anybody for it. I love you too, random Twitch viewer. Nice step away with the Warrior Trickster. Grim Visage goes wide. W Parasocial, that's it. God, I'm not a fan of playing Talia. You're not? I think Talia's in a good spot this game. I think, like, again, it thematically makes sense. The mid-game spike is very, very, very strong from Rossman. And obviously you got a 3-0-1 Talia, so he's in a really good spot to punish some potentially quite immobile carries like the Aphelios, like the Hui. Can be very strong there. Personally, not the game, just ask it Talia. Right. That makes sense. Wildenbrook's also been all over the place right now. Ah, Jack Troll's so dead. I don't think... Oh, no, Flash saves him. Got to Woolite in time. I thought he was going to be dead there, but actually, credit to him, managed to get away with it. Does he have Nimbus Cloak? He might have Nimbus Cloak. Didn't see what his secondary runes were. Is this Jack Troll the man who was with Jizuke and Vitality? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And obviously, Woolite, you may remember from the Copenhagen Wolves days. I think he was Bjergsen AD carry back. Bjergsen's AD carry back when he was in Europe very briefly. In fact... I'm an ex-support main converted to top. I just play brainless champs that do tanky things. Very reasonable. Way too harsh mods and streamers. That's true. My mods are actually quite nice on the whole. But thank you for the follow nonetheless. I myself am a cruel man. And maybe I will make up for my mods' general kindness. I think if Lucian gets a few kills, it's over. Agreed. Though I do think Rossman need to start funneling some gold to Funky, or I do think it's going to get a little problematic. Your Wukong Talia being strong is good, and that's kind of a win condition in and of itself. But their plan is to make plays happen, right? They need to be pulling the trigger. They've been playing largely to keep the Hui down, which is fine. Been a decent punish target. But I do think your win condition really is better served through the Lucian, probably. Woolite is still playing. Yeah, all these years later. I think it's been 11 odd years that Woolite's been playing. Bjergsen's AD carry on was Freeze. Ah, sorry, I'm spreading misinformation. Of course it was Freeze. So for the record, Nightshare, former Fnatic coach who's just left earlier in the year, is Freeze's brother. And they look very, very similar. In fact, to the point where Nightshare wears Freeze merch, which is quite funny. So he wears like Freeze branded hoodies and stuff. Good chunk down to Jack Troll, and we're like, ooh boy. Yeah, that might be bad for Jack Troll. Glacial Fissure was important. I don't think it keeps him alive though. Mega Inferno Bomb is decent enough, but unfortunately for him, yeah, I think Cannon might look for that. Bloody hell, hang on. Zygog with a flash. Flash, Warrior Tricks and Ember Strike. Flash, Warrior Tricks and Ember Strike. There we go. Yeah, we go. Nice angle. We'll get Lilting Lullabies. Gonna try and hook back. Shield comes on forward. Weaver's Wall. Zubac. We're gonna jump on the other side. Really nice angle. Good from Rossman. Epic Dudes, 95. How epic are you? Oh, no. Oh, that's brutal. Wonderful vision bait. And they punished the Lilia, too. A wild Zubac disappeared. The additional fact is, at one point, I had quite similar glasses and hair to Nightshare, and Freeze, for that matter. So I used... So Selfmade for the longest time, who used to be around various, like, LEC events. I used to turn up for parties and stuff. kept thinking I was Nightshare and having very deep conversations with me, and I'd have to go, mate, I know you're drunk, but I am in fact not Nightshare or Freeze. And it became a bit of a running joke between us for a while. I remember when he was on Rockat with Yankos back in the day. Yep. It was, who was the support? Huge Alistair player. The Polish duo. Yankos and Vander. That's who it was. Of course, the reason I don't want to say Vander is, of course, that's the name in of Jinx and Vi's dad in Arcane. Thank you, Hi boy. I appreciate you. Everyone knows you are Nymera. It's true. I'm actually Nymera. And the tall 6'5" human on the other stream is definitely not Nymera. Unfortunate word from Vasco, didn't catch them in the frog. Yeah. Yep, there's a Titanic Hydra. It's a really good one-item spike into the Sion, who's gone Hollow Radiance. It's a really... It's better than Sunfire Cape, like, significantly. But you're only into Taliyah's magic damage. I don't know. Kind of okay. Unlikely at this point, Shen, to get solo kill potential anymore. But hey, still means you're likely to have horrible trades into this. But Hui is 0 and 5 now. He's down 20 CS. You've got 5 kills on this enemy Taliyah. Cannon's going to wreck face. Decent turnaround there. The Spartan Spares comes on through. You may well lose the Nautilus here, but I don't think it's going to matter in the grand scheme of things. As Zagol survives for a second or two longer. Flash and Cozy get it, but Vasco crushing more by some time. Interrupt on the decimating smash, but Vasco, that was actually a really good swell seed. Justo will get a shield courtesy of the Spirit's Refuge. Flash for the taunt. Does get it. Oh, no. There's someone who knows how Shen works. Minefield means the blast cone stuns you. Cannon's looking for the kill here. Threaded Volley is hitting the red buff, who is aggroed on Vasco. Couldn't get the honey fruits in time. Red buff, I choose you. Use double hit. Is Hui meta now, or is that... So what it is that Hui is counterable. However, part of it runs a little like this. Hui is quite good into a lot of control mages because he can basically play from miles away. And actually, he clears waves very aggressively. He follows up from a long, long way away. For picks like Wukong and Vi, Xin Zhao, you can follow Severing Bot out. You're not bad into things like Orianna, though the Shockwave can threaten you still. The 2v2s get interesting, but a lot of your 1v1s are still quite strong because you can play from miles away. You are not great in a side lane. You are less good in team fights, probably, than a lot of things like a Syndra or a Orianna, who have a lot more upfront CC with your burst. But Hui's ability to play for poke, play through rotations, lane quite aggressively is still very good. You can afford to go Blackfire Torch quite happily. And the move speed buff mattered a lot. Before, the thing is, Hui is very gated by being very slow. His base move speed is one of the lowest in the games. Your fleeting current, that kind of pull you put on the ground, gives you a lot of additional move speed. We may not get time to talk about that, though, because Zagor gets him the backside, overcomes the Weaver's Wall. Woolite is a dead man. Decent angle from Cozy to get a hold of Funky, but I don't think it's going to change the grand scheme of things here very much. If Zubat lands a good swell seed here, there's a world for a lilting lullaby. The problem is that Cannon is 1v2ing right now. Oh boy, Decimating Smash does land. Spiraling Despair. Cannon won't eat that much damage because unfortunately the Hui has like no damage to his name. Throws down a Molten Fissure. Potential swell seed angle. Adusto just about survives. Got Honey Fruit. Not the end of the world for Zero Tenacity, actually. But yeah, Hui got a bit of a buff basically towards his move speed. Because one of the things that was proving problematic was basically if he ever did overstep or did get ganked, his move speed was so slow, especially without fleeting current, that it felt pretty miserable to try and outplay stuff. You are always gated by your abilities. You always are on Hui. Because, you know, you've got 9 of them available. exactly. Like, I don't want to say that Hui is bad at team fights. He is good at team fights. He throws out a lot of damage from a long way away. Spiraling Sphere is very good. You are a good artillery mage. Your Severing Bolt, execute with your QW is really, really strong. You've got a lot of AoE. There's lots there. But you don't have, like, Syndra QE into R, which is, like, really, really obvious. This burst window is incredibly strong. Hui has to go through a few rotations quite a lot. And he goes through rotations really well. But you're if you've got a scale of, like, of control mages where, hang on, that's decent damage. Where, okay, Dragon's gonna happen. We'll finish this conversation after the fight. But you're right. You're right. Good damage back. Yeah, that's dead. Okay. Wildenbrook will probably die here. Posey. Oh, man, that minefield damage actually stung quite a lot. Run the other direction. Are we going for the turret? We might be. Ooh, just about drives it well. Driving test. Nice. There we go. Talia is doing a lot of work this game. But yeah. So if you're looking on a scale of control mates, but you kind of got like Orianna on one end. Good lane bully. Really big team fight ult. Decent CC. You kind of then go towards things like, and then on the other end, you've got things like Xerath, right? Which are more artillery mages than pure control mages. Hui is, for a control mage, more towards the artillery mage side of things. Where, like, Syndra, Orianna, to extent, are more towards the straight control mages. Because again, like, that name control versus artillery does change things. They ignore all the flowers? Yeah, they kind of have, haven't they? Bit weird. It's fine, Atakan will hoover them all up for us. Back to life. And what that means for Hui is he actually wants to go through a few more rotations necessarily than a Syndra or Orianna perhaps do. Oh man, damage is huge. The clone absorbs so much of it. Just to flash out the Decimated Smash needed to. Wildenbrook's pretty low. Needs to wait on aftershock timing. Bit of fear onto Adusto. Doesn't have the Stand United. Adusto's going to get hit by the Spiraling Despair. Dragon's picked up. That's actually pretty nice. Stop soul point. The damage back is actually looking alright for a second or two here. Hang on. Hang on. This isn't bad for Zero Tenacity. Can Zubat get more value? Cannon's got no mana. Flash. Watch out, Eep. The burn is really good. Look at the move speed. Really nice. Really nice. That is a very good Aphelios and Lilia fight. They stopped Soul Point, is what I was saying. If I phrased that poorly, I apologize. But that's massive. That actually probably flips the game fairly heavily. Oh boy. Look, your Talia is still really strong. Thank you all for the follows, guys. I'll make sure to call you out, the guys in a bit. So Epitude, Amberito, Doc, Darkness and Lias. Raphael E. Apologies. Ninelectro and K7. Thank you very much for all the follows. I appreciate you all being in here. Terrible Ross, 7 key, Lee, just throw everything. Yep. That wasn't great. I'm not pleased with that one either. They didn't get the picks they were looking for. And again, front to back with Sion, Lilia, Hui, Aphelios hitting all your AoE. Kind of nasty. Ignore my 12-year-old me being stupid. Or I've been there. So what my non-work account is Shaded Reality, which is incredibly edgy. So I'm right there with you. The good thing is no one ever takes the name. However, it is edgy as hell. I swear a lot of the German teams are extra throw prone compared to a lot of other T2 leagues. Yeah. Yeah, Rossman are also a very bloody team. They're very willing to fight over everything. I mean, Zerot and Asti are as well, right? Like, you've got Woola in your bloody team. What do you expect is going to happen? But that might have cost you quite a lot. Also, not going to lie, Cannon being out of mana really sucked there. Really sucked there. Didn't get enough value out of your Stand United. Didn't get enough value out of your Wukong ult either. And in straight front to backs, the Sion was buying enough space that it became problematic. It's not completely over, but the thing is, Zero Tenacity are now well within touching distance. And they stopped Soul, and they got out of Khan. That's pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Focus up a little. Like it. There we go. So 20 petals for the Nautilus. Did see how many is on Zero Tenacity side who did pick up out of calm. We'll see. Now, I expect quite a lot. It's been a very bloody game. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things with the EMEA Masters. A lot of these teams are more than capable of throwing nearly any caliber of lead. Like, there is never a game that isn't throwable. They should have given that. Funky was on low health. Cannon had no mana. Zago had no flash. Exactly. And they had no Stand United. So you've got, like, no ults, no health bars, no mana. Give up the dragon. It's annoying, but you didn't have to play that. And now you've got a Lilia who's at 2 items, who is now a genuine carry threat. You've got 2.5 items on the way who's catching up. Yes, the Aphelios is still not at 2nd item. Yes, it's gone Collector. Like, he's going to be behind until 3 items. The Aphelios isn't actually that great, right? However, that doesn't change the way things are. Good trade from Adusto there. Quay actually does a lot of damage that Shen doesn't get to do a lot about. Jacktroll can hop over the wall here. Winter Spite. I think Adusto may have overplayed his hand here, actually. 7 Bolt lands. Yeah, won't go any further, but that's a good trade back. Quay starts to cycle through abilities and causes a lot of damage. I just get pinged by. Chat, don't forget to drink water. I forgot my tea. It's still brewing. We've got 30 seconds until Dragon. I can't leave. Hey, Dragon Spence. Good to see you. Welcome on in. All right, let's go see this one. Are we flipping at the Baron? Shen split pushing. You don't have grub, so probably isn't as scary as you'd think, but should be able to get this tier 2, probably. Sion could TP over, but I don't think he wants to. He wants to hold it to join us. Are you only here on YouTube? I'm also on my own YouTube at Initialized Casts. And also on twitch.tv/Initialized Casts. Where you might be watching me on Twitch as well. Please do follow the various socials. I do that shout out a bit more regularly, actually. So if you've not already, guys, like, follow, subscribe, give me your money. More like, give me a health bar, say Rossman. Oh, he survives. That was a wicked turnaround. Oh, no way he survived. They didn't finish the pick. Ah, boy, Rossman. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That is the throw complete, folks. Do British people really drink 8 cups of tea daily? Yeah, darling, we do. You're not a proper cuppa. You're really living life. Tea dissolved already. I've got milk oolong. It's very nice loose leaf stuff as well. Mega crit bloom value. Genuinely huge. That value, that genuinely kept Woolite alive. Been a little while since I've seen crit bloom be that valuable. Outscaled, yep. We said that the 5v5s were going to get tricky. That has earned Woolite an Infinity Edge. Oh, look at that throw. Oh my god, they have literally thrown themselves off the cliff. Ah! Right, I'm going to get this cup of tea, but Dragon's happy. We got to fight the dragon. I want to get my tea. The thing is, Crypt Bloom's always good on Wei because he really, really, really values ability haste. Almost over raw AP. Because then Wei wants to get through as many abilities as possible on repeat. As again, as we said, he's more of an artillery mage than a straight control mage. So cycling through your abilities, continuing to poke, continuing to get through your Severing Bolts, your Molten Fissures, your Crushing Maws, throwing out a Tranquil, Fleeting Current, a Tranquil Pull. Those matter. I will say I'm an equal opportunity hot drinker. I've got a velvetizer for hot chocolate, several different kinds of coffee, and I'm not even kidding, 4 shelves full of tea. There is not a hot drink outside of Bovril I don't drink regularly. It was 13-3? Yeah, it was. Crazy throw. Sorry, I was looking for a stream with Zero Tenacity. Hello, nice to see you. Come on in. Nice job you have him in, Vivi. This turret's going down. I think Zero Tenacity have got this now. Like, because the thing is in the 5v5s, it gets increasingly hard. And the Scion has gone from being very killable to very not. There, oh my god, the Moonlight Vigil. Mega Inferno Bomb. Funky's trying. Does get Woolite. Woolite does a Woolite and dies for his sins. Brawn passive Vasco. Oh, the taunt! Nicely done. I just get something. Genuinely managed to proc a Titanic Hydra auto through Jack Troll to get the kill. I don't know how much extra value. He's not doing bad here, you know. Brawn pass is going to come on through. We've got the shield. Will likely die here as Zubat runs out of damage. But still, 2 for 2 is not bad. Can they TP behind? 14 seconds on cannon. I think they can do this. Where are we? When did the base break? No damage to get through Silent with Talia and Lucian yet. Definitely trickier. Bloodletter's Curse is helping. Lucian needs a Lord Dominic's Regards now. Shen is weirdly fine into tanks because his Titanic Hydra does quite a lot of work. But he's very reliant on his Twilight Assault procs. That's the whole point. Wukong needs Black Cleaver. Lucian needs a Lord Dom's. In fact, I am very surprised Lucian didn't go for Lord Dom's third this game. Though I grant you they were a long way ahead when they were starting to build these items. Thanks for following. Oh god, they need to win it. Oh good, they need to win it. You turned it just as they threw it. It's been a game of throws. Rossman had an 8,000 gold lead, and Zero Tenacity managed to flip it over 11k to go into the lead about 3k themselves, and have now thrown it back their own way. Zubat has at least converted this Dark Seal into a Magi's, and now is a 4-item Lilia. And I feel like Zubak's Lilia, which is quite infamous within ERLs, could still carry this game really hard. Mortal Reminder now done for the Aphelios, so despite the fumble there with the base shove, it's still in a decent spot for Zero Tenacity. Woolite pulled a Woolite, Minvi. You know exactly what I mean by that. Anyone who's watched Woolite over the last 11 years, decade, will get the vibe. Sole point is Rossman's way out here. Look at the other Polish teams. Yeah. Yeah. Only way to win should be getting crazy picks on a carry like that, but shouldn't have been easy to do with the comps they have. Yeah, I agree. The one thing I'll say is that Shen can kind of provide... Shen, Wukong, Talia, Nautilus have all got ways to theoretically get on top of Woolite, who has gone for Flash Ghost. Like, he can absolutely get blasted here. Sion has to ult away. Oh my god. The thing is, the Aphelios is now doing quite a lot of damage and did just blow up the Nautilus. That's can't. Thank you very much for following. I can't believe we're still in this game. I really want to get this cup of tea. Sat in the kitchen. We've got a minute till Baron. You know what? Screw it. We're going. I'm getting this tea. Nothing's going to happen while I'm gone for the next 20 seconds. Violence! No, it happened while I was gone. God damn it, I'm bad. Okay, well. Bound to happen. All right. Cannon needs to run. Blast Cone, just about out for now. Rock surfing. Rock surfing. No way does he get out. The problem is the game's ending now. God damn it, I picked the wrong moment to go. Well, I gambled wrong, chat. I gambled wrong. I lost the gamble. And that's game. GG. What is that? 46 kills in 34 minutes? I leave as the game ends. Genuinely, it's my fault. I'm sorry, guys. I left and I caused the problem. Silly game, but fun. Yeah, basically. Hey, good to see you, Corky. Sound effect. Also, Mr. Sub. So I did. Goatman Minus, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate you calling that one out. Thank you for noting that one, Corky. You're still a psychopath for enjoying Corky sound effects. And I want you to know that still. They caught Sion with Talia, shove, and then Nordhook and spent like 5 seconds DPSing, only not to hurt him. That would do it. So... this is... that's what? 7.5 to 6 the other way. That's like a 13,000 gold flip over the course of the game. Like, we have literally gone down to the Mariana Trench. That's wild, man. Boop. But this is kind of like... how do I put this? This is the issue of, like, look, the Talia getting kills early was fine. But the Talia then needed to translate those kills into Funky being more threatening, and they didn't do that very well. That fumble around the dragon was cataclysmically bad, but I do also think that Rossman didn't actually accelerate the game cleanly enough when they had the opportunity to. And I think fumbling around that dragon, yes, that is going to be the moment. You can see exactly when they threw it all away, that 21-ish minute mark, that was a problem. But I also think they didn't necessarily set up Funky for success. We had some issues with itemization. How long did it take you to get towards Black Cleaver? How long did it take you to get towards the Last Whisper? And yes, they were basically trying to play for snowball items and damage that way, and that's fine. But if you then throw it, this is the issue. Your ability to stabilize having thrown is very limited with the way they were building. Shen was trying. Yeah. It was a good Shen angle. Like, I don't think the Shen was the issue this game. Hell, I was kind of okay with the comp. Rossman should have won this game from the position they were in. But the throw at the dragon into the itemization choices caused more issues, I think, than they were necessarily expecting to. Thank you for the follow, Nort. A lot of 7s. Everest versus Mariana, a little bit of that one. That's a hell of a gold graph. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. See how the other series are going, shall we? And I need to run some ads. So we don't get him a game. That one's just ended as well. Full disclosure, if LR starts early, we'll be going over to the LR series because NLC caster want to cover the rats. But we will stick around this series as long as we can. It's a lot of fun. Hydrate, absolutely. I was told to. Here's to that. The blood letters on Talia was not super helpful because the MR shred only helped her. Yeah, but she still needed it anyway, and she does use Bloodletter's Curse probably better than Void Staff or Crypt Bloom these days. I missed the bloody messes this year. It's pretty tame in major regions. I think that's fair. Even LPL hasn't been as bloody as it has been in years past, though with the exception of Atakan fights being awful. LPL still doesn't know how to play around Atakan. Like our Atakan setups have been genuinely very poor. So LR can lose today and be fine? Yes, they can. If they lose today, they will play tomorrow in the 3-3 bracket. I think, obviously, they would rather not do that. KCB have qualified, Barca have qualified, Heretics have not. Neither EMEA Masters has been a bit awkward for them. LR starts early into Chucky Laugh was beautiful. I'm so grateful to have advertised you that way. That's fantastic. I think the Rylai's was useless, to be honest. I think Leandri's would have been better. Really good on Talia, in the sense that basically it means that your seismic shoves are so much more threatening because you can just freeball them a lot more freely. And and you then get to play around your passive rock surfing and keeping your Q in range without people being able to hit you very heavily. So, like, you've got to remember the utility of Rylai's is very, very strong and is very good on Talia. I still think it was probably fine. But again, like, the itemization became an issue because they threw more than anything else. Though in fairness, I get what you mean. I get what you mean by Liandry's being good that game too. You're not wrong. There is value in Liandry's that game, but I don't think that Rylai's is useless. And I'm not necessarily sure that's the reason they lost the game. Though I grant you that Talia was the one with a lot of gold and needed to do a lot of the carrying. And in fairness, 2 Cannon did actually play the large portions of that game quite well. Also, some scary teams in 3 and 3 you really don't want to drop. Agreed. That's really weird. I keep getting pings on that one. Stop it. Not what I want. That's the one we want. How long have we got until this one? Not too long. Actually, I hate this song. This song always really annoys me. Cool riff, but the singing's really annoying. That's so weird. Hang on, I'm just going to restart chat a second here. Keep getting this weird notification that won't go away and keeps going, like, flickering on YouTube. It's very odd. Hoping that's all. We shall wait and see. Is that FLCL in top left? I don't think so. This is the World Ends With You soundtrack. The key thing with this one means it doesn't get copyright struck on while I'm doing live things, which is quite nice. Did I hear about the NACL debacle yesterday? Yes, I did. Yes, I did, in fact. It was pretty wild stuff. But yes, I heard between the DDoS attacks on the servers and Summit's interesting decision-making. Yeah, for those who don't know, there was a promotion series over at NACL. There was Estral versus Disguise to going up towards LCS. Where there was DDoS attacks on the server. So they had to pause and basically reschedule to today. But Summit got caught on Ghost's cam, I think, looking at VODs of the match. Like, it was wild stuff. So basically, Summit's been banned mid-series for effectively stream sniping the series. Which is wild, but here we are. So now Estral have to play with a sub, who they don't have a top lane sub. Now, whether he was just VOD reviewing and just going, well, I've got this downtime, let me just VOD review. Very kind assumption. Rip Lost returns. They're not done yet. They're in after this series. So yeah, NACL got DDoSed. And then Summit also effectively cheated live on cam. So it got banned mid-series. After the series got postponed to today for DDoS attacks. So yeah, wild things. Oh, I see what's happening. That's really weird. Okay. Yeah, I get it's crazy to have to sit there for like 1 to 2 hour pause. It's crazy, but that's such an insane job when they have a setup like that. Yeah, like it was really, really... Because it was like a 2 hour pause, so he was like VOD reviewing. Because he wanted to do something with a break. So like, but it's like, it is still effectively stream sniping. So like, the kind assumption is that actually it was just him trying to make use of the time. The less kind assumption is he was trying to get info he shouldn't have. As a big LR fam, it's doomed and Jova and awful and we have no chance. Right, understood. Understood. How we doing? We should be heading in about a minute, guys, to draft. Gonna put the extra light on in my room because it's getting dark in here. Orange draft, fabulous timing. Love to see it. Hello, guys. I'm going to go check in with my brothers. Where can you watch Gentlemate series? I'm not sure. Double check whether Troublelink is streaming it. Sorry, I forgot to pause the music. And where is this extra music? That doesn't sound right. Figured it out. Alright, so, bands coming on through. Z10 now on blue side. Rossman over on red. Interesting choice. Interesting choice. Rossman choosing red. Yeah, so Troublelink might be streaming in English. Otherwise, OTP Law will likely be doing it. First pick of the Orianna. That makes sense. She's very, very strong right now. I think that's a very valid first pick option. You sit properly. What? Bit of a posture check. Jarvan as a response, yeah, that's really good right now. I think if you go with something that will pair well with it, also it's a takeaway from Zubak, who would have loved to play that with the Orianna. If Z10 will win the next one, will LR play? No. No, LR's series is predicated on when Gentlemates and FMS series ends. That's when that is. That's predicated on that series ending. Because basically, you've got like, the schedule for this series is... When this series ends, you would have Unicorns of Love versus SNSH. That's Senshi? That's Senshi, yeah. That will be what comes after this one. It's Feed 3, which is the KCB versus Partisans, Gentlemates into FMS, which is happening right now, and then LR versus Galleon. So that channel, that feed, will be the one that's determining when LR plays. Nocturne open. They've gone for the Poppy instead, interestingly. Galio Jarvan's a really nasty combo. Very nasty combo. Not a lot that Poppy can do to stop that bit of it. Jace, Ori, decent poke, good top lane matchup. I think you just rumble at this point and deal with the Jace early shove. You're still rumble. Jace still cries a bit into that post at a certain point, especially if you land the Electro Harpoons. Competent enough drafts on both sides. I think Rossman need probably a hyper carry, AD carry, something that can follow well. Honestly, Jinx isn't awful here for Funky, who's a big Jinx enjoyer. So I would be very tempted as Zero Tenacity to ban Jinx here. Poppy could flex support, agreed. Ezreal, yeah, gets out of Jarvan ult really well. I think Zeri, possibly for similar reasons, might be a worthy ban. Could theoretically get rid of the Jhin. I don't know, does Woolite play much Jhin? Trying to remember. Ultra League of fans would know better than I would these days. One second, guys. Be right back with you. So, thank you for the follow, by the way. Tizia, I appreciate you. Jinx was the pickup. I am the GOAT. Thank you, guys. Did I not say that Funky would look at the Jinx? Am I not the best? I will accept your praise now. Thank you, thank you. Jace is just a bad champion. No. Jace is fine. Jace is fine, especially since a few of those top lane carry options have been nerfed. Jace is fine. He still can build Black Cleaver, Shojin, Eclipse, Ghostblade, lots of different options. Is still fine. It does a lot of poke damage. Has won a few games already. Like, Jace's win rate's fine. The Sejuani suffered a lot more in ERL. It's done well over in ASI and stuff as well. Like, Jace is good. It's still a good poke option. Oh, they're debating flexing it mid. Fun. Yeah, that's kind of nice to the Galio, who hates that matchup. That's a fun option. Well, actually, what was I thinking? They've already locked Orianna. What am I doing? I'm trolling you all. No. I take it back. You can now complain about me. I don't know what I'm talking about. Complete madness. No. Yeah, but Yunara's fine here with the Leona. You are a little short range. You can punish Jinx in lane. I think you are going to struggle a little into the Jarvan. But what you can do is when Jarvan Galio comes at you, you E-R-E and just get over the wall and just dance away as fast as you can. Not the worst thing ever. You've got Leona Poppy to try and keep you safe. Zero Tenacity have got a decent team fight comp with good pick, but I don't think they do anything particularly well. They got decent enough wombo, a little bit of poke, good DPS, but it's not exactly a particularly thematically defined comp. You skirmish pretty well. You skirmish pretty well. Like Poppy, Leona, Yunara skirmish well. That helps. But obviously, for Osman, their comp is a lot more honed in terms of thematic. It is Jarvan Galio plus Rumble Equalizer plus Jinx Rocket. Get Jinx excited. Win with the excited team fight. And I think Rossman's, like, synergies and thematics as comp-wise will give them the edge here, probably. Whereas Zero Tenacity have gone for a little bit more of a jack-of-all-trades option. I think. That's my read anyway. Need to move my camera back. Start building a statue to me. I'd look very handsome in bronze, it's true.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Like, you do skirmish well. You've got decent lane matchups here, in fairness.
30 seconds.
The Orianna can get good value. You can potentially play off that. Like, it's not like you don't have ways to play this game as Zero to Nasty. I want to make sure that's very clear. But I worry a little about the... Does this make things better or worse? Something like that. That's fine. I'm just going to move my camera around a bit. Hang on. 1 second.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, that'll do. Cool. I like the easier comp more. Seems like that's Ross. I agree. I think it's a lot more straightforward as to what their comp wants to do. Zero to Nasty do a lot of little different things like that. The one thing their comp does generally do well is skirmish. Like, I'll give them that. But outside of that, I think it is not as cohesive. If Jinx can play the game, Ross comp just wins. Agreed. Because basically, Jarvan Galio goes in, or Alistair goes in, you know, and then Rumble follows up with an equalizer when whoever's trapped. Jinx fires a rocket. Rocket gets you the reset. Jinx wins off the reset excitement. That's the idea. And I think it's fairly straightforward and pretty strong. It can do it defensively, because obviously you can Galio and Alistair defensively to keep Funky alive. The only thing is, I think Woolite and Vasco could end up getting a lot of value early on in lane. As I said, Yunara at level 1 with Spirit of Cultivation is really nasty. If you get your Q stacked, you can kind of just Ashe run people down. Looks at Platinum base and starts looking at the start of a foot. Look, I'll take Platinum. It's fine. Yunara nice into full melee, though. Agreed. That is fair. The only thing is, as I said, there is a world where Yunara... how do I put it? Yunara has to play very close to these people. And that's not exactly a lot of fun either. Like, you are always in range of an Alistair combo as Yunara. You are always in range of a Flag and Drag Cataclysm angle as Yunara. You are always in range of Rumble just flame spittering you. In fact, I wouldn't hate a Rocket Belt game from Adusto here, just to make sure you can threaten the Yunara. We don't see a huge amount of Rocket Belt Rumble. I think there's an angle for it. Even Galioton. Yeah, exactly. And that is always the issue with Yunara. I think with the way this game is looking, she's almost obligated to go the Blade of the Ruin King build to try and ensure she has enough survivability. Or to dip into like Bloodthirster and skip out on a bit of crit early. Because I think if you go the Kraken Slayer Hurricane build into the Infed, yes, you'll have a lot of damage into the melees, but I think Rossman will just jump on you every fight and you will die. You'll never get a chance to put out your top-end DPS. Yes, that sheet's well, right? Looks great on a spreadsheet. But I think your actual best-case scenarios are just not going to be there very often. Hey, Lion Man, good to see you. Pre-nerf Yunara would have been good here, but because of all of the move speed, now I'm not sure. Yeah, a lot of her base stat nerfs hurt. I know Sven was talking about that over in LTA finals. And I think there is some truth to that. Rumble cooks Yunara. That's my worry as well. And I don't think Yunara's going to enjoy the Cataclysm, especially if it forces her to Untouchable Shadow out of the Cataclysm. Doesn't leave her a lot of room to maneuver in a fight. You're a fan of... Are you a fan of the Zero to Nasty draft, Kobe? Because interestingly, I'm leaning more Rossman's way. Curious to hear your thoughts. The real Blank? Hello, Blank. It's so hard to get to Yunara now. You reckon? Poppy blocks J4, Galio, and Ali, and Orianna can use ult defensively.
Explosive face melter.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. My problem is, how long... I would... So there's two modes of thoughts into this, and you're right. There are tools to stop those engaged things happening. It's the reason why the Poppy's really good here. And I'm happy enough with that. However, yeah, Woolite's dead. Somewhat case in point. If they don't have to, if Jinx gets a reset, she clears. Yeah. My issue, Blank, and again, like for the record, Blank knows his shit. You know, I trust his judgment, and he's definitely got some truth to this. My fear is that one of the ways you deal with Poppy W is just have so many dashes she can't block them all. So if you block one thing with Poppy W and wait a couple seconds, you just go in with the next thing. Because one of the ways to manage Poppy W, antithetically, is to have so many dashes she can't block them all. Did this match start earlier than planned? Yeah. Yeah, remember, it's rolling schedule for EMEA Masters, so because the first series ended in a 2-0, this one happened faster. That is true. So my worry here is that, yes, Poppy... Best case scenario is Orianna and Poppy manage to body block enough for the Yunara to do her thing. But I don't actually view Leona as the best defensive option. And yes, Ori Shockwave can be defensive, but again, I think it is kind of like, it's sort of like, I want to say off meta, but that's not quite right. Like, it's not quite on theme. Like, you can ult defensively as Orianna, and it's not awful. You can ult defensively as Leona, and it's not awful. I would argue Alistair does it better. I would argue Gravity Field from Victor does it better. You know, like, there are, which they kind of give that option. And that is what Zero Tenacity want to do, don't get me wrong, and it is playable. I don't want to say Zero Tenacity draft is unplayable. I just think that there is, because of the amount of threat on Woolite, who is going Blade of the Ruin King. Thank God, that is the correct item build, and that might actually keep Woolite in the game. I do worry that it's going to be quite a tall task for Poppy to basically hold out absolutely everyone. She doesn't have a lot of assistance to keep the Yunara safe. I see you, Kristen. Thank you for my horrible Frankenstein statue nonetheless. I approve. Yeah, it's not like Zero Tenacity don't have options this game. It's not like they can't skirmish this game. As I was saying, but like I fear for the consistent safety of Woolite, because this will happen quite a lot. Zubac's now here. They can just wait. Just wait. Funky still got ult. Fine. Woolite's at half. That's grubs. BNK really showed up against NIP. I mean, I am so surprised NIP threw that second game. I thought that Jax was going to clear. Ooh, that's close. Oh my God, Burn. He's run out. He overheated and he hit a minion. He hit the minion. Rocket. Rocket. He's out. Okay, fine. Got spotted. I'm so tilted. That's now a 20 CS lead to Cozy, by the way. Jace is having some fun this game.
Hold it right there.
I will say, one of your potential win cons this game is having the Jace be such a threat in side lane that it manages the Rumble and Galio to a really scary extent. Galio gets a massive taunt. There's the Steadfast Presence. Fine. Jace will do all this just to get one shot, 2-3 items. You really don't like Jace at the minute, don't you? Jace can also do a lot of 2-3 items this game. Like, Jace has the potential to be a serious carry here. But are they here by the NACL stuff? It's wild to me that only one of the two people got punished. Yeah. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Are we seeing Euro Jace with carry pants? That's the plan. European Jace has been a bit mixed, it has to be said. It lost me a rank like 10 minutes ago. I see. There is additional personal complaints about Jace I wasn't privy to. That changes the opinion a bit. You know what? I won't invalidate your feelings. That is a reasonable reason to have distaste for Jace at the moment. Imagine having working service to play ranked. Okay. Good start onto Woolite. Flash away. Cataclysm comes on down. Arc of Ruin. Headbutted out of the Cataclysm. Here comes Gallywall. They've not quite killed them. Woolite survived, but he had to burn like everything to do it. Funky got pulled back by the Shockwave. Stays light and Flash himself. Oh, that was a bit scrappy. Can't believe they ended up headbutting bloody Woolite out of the Cataclysm. That's really good from Vasco. 2 for him. That was a horrible dive from Rossman. That was a horrible dive from Rossman. So the thing is, Z10 asked you to throw like everything to make that happen. Thank you, Corey. Appreciate you for looking after us. Thank you for the sub. Prime sub as well. Roa this game, I actually think Roa this game is pretty good for Orianna. I know a lot of people have been really against the Roa Ori, but I think you have to understand what it's doing. You are not going to see the big one-shot shockwaves with this build. It's not the point of the build. The point of the build is to make sure that Jovan, Rumble, Galio aren't allowed to get Jinx a reset off you and can't kill you in the duration of their burst. And then your consistent DPS afterwards does a lot more work. You are looking to battle mage and cycle through your auto attacks and your QWs through them. Am I co-streaming through the rest of the EMEA Masters? Yes. Basically, every time I can, I will be. Found out I'm not going to be selected for EMEA Masters main broadcast, so I'll be co-streaming it instead. Because we love the region, we'll do what we can to get involved, even if I'm not on the official broadcast. Solar Flag, Cleanse, Zenith Blade forwards, but that's then the headbutt pull onto it. Starts really good chompers. Hildenbrock survives, stays good gank survival. Woolite actually got stunned there, which is a bit problematic, and now Zubak's actually in a lot of danger. Shielded around toward Zagog is getting run at by the Orianna, though, who needs to flag and drag away. Rocket kill before the Keeper's verdict, but it means the excitement won't get too much more value, but that's a really important kill for Funky. Reminder, when Funky won EMEA Masters with Eintracht Spandau last year, was with Power of Evil in the mid lane, but Funky's Jinx was a core part of how they won. Thank you, Cloud9 Dickerish, for supporting us. My well-hung goat coming to support the channel. That is some big Dickerish energy right there. Hell yeah, that's a real support. That's the one. Close game, actually. Excited. It's good for, like, I am glad that Zero Tenacity are still playing this game out, even with some of the compositional issues we highlighted, right? Like, it's not, as we've said, it's not like the draft is unplayable, but they have got to kind of navigate a slightly narrower window to win the game. My well-hung guy, I mean, it's in the name, right? And they subscribed. You've got to glaze where you can. Glaze with what? Sus. Don't worry about it. Surely you got Sus as a motor. Did we not? Have I not got that one? Do I get time? I'm not sure I do. Hang on, I've got to pay attention. 1 second. Zero Tenacity in the river first. Keeper's verdict's up. Adusta's going to get jumped on. That actually really sucks the rumble. Good from Cozy. Forcing the ult out of the Galio too. The Equalizer is solid. Force the flash. But hey, it means they're not here. Into the Cataclysm. Oh my god, that hit but pulverized. And Jinx is excited. Looking to get damage back. Jackpot's going to die. All the while Woolite's trying to unleash with the Cultivation of Spirit has decided to transcend themselves. Woolite versus Funky. The Cultivation of Spirit comes out on top. Shot Blast accelerated, triple kill to Woolite. It's a bloodbath. But Zero Tenacity come out on top. Wow, that was wild. But again, Equalizer wasn't in the Cataclysm, and Funky didn't win the 1v1 with the one item Blade of the Ruin King Woolite. Man, that was spicy. We don't get replays, but that was damn cool. That was cool. That was really solid from Vasco. Got another couple kills. Woolite's now Giga fed. I thought Funky was about to pop off having got that excited there and just didn't have the damage. And Rumble wasn't in the fight because basically Jace managed to earn Rumble ult and Galio ult for free. Like, that's not good enough from Rossman. We do have a such. Phew. Why is it not showing in my chat? Very sad. I say, surely we have that one. We do have a such. Good. Already. Fabulous. That's in already. Phew. That's fine. Phew. Thank you. Well, Dragon's in a minute. Woolite's low. Woolite has got flashback up. Shockwave lands onto Wildenbrook, who's going to have to ult. TP's in. That's a sucky TP. Oh, dear, Cozy. That was just bad. Okay, they do kill off the Java, but the Cataclysm came down regardless. Jinx is very, very excited to meet everyone. Flash and forward from Adusta will force some flashes back in turn. Woolite had to Kanmei step and flash out. Jack Troll is low, gets sped up by the command Dissonance. Adusta looking for the Electro Harpoon, Keeper's Verdict. Does land onto the Galio. Electro Harpoon still comes on forward. Another bit of excitement for Funky, being to throw out a few more rockets. Better for Rossman. Jace8 finally vindicated. Very true. Emil, thank you so much for the subscription as well. I really do appreciate it. Much love. Jinx can't be in that fight with Yuntal. Yeah. Yeah, look, Jinx will be really great at 2 items here. Also, it's too early. The Yuntal one are fully stacked. So this will be Blade of the Ruin King's Phantom Dancer for Yunara, which for my money is the correct build. She needs to be able to glide through these fights and try and survive the way through it. That's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. Agreed. Okay, hang on. Cannon's going to go down. Can they finish up some more? And come through Redemption, keeps him alive. For how much longer? Not long enough. Now Wildenbrook's in danger. Oh, dear. Very greedy defensive, that turret. Okay. Flag, drag, Cataclysm. Lots of CC chains. Cozy doesn't have flash. Duster's coming on over. Doesn't want to burn his own ultimate. Aww. Didn't have ultimate. That's a bit much. That's a bit much. Oh, it's the Hurricane in the end for Woolite? Look, that's fine if you get to hit lots of people. And it does trigger Blade of the Ruin King quite a lot. That's quite nice. I fear that Phantom Dancer might have been the more sensible option. We shall see. We shall see. Hurricane has always been very good value on Yunara to give her more, because it stacks her Q faster, which does matter. Does matter. And obviously that leads to higher DPS ceilings, but we shall see. They've actually done a fairly good job of keeping Warlock alive so far. Partly because Rossman haven't been as coordinated as I would have liked to have seen from them. I kind of deservedly now 2,000 gold behind in mid lane. Atakan start. All right. Is it Intercon? I smell burgers. We're flipping. Let's go. Okay, down to half HP. Zagog's found an angle round. Has not got flash. Does have Cataclysm in 8 seconds. Vildenbrook looking to head on forward. Doesn't have that ability to switch to the smite because he has not run the spell, but knock away on the Alistair. Cannon looking for the flank angle. The equalizer is decent. Shockwave comes on forward. Vasco's giga low. Good shield flashes out, but he means he's not in the pit. They've got the excitement. Funky can start to get moving forwards now. Zubak had to go away. Does have the flash, but that's now Atakan for the side of Rossman. That was a bit much from Zero Tenacity and might just flip it right back the other way. DK versus Weibo Gaming tomorrow. It's going to be wild for ASI. Yup. That one was finally a decent equalizer. Funky got excited. He's got second item as well. That's good news there as well. And that's Rise Group, baby. Hell yeah. We have an Atakan flip emote in that Flower League. Yeah, I can see why. I can see exactly why. Like, we called it the Intercon in LPL for a reason. Like, teams just go there to throw the game. Weibo's not a good team. They're not reliable at all. They are consistently inconsistent is what we've called them for years. And I think that still holds true. Stun goes wide. Shockwave back. Flag and drag. I think that should be a dead Vasco. Solar Flare was good. Flash! They didn't have enough damage. Finally got it. Oh boy, hang on. Zagog gets the shield. And Jack has to flash out. Atakantel means flip in Dutch. Fabulous live on. Just locked a rank game, so I guess I have -3 LP now. Oh god. That took a little bit of doing, but they do get the kill onto Vasco. Minute and a half or so until Dragon. Bloodletter's Curse for the Rumble. Riftmaker for Cannon. We're going to have a very cataclysmic fight around this Dragon, aren't we? It'll be soul point for Osman if they can get it. That matters. Godgore is the fortune-telling ASI Grasshopper. We do love Godgore. Okay, is there a Godgore mo? Is there one? Let me go check. If there is, we need it. There is no emote. I'm not seeing it. Amber made one. Oh. Is it on 7 TV? Where did she put it? Might have to go rescue it from her at some point then. We'll make sure we get that if we get it in the break. We'll go looking for it. I probably ought to focus on the game right now. Woolite got a fair amount of damage. Vildenbrook will probably to reset. They're looking for Woolite, who did survive. Good dash away from him. The equalizer kind of sucks. Does kind of keep Zero Tenacity back. The Shockwave, very nice. Headbutt pole on 2 though. Into the taunt. That gets funky exciting. Vasco's going to go down. Very good turnaround from Vildenbrook. Oh, is it unlisted? I didn't find it from searching. I don't know whether she made it manually and didn't put it onto the picture for the emotes on Nimcorp. Gotcha. So it's better to say if it's one of those ones, I might have to put it up as a manual emote. That's unfortunate. Lost jungle mid. Damn, they suck. They were having a really good game, and it's just been very inconsistent. Both these teams are quite volatile in both the best and worst ways. They're never out of it, but they're never fully in control of it either. And it does make for very entertaining gameplay. Oh, boy. Zero Tenacity will lose with this draft. We preferred Rossman's draft. Or I did, anyway. For this reason. For this reason. I think you're being a little unfair there to you. I'm not going to lie to you. Taunt, that's not bad. Flash away. Stays alive. But yeah, no, I disagree with, like, Zero Tenacity's draft is okay. I think Rossman's is quite good, and certainly thematically better. Jinx has IE now. Yeah, this is getting very tough. Like, the problem is, Jinx's ability to get a reset now is getting very, very high. Very high. Thank you. Grasshopper. Ah. That's the name of it. There we go. It's added. Couple minutes till Dragon. Baron's up. Keep an eye on a Duster on the river just above us there. Woolite. If Woolite die... Oh my god, Woolite stepping forward. This is how Woolite plays, though. There is an additional part to my skepticism about Zero Tenacity. And that is Woolite as a player is not exactly known for playing safe. He gets a lot of kills, but he will die doing it. As unusual, this is a great game. It's great fun, isn't it? There's the Infinity Edge for Woolite as well. In a strongish position here as well. Probably wants Immortal Shield Bow forth, although maybe obligated to get some pen. Not sure. Lady of the Rune King might allow you to skip it a little bit and just rely on the fact you've got percentage P damage. Okay. Mate game's about to end. Oh, that's good to know. Hopefully that actually puts us in a pretty good position. Figure out when we're getting the next series. I think we'll be just about in time here. I think then this game's not miles off finishing either, realistically, looking at where we are in the game. I think we're one big fight off things ending. I think Baron will decide this, or the Dragon fight after. One of the two. Either way, we'll be in time for the next series, I think. Dragon or Baron will probably decide this. I'm seeing a lot of people in the Nivea's chat thinking this is win trading. It's like, you guys don't know EMEA Masters, do you? Or League of Legends, for that matter, with these drafts. Like, these are very volatile drafts. And very volatile teams. Like, this shouldn't be a surprise to you guys. This should not be a surprise to you that this game is looking like this. And if you think otherwise, then I'm afraid to say you don't know ball. You don't know ball. Bit of a chunk. 15 seconds on Dragon. Zubac. Oh, good steadfast presence, but now it's down. You can now engage. You don't have the steadfast presence anymore. Zubac is trying to keep people away. Really good taunt. Golden for now for Rocket, but they've not gotten the kills they need. The Keeper's Verdict came on through and they've managed to blow up Cannon. Funky trying to trade out, but Woolite gets a lot of damage onto Funky, but does not get the kill. Flash away. The Equalizer will force Woolite to disappear. That's the reset for the Jinx. Looking to run down Vasco, who can't run far enough. All the while, the Jason managed to get to themselves. They've lost mid-jungle for the support and mid laner. Somehow, they also managed to kill off Zagog on the other side of the map. That makes things really weird. Gonna have to get the resets off. Do they want to try and force Baron? I think they do. Probably better as we're sweating. Fair, I imagine so. And I would still say the same. They're going to try and force people to face check here. They've given up Dragon, it's only second Dragon. The Scryer's Bloom didn't spot them. Oh, Zubac, you have to get the Scryer's Bloom into that bush. That means Zubac dies. And now your jungler is gone, and yours is spawning in 2 seconds. You've got a 40-second window here to force on the Baron. Are they not forcing Baron off that? I think Jinx probably has Last Whisper on base. Oh, sorry, not Last Whisper. Lord Dom's on base, and she does. That's why they backed, and Knight's Vow. Okay, fair, those item completions matter. Should still be able to rush Baron here on a good timer. You've got 20 seconds before Zubac's out on the board. In fairness, it's for the item completions, and they are big item completions. Couple wards have come on down. Does it matter? I don't think it does. Cannon's going to body block with Veldenbrook. And I don't know how easy it's going to be. At this point, Rumble and Jinx should just shred through this. You don't really have a way to stop the Baron. You need to fight after, but you're doing it 4 versus 5. And I think Zero Tenacity have probably just fumbled it. Jack Troll goes in, will die, and that gets Jinx excited. Zagog looking for an angle onto Cozy, who will form change to get the speed up. Does get out to safety. Zubac has now turned up, looking for the Keeper's Verdict. Winds it up. Helicopter winds down. The Death Bush works. Cozy's in danger. Cataclysm. Galio. Cozy's dead. Shockwave lands onto a couple, but doesn't kill Zagor. You've not got a Jace anymore. The taunt comes on through. Vasco gets blasted. Blast comb forward. Funky now arranged for Zubac to be a threat. Also back away Augusto with the Saigon Buffaloes him out. Frigiscos does feel like Ross will probably won off this play. I agree. Going to 3 here in this series, unfortunately. That also, unfortunately, means we can't stick around for the end of this series, which is a real shame. Because I want to watch Lost Returns, we said we would. There go down the turrets. I probably disagree with that caster, but I'd be interested to hear what their reasoning is. I think Cloud Soul's really strong. I think Infernal Soul and Hex Soul are really strong, though I think Infernal Soul is sometimes a lot more win more than anything else. Whereas Chem Soul, Notion Soul can help you come back from... Or rather, I can't watch the end of this series because Lost Returns is coming up, is what I meant to say. Clarify. I can see the potential reasoning if they're saying that one. But good luck to this one. We have got to go watch Lost Returns. It's time. Time. How long have we got until that series starts? A little while yet. We'll see what the post-game breakdown is now. Now. It's got to be called timing. The time has come. It has. Man, Funky just about out-damaged. Did just come down to a bit of a competence diff for me. Did just come down for a bit of a comp diff. Another one of these very inverted games. Remember, Rossmore 8k up and then through it. Similar kind of vibes for Zero Tenacity here. Actually did start off quite well and struggled. It's a rolling schedule. It's a rolling schedule. As with all league tournaments, it's pretty much always a rolling schedule. I need feed 3. Alrighty then, let's run some ads. Get ready for this game. That ought to do it. That's that. Let's get some music on while we wait. I'm going to take the opportunity to run... Wait, look at your Twitch avatar. Have you ever cast for LEC or for USS? I have cast for LEC. This year, in fact. I've cast a few times for LEC this year. Yes, because both series before us went to 2 rather than 3. So they scheduled for a potential 3-game series. And then basically they've both gone 2-0 and quite fast 2-0s too. I hate the song. It's so annoying. Loud as fire. Actually, it's not... Okay, I don't hate the song. But I think the chorus is quite annoying. It's a really good riff. But I'm not a massive fan of the vocals for it. Let's check timer. So the next game should be about 9 minutes or so by the looks of it. Let me stick a timer on. Do I have a timer on this one? I think I do somewhere. Do I not have that on here anymore? Surely I do. Maybe I don't. About... Double check what the time is out. That's fine. Cool. There we go. There's our timer. No, wrong thing. Good grief. What is that? Coming up. That's the one. Need to get rid of that. Okay, that's what that was. Where to put the time? I'll put it down the bottom corner. There we go. Probably like that. Something like that. Remember that my work tomorrow is kind of simple, so even if LR played at 21, I'd still probably watch it. There you go. Yeah, we are getting an earlier start on this one. That should be great news. Right, I need to run to El bathroom, and I will be back. Why is it 2100? Because that was when it was scheduled to start, but it's a rolling schedule, so you've come in early. The rolling schedule. Let me change the title on here. It is the way it is. Because it's rolling schedule. The teams know how it works. The teams know how it works. Just how it is. This isn't Dota, where you go by the schedule every time. We rolling schedule it every time. Fabulous. Right. I will return shortly. But I'm going to take this opportunity to make sure I am hydrated and good to go. I will return very shortly. Oh, we're in draft. That's what we call timing. Bio break complete. Draft on screen. I was double timing music. I apologize for that. I should have been more careful with that one. That's twice that's happened now. Apologies, guys. Alright, let's chat draft. Wukong, Xayah for Lost Returns early. Velia gets a hold of his Wukong, which should be really scary. Of course, we are into Xerxes, who, of course, is one of the greatest EU junglers all time. He's phenomenal. Should be absolutely respected. Ragnar, as well, has been an up-and-coming carry top lane for a long, long time. Turn off the... there we go. Get rid of that. There you go. Out of the way. What about Zero Tenacity? Unfortunately, we will try and get back to that after the game goes. But I was always going to go do the Lost Returns series first. NLC caster, I promised I would. It's unfortunate timing that the overlap is there. I am sorry. I am. But that is just the way things go. It is just the fact we got some overlap on that one. I am sorry. Hi, hello. Hey, hey, Barbina. Good to see you. How to check kills? You'll see at the bottom of the screen in a second or two once we get into game. You won't be able to count the between games. You have to just go back in the VOD and check. But there is no consistent kill counter. That's not how it works. Not between games. Lost Returns pick up the Cho'Gath. They've got very good frontline now. Very good zone control. And on the other side, Galleons, of course, they picked up the Rakan early, so they took the Xayah away. And, of course, Crowny is a good Xayah. Galleons are quite short range here. And I think that is risky into Xayah, Cho'Gath, Wukong. Your pick is phenomenal for Galleons, but I am a little worried about how deep they have to dive into Lost Returns to get value here. That's the LR comfort draft. I'm kind of there with you, El Diablo. I think this is a really good draft for him. Did I leave for tea again? I went for a bathroom break, is the honest answer. I needed a poop. And I thought I had enough time. I was a little bit late. And I went to get myself a drink. This has once again been a very long day. Although not as long as it could have been. We've ended up with a fairly fast set of series. Azir and Hui away from Nemesis. You may well now just look at a Syndra, I guess. Could Cassiopeia... Actually, this is probably This is a much better angle for Cassiopeia than it was yesterday. So if he wants to Cassiopeia, it's better. Whoever wins here advances? Absolutely. That is correct. Win this series, you advance. Lose, you play tomorrow. Is that Rakan or Xayah? LR got Xayah. Galleon's got Rakan. I grant you they're quite similar. But yeah. Rakan. Dire. Malphite. Hey, Parky. Good to see you. I miss you, mate. I miss hanging with you and Eri and the crew. Hope you're doing well. I miss your face. Let's actually chill out in Discord at some point soon. It's been far too long. Far too long. It's spooky season. I need to at least do some Phasmo with you, boys and girls, at some point soon. As I said, I thought this was a much better Cassiopeia angle than it was before. Ario's gone AWOL. So I've seen she's living her best life. Good for her. Good for her. I hate watching Nemesis on Cassiopeia. It's a better draft for it than it was yesterday. The Bard is also really nasty here. I think Galleons are going to really struggle to close the distance safely on Lost Returns here. You've got to get through Wukong Cyclone, Featherstorm, Cho'Gath Feral Scream and Rupture, Cassiopeia, Miasma, and Petrifying Gaze, and then Bard with a Tempered Fate and the ability to drag people out with their Magical Journey. I think it's a really rough time. I think the Smolder is actually quite a sensible save here. The rest of the draft is weird. So, the Gnar is a split push win condition, should outrange the Cho'Gath and the Cassiopeia. Though Cass can make it a bit weird into Mega Gnar in particular, and you can punish his hops. But you can play the map wider with the Rise and the Gnar and win off that. I think Harpoon on the Smolder now outranges. And theoretically, Smolder can just end up 1v9ing and saying, look, you're all so damn short ranged, and unless I get caught by a Tempered Fate, I should just be able to outspace you with a Rapid Fire Cannon and win the extended War of Attrition. I think earlier on, I was happy with Lost Returns draft. I still think it is solid into the Rise, the Rakan, the Skarner. I think if you're playing to side lanes, there are now more options for Galleons than there were. Oh, whoops. Oh, right, there we go. Get rid of that. I'm down for some Phasmo. Let's do it, mate. Let's do it. It's spooky season coming up. Need to do it. Can't not just go Force of Nature as well? Agreed. You can Triforce, Force of Nature, or try, if you're really feeling it, Triforce Black Cleaver, Force of Nature, Triforce Black Cleaver, Wit's End. When does DMG play? Fateski? That is a good question. When do DMG play? Also, hello, Fateski. Good to see you, my friend. For those who don't know, Fateski, phenomenal ERL player. My goat. One of them. We had Mana Flow Bando in chat earlier. We've had Don Ponk in chat earlier. There's been some NLC royalty in chat, and Fateski's among them.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
But you need to tell me. When I got to tune into your scrims earlier in the split. It was a good time. Hearing all the comms and the discussions. I mean, if Wukong exists and if late game is what it is, then Cho isn't something Smolder kills very fast. Yeah, true. So I think Smolder... Yeah, look. It's not like Lost Returns have got a bad late game draft. It's not like they've not got ways to deal with the Smolder. I do think the Smolder helps save what could have been a very challenging draft, DPS-wise, for Galleons. Because there was a world where they sort of tried to go forwards with Skarner Rakan and got mashed. And that might still happen. Oh, it's good news. Bows builds AP though, so I think he dies pretty fast. True. Look, it's over, guys. Galleons have got an incredible gold lead already. Look at that. That's remarkable. See where we're at. Looks like it's only a 2-minute pause, not a huge one. Adding me. You are. No mutual servers, no mutual friends. I don't know who you are. Strange child. Reki best damage, GG's. That's the one. It's just a can they find someone to compete with me in lane waiting? That's it. That's it. Time to go grind arena and get those 1v1 skills up. Cleanest gold graph I've seen today. I completely agree, Aria. Completely agree. They're going to try the Rakan Skarner ult combo. Yeah, that's the idea. The problem is to do that, they have to wade through all of the really good anti-dive that Lost Returns have. He also gets mobility from expert. Like, exactly. And the thing is, because Baus builds the way he does, you dive and you will just get blown up really fast. Reckless having computer problems? Oh dear. Apparently, it's only a 2-minute pause, so it shouldn't last too long. Not my favorite to see, though. Not gonna lie. Also gonna see you again, Happy Hansel. Managed to inhale my Red Bull. Oh, my days. Wow, that was rough. What was my favorite NLC series this year? Well, that's a good question. I have to think about that one a little bit. There were some really good ones. Like, there are individual games that I went, yeah, that was awesome. Zerk's gonna get some value there. Let's have a look. Bring some of playoffs. Is Lights Over Chaos Game 5 Slapper? Oh, yeah, that was fun. With the Teemo top. That was pretty wild. Yeah, that's a really good shout. That's a really good shout. Decent chunk there from Nemesis on to Serim. Edit 1 too. We had a Teemo top player, Vayu, who did an insane amount of work. Think which ones I'm thinking of. Just take spring playoffs again. Not too much happening here in this game. I'm a bit distracted thinking about the favorite series. There was that wild game where like I had that ridiculous goal. If Cass spits in Rise and his ult, it gets cancelled. Yeah, it does. Yeah, Miasma's quite annoying into Rise. And again, like Rise has to play an active range of Cassiopeia who goes, thank you for playing here. And you just have to deal with it and it sucks. Is the honest answer. Teemo's the GOAT. Yeah, we legit saw Teemo win. -1 Baus. Didn't get the cannon. GG. Yeah. And over already. Decent damage back. Oh, Harpoon. Just about alive. Has to flash away. Honestly, oh. Game the high bridge noon. The game has been hidden by GOLGG. Hang on. Oh, you got timed out for timing a link. That's what it is. Can I save you? Can I save you? Untime you out. How do I untime you out? Sorry, basically, you got done in by my bot. Can I restore you? Untime out. There you go. You're back. GOL.GG ended up being a link, and that did you in. But the Hybrid Janunu game was very hilarious. That's a good shout as well. There was that one game where there was like the Atacama. I'm trying to remember. Was it Lightside DMG? Where it was that absolutely wild play around the Atacama, where it went back and forth and back and forth and back again, which was one of my favorite sequences in NLC. I really enjoyed that one. I remember the play. I can't remember exactly who it was. Last few days, the right website's been listing the times for matches at US Eastern time, but I live in Pacific time. That's really annoying. What it might be is often what you can do is you can set your region on the website, so you might have to reset your region. to pick up the early dragon. Every lightsaber versus DMJ is quite traumatic for me, so I'm not quite sure that's fair. That's very fair. That's very fair. It was a pretty wild one. Crowny long here. Xerxes and Solo Q, last time he played it was 4 months ago. A little while. Still, he's done a lot of winning. That's a 75% win rate in Solo Q. Which is quite impressive. Bao's positive KDA on Cho'Gath and Solo Q. I mean, I can't believe it. Bring back Old Skarner. I fear not. Old Skarner's with his bloody spires was not great. I will never forgive that Skarner for what it did to Cacao at Worlds. That was fine. A little bit down against the Gnar, but that's about it. Resets coming on through for both. Which Old Skarner? I know, there's been a few reworks at this point. No, old Skarner. Old Skarner. Old Fiora, please. With Blade Waltz. Oh, yeah. I miss Blade Waltz being an ability name. It was a cool one. Old Urgot with Hyperkinetic Position Reverser. I remember Urgot being played into Z mid. Bjergsen and Keen both trying it. Not Keen from LCK fame. Keen of NA fame. Bring back Corki package? Absolutely not. Was entirely unbalanceable. Can we ban this guy? Fatesky, we've got someone in chat called Corki E sound effect who falls asleep to the sound of Gatling gun. Which is possibly the most psychopathic thing possible in League of Legends. If they bring back APE, I might play again. That's how I know you were playing a long time ago, Parky. That's how I know you were playing a long time ago. AP Scion or bust. Chat is full of some old timers I see today. I was about to say Corky, Waldo's in the same place. The better one is bring back Old Rise. Again, which one of the 20 plus reworks? Correct, Arya. Faust got proxied. I don't believe it. Over towards the grubs we go. Duelist gets stunned. Nemesis is in danger. Split off from the team. Good petrifying gaze, but he's still split off from the team. Still has the flash. Flashes into the blue buff pick. Keeps himself alive. But now he's down to about 20% HP. Crowny's still here. 2 grubs to work with. I think Xerxes will have no smite. Could be just a feather pull angle to try and smite one. Does get one. It'll be 1 grub for a little bit back. Duelist takes a bit of damage, but not too much more. Can Baus find a rupture or a silence here? Decent rupture. That's it up. Feast angle. There we go. Nice kill onto the Rakam. Baus needs to run away. God bless. Earlier gets the clone off. Hey, Charlene. Good to see your feet raid. Oh my god. You degenerates. A lot of you. Ooh, Crowny. Woo! Might go with the 1v1. Thank you for coming and say hello. For those who've not followed Charlene, please do. It's the artist formerly known as Sek, who is a lovely human. Was over at NLC Finals as well. Did the Ari cosplay and relived the I'm French cosplay interview meme. Was phenomenal. And if you're not following her, please do. She's great. I got the feet ban. No. I'm French. Precisely. Glad to have you in here, Charlie. Thanks for coming and say hello. We are into game 1 of Lost Returns versus Galleons. Lost Returns up a couple kills. Looking pretty good okay so far. What is that, mate? Bring back when you could ignite minions. Oh, no, that was a nightmare. I'm new me. I love Pokemon cards. Hey, good for you. Oh, rats. They're in a good position so far. Got 1 first game yesterday, though, and ended up losing 2 back-to-back, so it's not exactly a done deal yet. Bring back Sunfire Eve. Now, there's an old school one. World's almost here. It is, it is, it is. Faust gets ignited, just about survives. Bloody hell. Gets away with it. They're playing already? Yeah, it's the earlier series ran really fast and it's a rolling schedule. So both series before it were 2-0s, so Lost Returns are on early. Duelist interrupts the reset. I think this probably means Baus now dies on this one. He's going to try and play for the wave. Gets the Rupture. Decent trade back. The silence is solid, actually. Forces a flash at the very least. Not enough to stop it. Bot side, Ragnar's kind of fine so far. Baus said, get me that CS before I die. Precisely. Precisely. How was the stream, though, all Charlene viewers? What was she streaming today? Sunfire Eve. The time of why am I dying with no reason? Very true. Bring back no limit wards and support with only one sight. So hang on. Temper Fate. Flash forward for the Cosmic Binding Slow. Ragnar's in danger. About to hit Meganar, but I don't know whether he'll get there in time. Flash away. Zoel is now in danger. Has to battle dance out. Does. Open a card in League of Legends. I am learning a champ. Oh, nice. You're the better Cho'Gath. Ah. Well, you learn from Tenshi, who is the best. So there you go. Feral, Flare, or Devour enchantment. Oh, my days. Bring back Sword of the Occult. Give me stacking crit chance on an item. Oh, boy. I think Baus is dead. Want to see my binder? Oh, yeah. I have to say, I do more Magic cards than I do Pokemon cards these days. Though I did manage to get the Japanese only McDonald's cards or Pokemon from a friend of mine who lives out there. So I have got the Japanese Pikachu with the McDonald's burger. Nice, get that one. So that's my claim to fame at the minute. I want the OG Fiddlesticks. I miss my crows. Don't blame me, Parky. That was a fun one. Though I will say I think the Fiddlesticks rework largely worked. I see why they did what he did. He was really binary with the old crow build. So it was very funny as a sport. You know the PSA 10 one? Ooh, okay. Going for the graded stuff. Bring back no limit wards and support with only one Sightstone and pings. As we were talking about, yeah. That one was wild. So I started playing Eve pre-rework. That was a lot of fun because you used to be able to do the hybrid builds and the AD tank builds and stuff, which was quite good fun. Heart of Gold, oh my god.
Turret plating will fall soon.
I saw people tossing enormous amounts of food on the streets. What? What's going on where you are? Unless I missed the context of this. Always possible. Where are we at? 2-2 in kills. Slight gold lead to Chigalians. The 2 kills being on Seren is a little bit scary because, again, he could be a split push win con. Not the easiest game for Ryze to win a team fight in. Bring back old initialize. It's true. I've peaked. I've gotten worse. Baus rocket belt away. I think he's just dead here. Good silence. Xerxes tanks up the turret. Baus needs to run. Out comes the Tempered Fate. He walks back into the Smolder ult. Baus! I saw people tossing enormous amount of food in the streets to get the Pikachu McDonald's card. Really now? That's crazy. I just asked my friend to buy a few and I'd pay her for them. In fact, I mean, we just do it that way. I think Harpoon has flash. Maybe have to burn it. Oh, nicely done. Bell, yeah. Trinity Force Spike. Ho. After that death, you are definitely the better Cho'Gath, Lamau. There's a McDonald's Pokemon card. Really? That's very disappointing. That's very disappointing. Like, I just said, look, a friend of mine wants to get a load. Can I pay for you and some friends to get some McDonald's? She went, yeah, that sounds great. So she did. Great. Whee. Thank you, K9s. Nice to have you in here. Velia's doing his best. Baus needs to stop giving up free gold, though. Probably. Though, in fairness, he's drawing a lot of attention. Is it leading to much on the other side? I mean, Crowley's in a decent spot, which is always good news. Nemesis is just happily stacking away. All right, are we playing for the Heralds? You give this up its feat of strength. Do Lost Returns care? What is that team? Did Nemesis just TP from the wave over to here? He did get the turret, which is all nice. So he did get the turret and TP'd out. So kind of worth it, but that is That is cheeky as... That's cheeky as hell, is what that is. Baus gonna get a turret on the other side. Very slick timings from Lost Returns there to get away with that. Very slick timings. Bring back my Klepto Ancient Coin. Oh, most ridiculous combo. LR looks so uncoordinated. So the thing is, I think that statement is a bit of an odd one. So I know what you mean, Fetsky. They are very greedy and disrespectful of where other people are on the map. However, I do think Lost Returns' ability to problem solve their way out of awkward scenarios is probably the best in the ERLs. They will, like, Nemesis' ability to get the turret and then know he has time to TP out to safety is something that I feel like only LR would be able to pull off on a regular basis. That said, they are also the team that gives up a lot of free kills across the map because they're not respectful of their opponents and not tracking them properly. But again, now that they've gotten TP topside, they can go for the dragon here. The turret was already taken before Nemesis TP'd. Okay, well, that's less good then. You see what I mean? In that case, that's less good. I now look silly. 100% is not even close. Seen it first down. Their jungle is up, so misaligned. Interesting. But I think part of it as well is, like, despite being misaligned, I think they can still make very, very clutch plays because they are very astute at problem-solving their way out of tricky scenarios because they are very intelligent players. Sometimes they're not on the same pages, and that's proven problematic. Go on, Velia. Oh, no! I think at that point you just stick for the kill. He's dead. Oh, that's too far. He's out. Nemesis. Oh, Nimbus Strike. Harpoon with the ult. Velia dies. Seren gets that kill. Oh, dear. That one was unfortunate. You just have to stick for the kill at that point. If you're dead, at least take the person with you. In fairness, Fatesky would have more info than I would on this, because again, he plays against them regularly. Well, I played against them regularly. But again, part of the reason they've been so good in mid-games is because they're very, very intelligent about how to reset and where to move next on the map to win. Though a lot of that's Nemesis, right? But I still think their early game moves have often been a little bit disjointed, I agree. And a lot of that is born of disrespect for what enemy teams can be doing while you're making a proactive move. But those are some unfortunate kills to give up. This Rise is quite alarming. Where are we at stacks on Smolder? Not the best, it has to be said. Still need 50 more. LR has not looked great, all of them here so far. Yeah, I mean, they were looking fine at 3-1. I think the loss to Barca was a rough one. But that you could kind of write that one off. But then they lost yesterday fairly convincingly in the 2 games they lost. I think they're really punishing. When you make a mistake, they rip your head off. Yeah, like the way they won the way they often win is they will punish exit plays harder than nearly anyone else. Like if you decide, look, we can do dragon into turret, they go, yeah, but you didn't take the turret fast enough, therefore we can TP behind you, get the kill, then Atakan, then Baron, and then the game is over. Like their ability to basically know when you have overplayed your hand is very, very good. And also on top of that, they also just like cheeky bloody rats, right? Like they get away with stuff by being very clutch about getting out of difficult situations. But the amount of times they've punished exit plays is ridiculous. And that's often one of the big ways they do come back into games. I agree. It's Nemesis is the shot caller. He is by far the most talkative member on the team. He makes a lot of the mid-game calls. For the record. Because yeah. Okay, bit of a chunk forwards. Are we Atakan flipping? We might be. A lot of fun to watch, no matter if they win or lose, in my opinion. I mean, the thing in Lost Returns, they are always very extravagant in their play, right? Win or lose. They will always be someone going for star points. Baus alone makes them for very entertaining viewing. Rise spot, easy pickup on that. You had Feast available from Baus if you needed it. I actually think they should have given that one over to Baus. Tier 2 for it. How many petals do they get? They've only got 10 petals? That it? That's not great, actually. Okay, 20. That's more like it. Okay, took a while to track. 20 is a bit more like it. 2,500 gold. Next dragon's in 30 seconds. 2 items pretty much everywhere you can look, except for Rise, who's got a Void Staff. Oh, God. Seren's is going to blow up Baus. Tempered Fate buys time. Do LR manage to counter this one well? Xerxes is going to try and look for a play. Baus actually bought a lot of time. That Tempered Fate was really solid. Xerxes needs to flash, get silence. We'll be able to drive out. Baus healing pretty well. Magical Journey away. I think he resets and looks at TP back in. You can afford to give this dragon up if you want. I don't think LR are now going to be in position to contest very freely. May instead look to shove through mid and look for the tier 1 there, I think. TP back. They're playing for this. Okay. Xerxes not in the pit. Seren's chunking the dragon low, though. I think they can just rush this. Bad Dragon's about to go. What about the fight afterwards? Baus can potentially flash. Doesn't get it. Put this onto Baus. Harpoon throws out the mom! Baus, I don't know why you walked into that. It's just 3 stacks to Smolder. Who does actually now have the stacks required. Bit awkward from Lost Returns there. I'm not quite sure what the thought process was. Baus eats a bit of damage. Ragna's about to go mega. Yeah, it had to flash that for sure. Yeah, I think basically teams know how Lost Returns work a lot better now. I think as well that teams are starting to figure out a little bit on how to potentially, like, punish Crowny and draft against Baus a bit better now as well. Baus bullied, but doing well in CS. Yeah, he is. He's doing all right. Like, this game is still playable for Lost Returns, but they have got to be very wary of the Rise and Smolder at this point. I think Rapid Fire is a big pickup. What's their crypto? So, if Don Ponk's still here, I was interested to hear this conversation, because we were going to have this conversation a little later anyway. But basically, one of the big things we saw is, like, actually, Lost Returns suck. Really suck against carry junglers that snowball. Especially because basically what they will do is if the carry jungler gets involved getting kills early against Baus, against members who are giving up kills early on the map, because Lost Returns are notorious for giving up kills kind of for free on the map early on. Even if they don't fall behind in gold early, there are kills that go over early. That will snowball against them really, really hard, because it means that the jungler can apply that gold lead everywhere on the map, not just in one lane. And Lost Returns are normally quite good at triaging a losing lane by finding value elsewhere. That's a lot harder to do when you've given a 3,000 gold lead to a Kiana in the jungle, who takes that lead and snowballs everywhere else on the map. And that is the reason why they have lost multiple times to Kiana in scrims, on stage, that kind of thing. Zed's in a similar position where you can sort of get snowballed against that way. And also because it makes Velia's life a lot harder. He likes to play a lot of these AD skirmish champions who actually don't have the most fun time into champions that do what they do but do it by out farming them, which can get a bit frustrating. And I find that way often does a lot of work. The other thing is Crowny is punishable. He just is. Gets caught on midway quite regularly if they're not careful. And if Nemesis has a bad game while that happens, it's really difficult. Velia just about survives. Ragnar's going to die for this. This is huge. This is huge. Ragnar's going to die. Nice. Shutdown. Feast comes on through. Featherstorm just shy. Flap, flap, flap away. Harpoon, though, is in a 1 versus 5. Rise is behind them, clearing the way. Woo! Gets the kill. Burn. Not quite there. Then they turn for Baron. I think they can. Rise is proxy farming, trying to get as much value as he can here. But I think with Cassiopeia with full mana, they can shred this. It's gone. Am I covering the map a bit too much with myself? Yeah, there's not really anywhere else to put the camera, unfortunately. Can't cover the player cams. Can't go down to, well, can't go down here or I block the, info of the champions. It's basically here or bust. So this is about as good as it gets, I'm afraid. There isn't really anywhere else to go. Because I can't go lower or I start blocking the HUD icons. Which is a bit annoying, but it is kind of the only space available on the screen. And we've managed to basically green screen out a lot of the background, so I think this isn't too bad, personally. It would be nice to go lower, but we're not allowed to block player pictures. Or advertising blocks. So it's here kind of nowhere. Finally found you. Hey, man. Good to see you. We need Ocean Soul. That'll be good. Baron's really good. Gets the gold lead back. Thank you for the follow, Dermot. Welcome on in, guys. Come say hello. Gonna try and turn for the dragon. Zoelis has got smite. Wait, what's the smite? Oh my god, that got close. Didn't get a chance to do it. Hey, Yuzuru. Like I said, Nemesis Cassiopeia isn't good. Can't push side lanes for the rest of the game. Crowd needs a lot of resources. Yeah, I think the Cassiopeia's been fine-ish this game. I think it's just the fact the Rise has been played towards on the side lane very aggressively, and that was always part of the Galleon's draft angle, the way they adjusted to deal with the anti-dive stuff of Lost Returns. Not often Nemesis is this far behind in the gold. Agreed. That is problematic, because mainly they don't play towards Nemesis. They put a lot of value into Crowny. And then if Crowny doesn't carry and or Nemesis falls behind and isn't having a great game, the Lost Returns look a lot more lost. Maybe I'm delusional, but I don't enjoy watching this. I think he's been a fine Cassiopeia. I don't think the Cassiopeia itself has been the issue. More that Seren has been a really good win con. It's slightly different, if you know what I mean. It's not due to the Cassiopeia that the Rise is ahead. It's not a 1v1 laning thing. They fed Seren with Baus, exactly. Like Xerxes and crew just went and dove Baus repeatedly, and Seren was the one who's donated the kills. And I don't think Lost Returns as ever managed to get that much on the other side of the map while that was happening. Though I will say, dropping behind that far in CS is a little problematic. That's not been great. But hey, that's sometimes Rise hacks for you. Ross beats Zero Tenacity. Thank you very much for the heads up. Ooh, that's an important impale. That's a really important impale. Crowny survives, but he got caught on the bloody mid-wave again. This rat. Harpoon. Not quite hitting it. Value might die, though. That could be a problem. Just a smite for the slow. Ragnar hops on forwards. Value's dead. Damn. Crowny, how do you get caught there? Seren just runs this tournament, not his fault. Seren is really good, to be fair. Seren is really good. And in fairness, they did a really good job of basically feeding Seren as much gold as they can. And Seren is going to be a problem in the side lane. Like, neither the Cho'Gath or the Cassiopeia are going to manage the Rise that well in a side lane, per se. Fine the 1v1 in the lane for the Cassiopeia, but, like, Cass hates long lanes. Yes, you can outplay with Petrifying Gaze. It's not the end of the world, but you aren't really escaping. You have to duel your way out. Haven't watched League Pro League lately, stupid question, but since when did Reckless transition to support position? 2 years ago. Basically felt like he'd gone as far as you could go at AD carry, so wanted to try a different role. Chose support, went and played for T1 Academy alongside Smash, who was competing with Gumayusi earlier in the year for T1 starting spot on the main team. But he's a very, very good AD carry, so did very, very well down there. And ended up joining T1 as their substitute for Worlds last year, which is quite good fun. And then he joined Lost Returns in the off-season. And has done pretty well, honestly. He's been a pretty good support. Has largely played more pick and enchanter champions than straight up engage. He's had to learn things like the Rel and the Alistair as he's gone on, as it's not really been his natural play style. He's getting a bit better at that one. Maybe Crowny should try Master Yi. Oh, my days. Is this just Crowny's ult? Is this just Parky's ult account? LR making LEC before Seren is just criminal. I mean, Seren is awesome, to be fair. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets an option for LEC at some point soon. Rossman 121. Understood. Like, I think Seren's in with a decent shot of promoting. He's got 4 items now, but he's bloody strong. Now, the LEC gyms are lost in the sauce. I had a podcast where I was chatting with Peter Dunn, and we both came to the conclusion that we weren't that impressed with LEC GMing of late. And a lot of people kind of GM by consensus. Where basically, because of the way leaking culture in the Europe is right now, teams will hear that everyone is looking at a certain player, and their price will get giga hiked, and no one will look anywhere else. And so basically, no one does individual scouting very well anymore. Crowny the ruler from 10. That's a bit harsh. Gets caught on mid-wave too much. That's it. Jackie does the same. So is ruler the Jackie from Tamu? Ooh, Siren's Force flash. Needed to. The Rise, no flash. Definitely more punishable. But now we are running into this issue, right? Where I think this Smolder is going to start making LR's life a lot harder. Because that is a win condition with the Infinity Edge by itself from range. I think LR are going to be obligated to rush Baron to try and make sure they don't have to sit here and just take Smolder poke. Engage, that's pretty good. They're on the clone, Veli trying to fast it down. Good damage onto Ragnar, got stunned up, stunned on the wall, still got the kill, but they blew up the Wukong. Good damage on the Saren, he's got the flash. Impale, stops the Cassiopea doing damage to the Twin Fangs, come flying on through. Trying to get some value back, they finally bring that down. Xerxes with the upheaval, drives another one to the wall with the stealth impact. Good route onto Zoelis. Harpoon, no damage, and Crowny and Reckless stand and deliver with Baus. They get a triple kill, and they just about win the fight, but it is a close run thing. Can potentially turn to Dragon here. Got the man advantage. Smolder could be an issue. 400 stacks is resetting. Everyone's coming back out. We go again. Soul for Lost Returns on the table. Baus does not have anything resembling Beast available. Actually, I say that's on a lot shorter cooldown than I gave it credit for. 5 seconds. There's a secure required. Between that and Featherpool, should be a pretty difficult contest. Oh, Reckless low. Had to McHale's that. That got a bit dicey. Can look to Feast and Featherpool. Baus might be traded out. Is he going to be able to flash out? No, he's not. He's going nowhere near that magical journey. Baus to dead, man. Might be able to take someone with it. Tempered Fate is good. Hang on. Harpoon's giga low. They can look to punish that. Rocket Belt. Not quite in range. Harpoon got to flash away, but had to. Bloody hell, that got close. Hell yeah. Wait. Watch for it over the wall. Looks for the Nimbus Strike crushing blow. Doesn't quite have. The Cyclone gets the kill. Cyclone begins to spin away to safety. Can spin to win one more time. Beyblade. Zoelis going low. Gets another. There's the double. Ocean Soul healing. Warrior tricks to the other direction. Velia with the monkey business. Hang on. Realm Warp, he goes the other direction. He can keep going. Nimbus Strike to the wave. Overcomes Xerxes. Surely they finally bring down the Wukong. But my God. Velia styles on him and grins on his way out. Woo! That is why you don't give Velia Wukong. My God. That was fun. That was fun. Well done, Velia. The Jungle Roll Classic. Wukong is a bit of a silly champion, it has to be said. I will say, I feel that is more Sundered Sky and Ocean Soul than anything else. But I grant you. Wukong annoys me somewhat as a champion. Will Ocean Soul win up against the still stacking Smolder? It helps a lot. It does. One of the ways you deal with Smolder is just stacking Soul against him. But I think the Smolder at 4 items is still going to be a serious win condition. It's not like Galleons can't still win this game. But moments like that matter. Harpoon doesn't have flash. And he's a lot more killable as we come forward. Because Nemesis has flash. Crowny has flash. Those things matter. Seren won't have flash for another minute or so. That means this Baron fight with both of your major carries not having flash is a problem. Nemesis getting caught, though, isn't great. You had flash, Nemesis. You cannot have that happen. That is not acceptable. Didn't Wukong Q used to heal you a bit? Might do as well. I don't remember, honestly. But that was Ocean Soul Conqueror Sun Sky doing a lot of work, to be honest. But Nemesis just threw that horribly. Had flash, had ult. Dies without using either. That might well be Baron and over the Galleons. Ragnar on the flank, nearly at Mega, can look to just stun everyone into the wall. Lost Returns may just have to give this one up. Gonna look to go forwards. Valiant with a massive knockup. Luke gets more value, just gets blown up. Seren deletes him. Straight to Rune Prison. Do not pass go. Do not pick up 350 gold. Run warp in. Here we go. Looking for the quickness. Doesn't find the best angle. The Feral Scream. Silence as well. Crowny going to try and deliver best he can, but Seren goes golden. The Seraph shield is it, and Galleons, in the blink of an eye of Nemesis dying, will win the game. There is no wave clear. It's Reckless who doesn't have Tempered Fate. Nemesis comes back alive, but I just don't think against 5 he can do all that much. They will try, but it will have to be a miracle and a serious bit of redemption. Out comes the ult. Nemesis is dead. Smolder secures. And Lost Ratones. They Tempered Fate for a second or two, but they will lose game 1 with a awful throw around the Baron. You gotta be better than that. You gotta be better than that. That game was winnable. Ocean Soul, great fights, flash advantage, turn up to Baron. Lose the Cassiopeia like that. Again, we had our concerns. Seren got really fed. The Smolder was on a lot of stacks. Should have just given Baron. Probably. The honest answer, the moment Nemesis went down, you give up Baron. But yeah, I think we're about to see a bit... Ooh, wrong thing. Bit of a... bit of an AD carry damage difference. Oh, God, Nemesis. 8.9 thousand damage, that's it. You got out-damaged by your Bard. You only just about did more damage than Rakan. That is not a pretty graph. That is not a pretty graph. That's a humbling one. That's a humbling one. Harpoon and Seren kind of did him. In fairness, Lost Returns could still have won that game, despite those numbers, which says quite a lot, really. That game was very winnable from Lost Returns. But even so, there are some problems. Yikes. All right, let's run some ads. We'll see what happens in game 2. Could have gone Vel'Koz, potentially. Again, like... I'm not sure the Cassiopeia in isolation is the issue this game. I do think... Did Ross win? They did, Heinrich. They did. Sorry, I missed that one earlier. Nemesis did the exact same throw as yesterday. Yeah, a little bit. 80s? I don't know what they are. Whew, some music. I like the ads, keeps me from knowing the issues outside of Casio. I've got to make my money somehow, guys. Thank you very much, all those who've gone through the follows in the game as well. I appreciate Dermot, Yuruzuzu, Shiden. Appreciate you all for coming on and saying hey. If you've not followed or liked on the YouTube and on the Twitch, please do so. If you've got the ability to subscribe on Twitch and want to love me, please do. It gives you the ability to yell at me in all caps. You can't yell at me in all caps otherwise if you don't. And 2, you get to avoid the ads, which is also pretty valuable. So please do come and subscribe, those who wish to. Yesterday, Crowny walking to Cassandra towards Nemesis, walking to Rakan. Yeah, a little bit of disrespect, a little bit of overplay. The ego checks have been punished pretty heavily. Got to abuse my privileges. That's the one. You can yell at me all you want. Van Cinder and Hui and Nemesis struggles out there. I think he's got a better champion pool than that. But I will say that wasn't particularly great there. Don't forget to free to sub with Twitch Prime. Exactly. Exactly. Hey, Jamcatter. Enjoy. How long until the next game? Little bit, yeah. Something like 6 or so minutes. Oh. While we're taking Rebel, enjoy the kick out, Hell Rebel, all those things. Indeed. Right. All the people playing bot lane while leaving Baus alone in the pit while Ryze was TPing. Yeah, agreed. Like, look, Baus got slammed this game, and I don't think it was necessarily Baus' fault per se, because they spent a lot of resource to get Seren fed off him. But that became a win condition in a way that normally Baus dying hasn't, or like across most of this year, Baus dying hasn't become a loss condition for Lost Returns. Not very often. This time it did. And on top of that, actually, they weren't finding win conditions elsewhere particularly. I think, actually, Lost Returns still were in a position to win that game regardless, which I think was good. And two, you know, we saw that some of the team fights were playable still. But they were struggling with side laning. They didn't get to Ocean Soul particularly fast. They ran to this position where if they weren't in the river first, the Smolder extended fights were just really, really challenging with the Ryze on top of it. And I think what they drafted towards initially saying, aha, Skarner, Rakan, Ryze, all short range, we can punish that, became more challenging the moment the Gnar came in as a side lane split push, the moment the Smolder came in to play as a longer range threat in the fights. I think it was a little bit of good draft one-upsmanship there from Gentlemates that caught them out a little bit. All right, so we've got about 6 minutes until the next game. I'm going to run and get myself a glass of water, and I'll come right back in about 20 seconds.
Tell me who you are and who you were. How much have you been paid? Take it easy, RELAX. Would you like to have something to drink? To tell you the truth, in this contract, I don't care about anything but me. I just want the cash transferred to my account, cause it make me feel alright. Yeah. I'm busy, dizzy, lazy, got a global eyes and growing mind. Above all, I'm wise, I'm very well organized. Make me a compromise. Watch me rise high for the last time.
Oh, baby. I have returned. Water required. Ugh. Where am I watching the live? I'm a co-streamer, so I get access to the clean feeds. So you have to be an official co-streamer to get access to the clean feeds. That is the way it works, and I'm an official one. 40 seconds you lied. I'm sorry about that. It was an exaggeration. It really was, wasn't it? I think Smolder calling on his mum is help. Oh, God. Hang on, guys. That's unfortunate. 1 second. Well, that was very smooth. Well done, me. Let's get this down here and out of the way. Second. Only a bit of water. Need a sippy cup. Apparently so. Good grief. Causing absolute chaos here. Put that, I'll do in there for the next second. I'm a bit worried about it. It did just catch my keyboard slightly. Not my favourite. Why are you so small? Like it, cool, right. Got down here. That's relatively fixed. Okay. Not the end of the world. Is it on Twitch? I am on Twitch, yes. Only a Costream Comb Shoes have access to EMEA and doesn't have an official channel to stream from. It's because the honest answer is they are not paying for an official broadcast. They don't have the budget. So it's Costreams or bust. So there is no official broadcast. And they're not going to give the stream away for free. And this is their kind of way of getting official streams out without it being there. Oh, hang on, where's my camera? Did I just turn it off? How did I do that? What? Oh, whoops. Few. You just double check I'm on the right thing here. Let me just double check something. I'm not complaining, but I don't want streaming. Yeah, it is how it is. It's a bit disappointing. Like, I agree, we should be streaming this. We should have an official stream for this. We don't. I think it's incredibly disappointing that we don't. However, basically, right, there isn't the budget isn't there, and Riot don't want to pay for it, and they've outsourced to a third-party company who haven't been given the budget for it either, which is very disappointing. But there we are. Make sure we're on the right stream. I think I might have undone the stream thing. Yes. That's correct. Okay, cool. Fine. Sorry I'm a little bit distracted here, guys, but I managed to spill water all over my desk, which is slightly embarrassing. Just cleaning that up. Do 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 do. Do you think LR Internet intentionally losing doing bad to make drama light? No, I don't. Absolutely not. If anything, it'll make it worse. Would be my take. Drama probably isn't helping. But I seriously doubt. Seriously doubt. But they would be doing that for sure. Why would you need an official stream if you can watch this eloquent why would you need an official stream if you can watch this handsome eloquent fella? Very true. However, considering I'm often on the official stream, and I would like to get paid, there is something to be said for that. Oh, you also got water on the floor. Oh my god. Right. What a disaster. Eloquent, but perhaps a touch of a klutz. Front down there. That's almost impressive. Well, problem solved. Okay, guys. I'm gonna go put this massive kitchen towel in the bin and refill my water. Be significantly more careful, apparently. And I'm back. How long have we got? In a search cast, 5 or 10? 10. Decided. 10 is the number I'm going for. We pay me exposure, buddy. That's the one. Let me pause the music. Oh, Parky, thank you very... I muted my mic. Literally in so much excitement, I muted my mic. Thank you very much, Parky. I appreciate you, mate. That is very kind of you. Thank you for looking after me. Really, really means a lot. Then he muted... Literally, I muted myself in excitement. I was screaming so loud. Would have ruined my manly and coherent image who doesn't spill water all over his desk. Would never do that. Thank you so much. But welcome to the community, guys. Thank you, Parky, for all of those gift subs. You're all welcome on in. Have I got rid of the YouTube chat somehow? I have. How have I done this? There you go. Something up with the game or something is normally draft by now. Yeah, I guess it took a little while to get in here, but we are now. Alrighty then. Hey, Quincy, good to see you. Thank you, everyone, for coming on in and giving us a bit of love. Also, Quincy, one of the goats of production out there, saying hello. Right. I always get the message, the schedule wrong. I missed game one because of it. Yeah, it's a rolling schedule. It just happens. It happens when things happen. You have to pay attention to it. Got a notification I got a gift someone I was out smoking. It's amazing. I think it's the Obsvalor to win this split. They're at least a great team. If they got there and they got already in Swiss, it's a little bit rougher. I kind of agree with that one. Anyway, let's chat draft. Galleon's on blue side. Lost Trends get to go over on red. We have gotten ourselves Ragnar with the... Hang on, Ragnar. It's going to be Seren on the Orianna with Xerxes on the Neferi. Very scary ball carrier, actually. Be quite nasty burst. The response is a Vi Galio comp. Kind of both trying to do very similar things. One's a bit more bruisery, one's a lot burst heavier. Vi is theoretically quite counterable, and Neferi initially was seen as something of a counter to Vi when Vi was a lot more popular earlier in the year. Basically because you can dodge away from a lot of Vi skill shots. You win the duels. Thank you for the resub as well. Def sorting us out. Subscribe for 3 months. Oh my god, 3 months of subscription. Thank you guys for coming on in. Oh my days, I'm being supported so well. Hit 50 subs now as well. Just hit 50 subs. That's awesome. Thank you. Much love to everyone. Right. At this point as well, we are hitting Nemesis with the Ambessa lock-in for Baus. So you got Vi, Ambessa. This is the cease and deceased combo. Public execution plus cease and desist. It was really, really popular at the beginning of the year. It's still very potent. But things like Neferi were initially picked into it because you could immune the Vi ult by pressing W, calling the pack, and turning yourself untargetable. It was quite easy to win the duels versus the Vi. It's the reason we saw a lot of Neferi into it initially on the rework, especially when Neferi was a little bit stronger. Still good combo from Lost Ratones. I think the Cassante is not something we've seen LR do very well into. Has been a bit of a bogey pick, much like the Kiana, and that worries me a touch as well. Keep our eyes on it. But do keep your eyes on that one. Get a bit tricky yet. Gotta support the cast when you cast away. Support the long hours. You know it. Appreciate it, guys. Really, really do. Thank you for all the love. Okay, so. Crowny. What are we thinking here? We've still got bot lanes to go. Can't Zaya, can't Rakan. Kai'Sa's not awful here. Might be a Kai'Sa angle for Crowny. Kai'Sa got banned. Would have been a Kai'Sa angle. Sivir Yunara banned away from Harpoon. Double hyper carries. Yunara better in lane. You could Corki here, but I think you're going to be a little low damage. Tristana can follow the jumps a little bit easier. Is a hyper carry. Harpoon is an old school Draven player. I don't like it into Vi Galio. I think that's just going to be a hover. I think this will be a very dead Draven on repeat. Zeri would be much better for Harpoon. I know you're saying potentially for Crownie. I would hate to see Crownie on Zeri. I don't think he's a great... I think his Zeri gets caught a little bit too easily. They don't ban Poppy. They're trolling. Harpoon does love the Jinx as well. Jinx into Vi, Ambessa, Galio could have a horrible time. Is it not a Poppy angle now? Tristana will have a bad time into it. You can bust a shot away the Poppy and then jump. But I think Poppy is very strong for Zoelis here, no? Helps keep the Jinx alive. You could enchant her, I suppose, but you're going to be very shy and engaged then. It's just Poppy, no? Or Nico is really nasty engage. They get away with no Poppy ban. Zoelis going for a lot more lane dominance with this. And can theoretically match the Lulu who's going to be ranged. It'll be double range versus double range. Nico is pretty nasty in terms of an engage tool as well. Is not a bad ball carrier herself. So Pop Blossom into Shockwave into a Jinx reset is the Galleon's win con in the team fight. Lost for Tones. Vi setting up for a Galio Ambessa combo. Getting Tristana resets to win that way. These comps are somewhat mirrored, guys. Basically, double dive burst comps that are trying to get their AD carries resets. That's the play. It's very even in terms of like style of play. Slight differences. Cassante is tankier than Ambessa. Vi is more bruisery than Neferi. You've got Ori, who's more of a calorie than Galio. Tristana, who has more mobility than the Jinx, but probably has a less good reset. Zoelis is much more of an engage versus the Lulu, which is a bit more defensive. But in the end, these two comps are trying to get quite similar outcomes, though with slightly different archetypes on how you get there. It's a bit more bursty from Galleons with the Orianna and Neferi, but they've got a tankier front line in the Cassante. I think this is going to be quite interesting, because I think one of these teams gets ahead or gets a big fight where they start snowballing. It could end up getting out of control quite quick here. LR more peel? Yeah. Yeah, they have more peel. Slightly more scary carries from Galleons. They can carry harder for more positions, I think. Probably. Because the upfront burst of a Shockwave, Pop Blossom, Neferi, Jinx. Shockwave is pretty brutal. Whereas Tristana and Ambessa are two other carries. Yes, you got the Lulu behind it, but I think if the Tristana is out of this game, LR probably have a slightly more tricky damage profile to get rolling. But I think this is going to be quite similar styles of draft. It's not quite the same, obviously.
To Summoner's Rift.
Hype train success. Hell yeah, what do we get? We got a red card emote. Choo-choo.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
So this is a really interesting one as well. Because again, we are, like, nearly every role, probably with the notable exception of kind of top side, or like the top lane and maybe mid lane, are... Let me phrase this better. This is probably a better opening of it. Look. Your top jungle mid are trying to do very similar things from both sides. Neferi, Orianna, Cassante, Vi, Galio, Ambessa. Probably more so for... Lost Return's gone for a little bit more synergistic there. The Galleons have kind of got a similar thing. Are kind of trying to do very similar things. And largely, it's getting their bot lanes to get that first reset. Since Baus likes to int. Yeah, again, like, this is the potential issue. Because remember we were having this conversation earlier. Like, look, we said actually Lost Returns are quite reliant on Nemesis having good games. Brownie is often the focus of a lot of her resources, but can sometimes be a bit wasteful with them in mid-game. 1 second, guys. My mother is calling me. I very quickly said hello to my mum, and she said, call me back in 20 minutes when I'm off stream. That's fine. Well, hopefully not, actually. Lost Returns keep going. Let's pray for a bit longer. But either way, say hello to my mum. She's lovely. I'll make sure she I'll make sure she knows she says hi. Or you say hi. Twitch, in general. I love my mum. She's great. But yes. we were kind of having this conversation that actually LR really need Nemesis to do well by himself. When he's having a bad series, the map collapses around him. Because generally speaking, if Lost Returns are losing both solo lanes, it's a tough time. And as we are seeing, Serin, who is someone who has been quite hyped for a little while, is arguably just outlaning Nemesis repeatedly here, which is a bit scary. She actually does have a Twitch account. So she followed my account like 4 days ago. It's very sweet. Her and my grandma and my dad do actually occasionally tune in. Oh, Bousy. Oh, Bousy. Also, how much Ambessa have we seen from Baus? Can Galio even outline Ori early? It's tough. Like, Galio does okay, and Oriana, you survive. It's a bit rough, but you survive. We've seen a number of solo kills of Oriana into Galio. Leaked script? I hope not. I really hope not. I want to use my powers for good. For good. I think that's just a dead Baus. Flashes. Nicely done. Xerxes drops tower aggro. The conversation we were having before my mother called me, shout out my mum, was that one of the potential win cons against Lost Returns is getting a carry jungler that gets to snowball off Baus, because you take that lead out of top lane and take it elsewhere on the map, which is normally something that Baus normally does a good job of containing. The lead tends to stay in his lane if you even get a lead at all. Giving kill gold over to jungler, which then puts Velia in a bind, is dangerous. Especially because Lost Returns are notorious for being a little bit profligate in giving up early kills. That worries me. Why is she calling instead of just talking in chat? That's true. That's true, yeah, mum. Why aren't you talking in chat? Duelist in solo queue. 64% win rate, not bad. Down 0.37 CS as a support, though. You know, that's not winnable. We got 4 Ambassador games from Baus, 50% win rate. I was trying to remember. It's like, I feel like I've seen him play it, and I don't really remember how good it's been. And the answer, considering Lost Returns win rate, is not fantastic, actually. And all the games were in June. Is that solo queue or officials? My memory is failing me a little bit here. Let me go have a look. It's obviously not necessarily an iconic champion. What's GOL? Let's find out. He's got 4 games. Yeah, 50% win rate. So not fantastic considering he's normally got very high win rates across the board. That's an unfortunate kill. Man, I look away for a second and Baus is dying, and that's a really unfortunate position to be dying in. Does he get much off it? Bits and pieces. But that's off the lane swap already coming on through. Xante TP spot to get the wave. Second kill for the Theory. I'm getting nervous, guys. Reminder of the Kiana game yesterday. At least we got Dragon on the other side. That's kind of fine. Play into mid. Nemesis gets the phase rush out. He'll likely be going towards the damaging build he tends to go towards with the Symbiotic Souls and like the Rocket Belt or Rift Makery kind of things. After the lethality nerf, he pretty much dropped it. That's fair. I still think she's very good with Shojin and Black Cleaver. Eclipse is still solid as well. Like, Eclipse is fine as well. There we go. Reckless in solo queue. 57% win rate. CSD. He's up 10 CS at 15. Hell yeah, Polymorph. Big chunk onto Zoelis. You take what you can get. Bro, why is Baus proxying without flash? It's Baus. He'll do that regardless. It draws a lot of pressure. And in fairness, Brownie's doing a pretty good job here with Reckless of getting value with the turret plays. Because again, Tristana is a good, much like Jinx actually, to be fair, is a pretty good turret demolitionist. Famously so, right, with the bomb. Thank you for the follows, by the way, Jacob and Samagonov. Sorry, let me get that correct. And Jamcatter in chat, Jamcatting away. It's a great one. I have got a jam moat, actually. Should be fine. Decent job keeping. I've never got any jam. There we go. See, we even have a jam moat. It's quite cool. Towards the grubs we go. Hang on. Hang on. How aggressively we're playing this. Duelist has 6. Oh, he doesn't. He's still 5. I got baited. Oh, no, into the backline. Delia gets wild growth. That's actually really important, Xerxes. Now potentially in danger. The hero's entrance came on through, but Nemesis is slightly awkward position, looking to get some value down the back end. Seren low. Good taunt. All out. Both out in a difficult position, but it's still a reset coming on through. Fury still ends up winning a lot more of the grubs. Pull back with the Untopo strikes. Nemesis now about to fall down. Oh, it's Cassante issues again. Oh dear, Los Ratones. That's not fantastic. Nemesis didn't get a lot of value with his ult. Faust died without getting a lot of value. You got a kill for Tristana, that's fine. But Jinx gets a kill. Xerxes now 2-on-2. Cassante's ahead. Oops. Suppose in the end it's only a 2-for-1. In fairness. However, you also got the grubs. And that is now a little bit annoying because obviously Jinx likes him. Tristana would have loved him. Ambassador would have loved him. Annoying not to get either. Why is Faust not playing as usual, champs? I think they are struggling a little bit here with finding winning drafts. I think Lost Ratones are panicking a little bit in drafting because they were getting... Great, they were getting thrown around a bit. Hey, Alex, thank you for coming on in. Lost Ratones are down a game. And they're losing game 2. And we had some issues with draft. Alex is an EP. I don't blame him. He's been going since 9 a.m. Boss check. Yes, boss. Shouldn't be 480p on YouTube. You're streaming in normal things. The output should be significantly better than that. I'll double check. Yeah, no, we're streaming out just fine. Double check for you. Oh, yeah, what? That's really weird. Huh. Oh, no. What? That's so weird. Why are we so low? If we go to game 3, guys, I might try and fiddle with that. That's bizarre. Output's fine. That's really weird. 720 plus for me on me. It's not 48p on my end, yeah. Huh. Check settings. Optimization. Yeah, I remember that one. Seems fine there. Should be fine. That's really weird. Okay. I'll double check on my end as well. Seems alright. I still don't know what's weird. Oh, apparently the EMEA stream's got weird options with what quality they can watch the video in. And I'm not quite sure why. Because I haven't changed anything. I don't know whether... It might just be fine. It might not be. We'll double check. Thank you for the follow, guys. Hedgehog of Hermes. Another kill going on over is a bit scary. Nico getting us not the end of the world. Sorry, I was a bit distracted there by potential chat issues. Alright. Alright, playback speed is fine. Quality. Yeah. I can go to 1080p. It's fine. I can go to 1080. I'm on 1080, it's just on his end. Okay, fair enough. I checked my end as well. That's weird. I got panicky. Fine. Okay, so game state as it stands. Significant need for Galleons in some scary spots. And we already said, look, there is a risk here where both comps trying to do quite similar things that you... There is a risk here where effectively what happens is you try to do quite similar things, and because you're trying to do the same things at the same time, the team that's ahead just does it better. Captain also 1080. Thank you, Parky. Appreciate you for checking that out as well. Much appreciated, dude. This... just was wasted help. Yeah, he kind of did. There are ways back, right? Like, if you catch the Jinx, life is good. You catch the Orianna, life is good. But I'm a little nervous about the Cassante value of this game, especially with how Lost Returns like to build and play. It's going to be quite a squishy front line, and the Cassante could just, like, chew through him. Actually, Al, do you have insight into what you think of these drafts? Because my opinion is actually both of them are trying to do quite similar things. We've got dive and pick comps with, like, Vi Galio, Ambessa, and, like, Ori Neferi. Ooh, just hopped away. Trying to get, like, resets for AD carries was my take. Do you know who the loser here plays tomorrow? No, they'll be drawn after this game. Drawn after this game. Because it's kind of basically both comps trying to get the initial pick with their kind of dive pick combos to set up the AD carries to reset. Slightly different takes on that. Like, obviously, you got the Nico, which is a bit more engage heavy as a range support, versus the Lulu, who's a bit more enchanter heavy. A bit more is enchanter, right? Neferi's more of a carry than the Vi, but the Vi's got better setup. Okay, public execution. Xerxes can follow with ult. Baus is not going to have that much fun. Do they care? No, they don't. Okay. Actually, he's already burned the ult. I'll take it back. Is the loser of this series out? No, they get to play again tomorrow. Still got one more chance. I'm slightly surprised to see Galleons here at 3-2, honestly. I thought they were going to be one of my favorites with Sarin, but hey, here we are. I don't know what to think about this draft, to be honest. I would have liked Jinx on LR more than Trist. Probably, though the Tristana is safer, is the honest answer, and can potentially dance away from things like the Nico, the Neferi, the Orianna Shockwave. You've got better ability to self-peel. So I don't think it's the worst thing ever. I think the Tristana is fine, and actually into the draft of Galleons potentially offers a little bit more safety. Mid lane turret goes down. That's feats of strength already secure because they already got the first turret anyway. LR in the river though. Baus on a flank angle doesn't have the public execution though, so needs to be really wary about stepping in here. Baus is just walking at a pop positive for Zoelis. Good buff route from Crowny. That's why he wanted the Tristana. Does stay alive. They lose the Lulu, but they kill the Nico. Dragged all out is Crowny, who buffers straight over, but Ragnar flashing over. Looking to get on top of Crowny. Can't do all that much into this Cassante right now. They're trying to keep Crowny alive, but against all of this reckless damage. Untopo strikes on 3. Cassante's all over them. Just about surviving now. Dark Daggers go wide. Dragon going on down. Good chunk back. Xerxes will have to flash on out. Has got a shield from the Eclipse. My god, command attack dissonance nearly gets him. Seren has the highest health bars, but no one gets the dragon, which means we get to go again. Bloody hell, Cassante just about finished Crowny, but then Velia got a really important blast shield denting blows combo. Sheesh. Oof. We go again. TP back in. That'll be the Cassante. Baus has ult. No one else does. Actually, no. Take that back. Hound's Pursuit does as well. So we're going to have jungle top with those, but it'll have to be a free ball ult from Baus. Dragon. All started. LR coming. Tristana's not here yet. Baus coming. Looking for an angle on him. Or maybe forced with the public execution. Dragon secured. Do they want the fight after? TP in from Nemesis. It's over the Chompers before they arm. Chunk onto Ragnar, who can't get over the wall without the flash. No ult either. Does manage to footwork to allies, though. Oh, very nicely done. Cassante doing Cassante things. That... It's only the first dragon for Galleons, and it was an even enough play. Okay-ish for Lost Returns. They would have liked the dragon. Baus is here by himself. He dies, I think, actually. Yeah, he does. He's going to try and jump a bit further away. Doesn't have flash, doesn't have energy. Public execution to nowhere, dies. Seren gets the kill. That is, I think, a little needlessly greedy there. And that's another kill for Xerxes. Probably means turret as well, actually. They're going to try and collapse on the other side of the map as a result. They got Tristana. This will die. And I think they probably win the race here, even with against Grubs. Reset from the Galio with the Symbiotic Souls. We'll get back on the map pretty fast here. Marky, again, you won't know, and we're going to have a bit of a conversation after this fight. Zoelis. Aurelia's speed up probably means they get away from this. The TP kind of isn't great, actually. Where is Atakan spawning? Top side of the map? Do they want to try and set up around it on spawn? They might, you know. Keep our eyes on it. Anyway, Marky, just so you know, I have no issue with people asking questions. No problem with people asking for advice about the game or anything like that. And if you use that to do things like betting, there is no issue. But like abject betting talk, we try and keep out of Twitch chat just because we've had some issues with people being a bit inappropriate and rude and salty and just not fun to be in chat with. So, no problem people asking questions. No problem for people asking advice about the game at all. Baus survives. But, like, straight up betting odds chats and stuff, we don't ask for it. That's okay. Ooh, boy. Well, there goes Baus again for the 6th death. Oh, God. That's Atakan as well, isn't it? They're going to turn this into this. Can they turn it around? Yeah. Again, no stress. Please do come and ask questions. Really not a big deal. On the game notes, what is a big deal is the kill into Atakan. That's kind of nasty. What happened here? So, Neferi got fed off Baus. Then Baus died bot after a really close dragon fight. And then he came back. And they just got to pick on whether Atakan spawned. And they got Atakan as well. And now Galleons are in a really good position. There was also a pretty messy Grubs fight. And both drafts kind of want to do similar-ish things. Namely, have their top jungle mids dive and set up a reset for their AD carries. And so far, that has largely gone better for Galleons, who also have the additional power of a resetting carry jungler. And we were chatting about how carry junglers snowballing is a bit of an Achilles heel for Lost Return. Shirelius is fine on Lulu, I think. Especially this game when you're trying to survive quite a lot of bursts and jinx resets and stuff. I don't think it's the worst option here. It's always been a decent item on Lulu. I do think a redemption would be nice. And the fact he doesn't build redemption is a little weird. But I don't think Shirelius itself is in and of itself a huge problem. Ethan, I hate to say this, but this is absolutely a Baus possibility. Reminder, when Baus lost to Nord and Chachi kind of took him to town, this kind of thing can happen. What normally happens in NLC, and it's happened in EMEA Masters and stuff before, is teams have not been able to convert Baus dying into Baus being in a bad position individually, because actually he's still not that far behind that in gold, to win conditions on the map. This time it has led to a 2,000 gold lead for Xerxes on a Neferi with 2 and to make that 3 items. That is a win con. Normally Baus doesn't become a lose condition / power the win condition on the enemy team. Here we go, turnaround potential. Baus comes on in with the public execution and the Galio entrance. That's better. That's more what we want to see. Good taunt after. Good shutdown. This is what Lost Returns wanted. Resets for Crowny. Can start bouncing through the team. Seren now in danger as Crowny flashing over the command attack distance. Shield comes on through. Can't get any more. But watch for Vel. Yo, misses it. But will it matter? No, it won't. That is 4 kills down. And it's sole point for Lost Returns. There we go. Much better stuff. And the gold lead disappears. Dateski flash, Crowny my go. It was a really nice flash. Was it? Kind of. Bit. Gets him out alive. It'll work. It'll work. But that's what the combo is supposed to do for Lost Returns. I got nervous because both teams trying to do the same thing and one team gets fed tends to mean that the team that is fed does the thing better, right? But here we are. Not a done deal yet, but Soul Point is a big win condition for Lost Returns. Reminder, they did get Soul last game, though, and still ended up losing it, probably better said, at the Baron. The Nemesis playing, unfortunately, around that Baron. That taunt saved it? Yeah, it did. It was a really good taunt. Really good taunt. Meant that the Neferi couldn't keep rolling. Otherwise, I think Xerxes probably gets the kill onto Crowny and things get tricky. Vi still has flash. Actually, pretty much everyone but Crowny does, which is a big deal. Not so true for Galleons, actually, as I look over at their side. So that's the advantage. But again, we said that around Baron last time, and then Lost Returns, despite having all the flash advantage, didn't work that one out. Galleons is the LFL second seed. Zoelis. It's the Neferi ruse. They can't kill off Crowny, though. Oh, they can now because the shockwave landed. Fuck me. Well, that's Baron, isn't it? As a caster, don't you miss release Smolder meta? It led to very epic fights for about 20 seconds around Elder, which were really fun to cast, but the rest of the game was a little dull. But don't get me wrong, those big team fight wins were a big one. Blind modes, if you want to yell at me in all caps, you have to subscribe. That's the deal. You're a podcast for like 30 minutes of the cast for a fight. It is a great fight, nearly guaranteed. But yes, there is that issue. Thank you for the follow. If you want to yell at me in all caps, you have to sub. That's the deal. That's how I get you guys. Surprisingly effective. I've earned about 5 subs in the last day and a half from that. But Crowny getting caught by the Nico transform is such a problem. And they got Baron off it. Look, it's Drew! And now you can yell at me as much as you want. Goatman did it. That's how I got a Goatman, not even joking. Oh, man. I'm here for Lost Returns downfall. Oh, man. KC fans. Oh, another rivalry in chat. We'll see. Well, your LFL brothers in arms are doing a pretty good job here. I don't know what we're yelling about. Do I get to do this as your brother? You do. Look, it's fine to... Look, I don't mind a little bit of spice. As long as people are respectful, I'm absolutely fine with you rolling for gentle... or even just, like, gentlemanly. Respectfully disrespectful. Seren just got Velia. That's a problem. Hang on. We'll talk about it later. Oh, the pop bosser from Zoelis. Zoelis is so damn good. There's another one who might well end up in LEC. Ah, God. Reckless there to keep people alive. They're trying to get some decent damage back. Baus gets rooted. Xerxes, I think he's in trouble. Oh, hang on. Not bad. Enchanter value carry. Winds of War from the Galio. Wasn't he an LEC? Yeah, but I think he's deserved a better shot. How do they win this? That is actually a surprisingly high damage Galio. Step 1. Step 2, Enchanter Valley from Lulu. And yeah, he didn't impress, is the honest answer. I still think he's worthy of another shot. I think the first time wasn't great, but I still think he is one of the better options out of ERLs. Who was Zoelis on? Was it KC? Was it KC? Who did he go up and join? I can't actually remember. Man. What is this gold graph? Well, that ruins the Baron. Oh, was it the Rogue experiment? That's right. Rogue haven't really been a great place for fresh talent to actually play like themselves and grow, it has to be said. Because Rogue have played a very inert style of League of Legends for a year and a half, and that's been really tough. Okay, here we go again. Soul for Lost Returns if they win this one. Flashes up critically for Galleons. A little bit dicier for Lost Returns, but it is up on Crowny and that matters. The Lulu doesn't happen, then it could definitely go a bit wrong. Let's lose in peace. It's a bit of that. Oh, bounce. No, they're turning on the flank angle. In comes the potential Galio ult. Xerxes just call of the packs and eviscerates away. Dragon secured by the Neferi. That means no soul. Nice taunt from Nemesis. Turns around and ensures the Neferi's death. Bouncy low. Ragnar goes all out. Pop Blossom on multiple members as Harpoon survives and gets excited trying to survive. Galio can't get the taunt on top of him, and Galio is just dying to Harpoon. He'll throw out a load of choppers. It's from Arcane. And unfortunately for them, the statue from Piltover meets the fate of the Arcane Council. Piltover wishes. And I think they've got a wave in mid to potentially crack something more. Oh boy, Zoelis, what a Pop Blossom. Velia needs to clear the wave. But they've got enough and they're TPing in to at least get the inhibitor turret. How long until Crowny? 15 seconds. HP bars aren't fantastic for Galleons, but I think they see the win in their eyes. Watch Velia on the flank ult. He pulls the wave away. He manages to draw aggro. That saves the game, I think. Bloody hell. Well, if anything, it's got drama. If anything, it's got drama. Reset and Baron is probably our next point of conflict. Here we go. Guys, chill out in Anivia's chat. Fine to watch people lose. It's fine. There'll be fans of different teams. It's fine to even have, like, teams you dislike. That's completely fine. But let's at least keep it vaguely civil, or I'll start banning people. We clear? Thank you. Twitch chat, you're being fine. YouTube, Anivia. I see you. Hang on, engage, Galio ult, Pop Blossom from Zoelis, interrupts Crowny, who does survive for a second or two. Xerxes is going to go into the W, gets the kill on the Tristana, tries to reset, gets a shield, Reckless gets over the wall and will survive. All the while, the Jinx falls on the other side, full contact team fighting. Big taunt, Seren goes golden, as Bounce is trying to bounce away. Justice punch in, AP Galio damage, but not a lot of tankiness. Another shield, a Justice punch away. Zoelis with the auto and the blooming burst. Somehow keeps us an even-ish team fight. 3 for 2. Velia hits a clone. Tangle Barbs go wide. That was really nice. Really nice from Zoelis to catch Crowny. But again, turnaround damage. Do they have it? Ragnar gets polymorphed. He's a little snowman. I'm sorry, I know. You got done in by a moat? I'll tell you what, I'm gonna unban you on that one. That's a bit rough. That's a bit rough. Hang on. Generally speaking, if you want to do all caps, you need to subscribe. That's... Ooh, interrupt on Reckless. Harpoon getting caught there was pretty wild. Yeah, didn't have flash was the big thing. I'm not really sure what else he does there. Try to get some damage down. Like, I'm not actually sure. I don't know much about the rule. Hey, dude, you're fine. Honestly, this is how I get people to subscribe. It's the honest answer. It is like my little thing. Like, if you want to yell at me, you need to subscribe. That's the deal. That's the deal. Ah! See, then if you subscribe, you can yell all you want. It works surprisingly well. I picked up like 6 subs in the last day and a half from that. I picked it up from Carnage. He's the guy who did it and went, that's actually genius. And to be fair, the other thing it does, where are you from LEC? Indeed, Nymera is my younger brother. He's in the other room right now. They can come and say hey. We cast together even. Oh, hang on, Velia. Bloody hell, stays just about alive. On the other side, the Wild Growth keeps Nemesis just about in touch. Redemption from Reckless. Say it ain't so. Bounce goes in. Zoelis doesn't get that much value. Stopwatch buys some time. Zoelis is trying to turn to a ward. That's wild. Goes down. Crowny gets that kill. 15 seconds. Man advantage right now for Lost Returns. Can I yell in your YouTube chat? You can. No rules there. I do cast LEC occasionally too. So I am the older brother. There's 2 of us. I'm the older brother, and Nymera's the younger brother, basically. Nico tried it all full contact, didn't quite get it to work. They're trying to punish by going Baron for Soul. Ooh. Still wager Soul is the better option. Should win this one. Oh no! Velia stole it, so they get Soul and Baron! Oh no! Lost Returns get away with murder. We can tell Sam is old. Thanks, Parky. Really appreciate it. Wow. Alex is I'm the smaller brother. Alex is a lot taller. Thank you, Montes, as well. Corey, I appreciate you. Gonna try and kill off Crowny. Does manage to buffer out for now, but leaves Reckless a little alone. Got the blast cone. And a bit of whimsy to try and run. Zerg's trying to catch up. Can't get the Dark and Daggers. The Glitter Land slow on 2. Stops that one. Bloody hell. Well, if nothing else, it's full of drama. Lost Returns just refuse to lose. I tune into watch Ella if they start winning. I'm gonna turn the stream back off. Ah, your powers betray you, I see. That was a solid oh no. I can't believe it. That is wild. Velia picking up GA matters. That will potentially be a big help. Because I think Xerxes actually struggled to get the resets over the last couple fights and has managed to get blasted by what is quite a lot of damage. Does feel like Jinx does enough damage somehow. Yeah, I think the problem is that Jinx isn't getting the reset, so isn't getting the attack speed right now. I wonder whether Jinx... Alex, I wonder whether Jinx needs Serpent's Fang. Because I think the Lulu shields are really doing them in. Probably building towards GA. Yeah. We'll see. I mean, Neferi has it. He needs BT. You reckon? Yeah, I can see it. Not GA. To kind of deal with the kind of like burst combo from Lost Returns to try and win off that one. I guess the worry is you have to come out of GA. You're going to get Nemesis taunted and you die. So I can see the value on that one. GA good if you didn't get pokes. It's Zonya's unironically. You know what? The armor against Ambassador Tristana, not awful. A little bit of AP scaling. Allows you to immune on a more of a decisive timer. I don't hate it. It's Roa. Yeah, we're going late, boys and girls. And anyone else, actually, for that matter. First has shield bow. That's true. Shield bow's nice. Shield bow's nice. That's how keeping them alive. Yeah, I think it's also just late game Lulu is being a lot of value here. And Nico isn't necessarily the same kind of enchanter, right? Just... I've lost in game faith about 5 times this game. That's very fair. We're all going to age about a decade from this game. And Reckless bought redemption. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. We called that one out a little earlier. Chill for the next 3 minutes. One would assume. Ooh. Is that Xerxes going in? Interrupted by the wild growth. Very nice from Reckless. Tier 2 down. Gold lead is next to non-existent. Ocean Soul could end up being a bit of a break point here. There's the upgraded boots for the Jinx. Alright. Executioner's calling for anti-heal into Ocean Soul. You've got double Oblivion Orbs. All of that makes sense. Randuin's to manage the Tristana. Zonya's done. Zoalis. I think this is a very even game at this point. Realistically, next big fight wins it, but I've said that a couple times. And it hasn't proven to be the case. I think Lost Returns with Ocean Soul had the edge right now. It might just be the Elder Flip angle. Realize I have the team's tag sus, it's true. In they go. Hero's entrance doesn't get the kill, and the Harpoon flashes out. Value's in danger. Doesn't quite die. Gets the kill now. Harpoon's taunted. Trying to get the additional kill as Nemesis. Goes golden. Xerxes gonna try and get the kill. The tap comes on down. Although right on the backside is taking it the time of 3. They do kill off the Galio. 2 for 1 in favor of Galleons. Harpoon resets. We'll need to. It ain't done yet. Baron's up in 45 seconds. That fight might end up being a bit of a deficit for Galleons. It's not a clean enough fight to set up around the map, and you just burned Flash Barrier on your Jinx, who will not have it for the Elder or the Baron. That might be too much dangerous. Hey, Admiral fam. Jinx gets flash tie seconds after Drake spawn. You think? Actually, she did. No, she won't. No, she won't. Because again, the way they work for EMEA Masters timers go the other way round for whatever reason. They go anti-clockwise. Hey, Don Pong. Neferi got fed off Baus, but currently hasn't quite been able to clutch out the game. We're talking about carry junglers being a bit of an Achilles heel, and it almost was. But Lost Returns found an insanely clutch comeback and managed to pull the wave to prevent Galleons from ending by a really clutch wave cut from Velia. It's been very neck and neck. This is so bloody tense. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Half HP on the Baron. Last fight. Velia managed to win that one. This might fight a 4v5 while they were taking Ocean Soul on the other hand. Velia goes in, looking for an angle. He's got very deep for that. Bloody hell. Seasons comes on through. He's dead. They've lost the fight. All out on top of Baus. He's not getting to the backside. So let's go to the other side trying to get to Value. The 3-man Pop Blossom. Baus running away. They do get the kill onto the Nico. They've blown up Cassante as well. Baus is traded. Harpoon in a 1v3. Flash. Taunt. Ground pound and down. Seren must now try and carry with Xerxes in the 2v3. Lulu Dev kind of... Crowny goes in! Crowny! They've got the hero's entrance! Seren survives for a moment. Flashing on out. Trying to get to Valley was reckless. Turns him into a snowman. They've killed off the Neferi. Crowny plays like a psycho. No, he has a guardian angel. And that angel is made of about 20 tons of concrete. I think they might just have done it. That's Baron. Is it Elder after as well? They'll have 40 seconds till Xerxes up. They just don't lose quietly, do they, Lost Returns? Look at Jinx items. He has attacks. There's his on. You're right. I'm sorry, Fateski. You want to use all caps. You have to subscribe. That's the tech. That's the tech. Damacon as well. Oh my god, the bot's getting them all. They're all so tense. Yes, my trap to force people to subscribe on Twitch is working. Yes. Elder's going down. They tried to steal with the Jinx Rocket. Didn't work. That'll be Baron and Elder. And Ocean Soul. If they can't win with this one. Ban spend caps. That's the one. That's the one. It works surprisingly well. Hey, thank you, Parky. Another sub gifted. Thank you very much. Now you can yell as much as you want. Elder. Bloody hen. Jumping in like he had. Yeah, he kind of did. He had a Lulu and a Galio. About as close to it as you get. You just need to clear the wave as aggressively as you can. LR have great siege as long as the Tristana hits turrets. If they don't, the lack of range from everyone else makes it tricky, and there is a fair amount of wave clear here from Galleons. You can dive very aggressively as Lost Ratones, but mess it up, and everything you just worked for falls apart. And the wave clear is proving really problematic. Finally get a wave into turret. But it's taken them a while. They've not synced waves particularly cleanly. That'll be at least one inhibitor. Faust claims another. And they finally get both inhibitors down. 3-man Gintofo strikes. That got a bit scary. See, a lot of buttons pressed only by Lost Returns. Doesn't really lead to all that much. Clearing out the wave best they can. How long do they have on Elder? 50 seconds. 45 on Baron. They want to get value out of the next 2 waves. Jumping onto Nemesis. Xerxes goes in. Immediately pulls back. Damage. Pop Blossom catches out one, but not enough members. And Zoelis is immediately flattened. Crowley hopping on forwards. Trying to rocket jump in. They're trying to kill off Crowley. He's got a GA. Buys time. Seren on the fountain. Just about surviving. They're turning it around. They've gone very deep. Crowley survives. Nexus falls. And Lost Ratones do it for the content. We're going to 3. Oh! Bloody hell, Nemesis! What? No, hang on. I want to ban you for that one, Froth Marble. That's hilarious. It's supposed to be a goddamn best of 3. Oh. Thanks for joining us, guys. It's been a lot of fun over here. What is the gold graph, man? What it is, Frost Marble, is your emotes used all caps. And there is a chat rule in command. There's a rule in chat that basically says if you use too many all caps, you get timed out for 30 seconds. If you want to use all caps all the time, subscribe. Subscribers can yell at me as much as they want. And see, Arialis can now yell at me as much as they want. That's the deal. If you want to use all caps all the time, subscribe. That's the way. That's the way. You can use some all caps, not all of them. That's the deal. Unless you're a subscriber, then you can yell as much as you want. El Diablo got away with it. That's hilarious. Awesome caster. Thank you very much, guys. Back to 10 HP, restarted. There you go. All sorted. Okay. Right. I need to run some ads. I need to get some water. I need to lock in. Bloody hell. Well, it's definitely exciting. I'm immune. Apparently. Are you subbed? It might just be a map. Why are you immune? That's hilarious. Maybe you have a... You are. That's crazy. No, you're not. Huh. You have the secret source. I don't know why. Target at him. That's it. Yeah, this is the other thing. If you subscribe, you don't get adverts. Like I'm running right now. Boom. Well, that was a heart attack game. Right. Bot is back. Found him. He tried so hard. That's very funny. Right, I need water. And probably a cup of tea. Maybe a hot chocolate. Where are we at, guys? I go for the hot chocolate angle. How long have we got? How long have we got? How long have we got? At least 6 minutes. Hello, folks. I'm back. Oh. Oh. Can't get you in my ads. That's the one. That's the one. I'm still waiting for that crowny wall jump. It was... Look, it was more calculated than we think it was. Because, obviously, it was with... a Lulu and a Gallia behind him. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Glad to have you all in here. Only Diablo and Crowdy would jump that wall. Not better or worse. I have to say... 4 seconds later he gets popped. Yeah, literally. Pretty crazy. But here we are. Again, thank you very much for all of you who are in here following today. It does mean a huge, huge difference. If you have not followed on YouTube, if you've not followed on Twitch, if you've not followed on Anivia's channel, please do so already. Like, comment, subscribe, all of that jazz, the call to action. And for those of you on Twitch who've got a Twitch Prime, consider dropping it here. Thank you again to Parky for all the gifted subs today. And he's returned with a pint of coffee, my goat. Are you on the night shift today? I know sometimes you have pretty wide... If memory serves, you sometimes have some pretty weird shifts. Oh. But yeah, if you've got it in your heart to subscribe to small content creators like myself, please do. Makes a big difference. I did a deal in the LR Discord. Are you the owner of Anivia? No. No, I'm not. I work with Anivia. So I stream LPL with Nymera on Anivia, and I do EMEA Masters with Anivia. But I am not Anivia. I help out on a few different videos. I do some voiceover stuff for Anivia as well. But collaborator. Anivia is a very different looking man. Cool dude. He occasionally does put his face on videos, but not this one. Now I work in a wedding venue, hotel as a night porter. Oh, wow, yeah, that'll do it. Hey, thanks for the follow, Luther Y. And a hydrate as well. I've actually just got some water. And a stretch. Yes, boss. Actually, that's probably a very smart thing. Actually, you know what? One second. Do some stretching. Need to do that. Oh, we'll do the Final Fantasy squats. Needed that. Oh, my days. I have 2 yearly night shifts where the whole industrial bakery works for 12 days straight and 3 shifts. Oh, that sounds a lot. Needed something, that's it. Not a bad idea. I've been streaming for quite a while today as well, so needed that. Thank you very much. 2 yearly night shifts, well, that's a brutal one. Who's Anivia? It's Persona song. It is The World Ends With You, which in fairness is one of the big inspirations for Persona 5. You want to know Persona 5 got a lot of its aesthetics and stylization for Persona 5? It's from The World Ends With You as far as I'm concerned. Massive game. My favorite game of all time, actually. Love that game. Really, really awesome. Oh. We do occasionally play some Persona songs, actually. Persona 5 is often on here, because it doesn't get caught by copyright stuff, because it's game music. You get away with it. Well, The World Ends With You is an incredibly good game. Had a really great sequel too, actually. Shame the anime kind of sucked. Us filthy pin fans call it Twooey. Indeed we do. Hey, Ben, it's good to see you. How are we all doing? We're doing well. We are slightly in shell shock after that insane game 2. All right. Minute till draft. I'm going to get my hot chocolate. Sam is a Persona fan? God, yeah, I love Persona. In fact, I think over off-season, I'm going to try and play Persona 3 Reloaded at some point. Though I owe you guys a few different games. So we might have to see, because I owe people Disco Elysium. I owe Final Fantasy 14. I want to play Persona. Quite love them. Tui 2, yeah. I have played Tui 1 there. Preferred the combat in the first game. I did too. Though I think the combat in the second game was still really cool. And considering they didn't have the 2 screens, I get why they changed the way they did. I just think the DS system was used so cleverly in the first game. Anyway, I'm being distracted. I need to get my hot chocolate. I don't have time to... I'm going to stop this before we end up with music over the draft. Chat, you will not believe it. I managed to... I was pouring my hot chocolate out from the velvetizer, because I got a velvetizer. I'm fancy like that. Guess who may have spilled a bit of his hot chocolate while pouring it into the cup? I am so not with it today. Oh my days. Chat, we behaving? Do I need to start throwing some bands out? Hang on. Dr. Pepper, I don't want to get up. That's fair. Everyone privy? Is someone talking about Pilk again? I have got pecan Danish hot chocolate. I'm quite excited. Play Persona 3, it's a great game. Hell yeah, that's the plan. Right, Baus gets a hold of his Gragas first pick. Massive. We're banning Rumble, Maokai, Aatrox. 2 big picks for Ragnar, and they're decent answers into the Gragas. In chat as well, sorry, apologies. Let's move that out of the way. On the other side, the Syndra, the Jarvan, and the Scion off the board. How do you stay hydrated when you spill all your drinks? I just have to pour more. That's the idea. Like, you have to have a percentage of wastage. That's the idea. Oh, hang on, where is my YouTube chat? Come back to me. There you are. Fantastic. So, Yunara Ornn. Gragas has a weird time into Ornn. You don't really hurt him at all. He buffers through your cask. Have to feed the counter too, indeed. Let's double hydrate. Yeah, it's all that fine. That's fine. Nothing super crazy there. Cool, not missing anything. Trundle is very wise into Ornn. Belia plays a decent Trundle. Already a decent CC core there for Lost Returns. Probably could use something a little bit more straightforward to set up for the cask and the pillar. You'll make do if you have to. Is it just a straight Hui? The Hui into Ornn can be a bit rough. Come on, GL, pick Kiana and end this. Yeah, maybe. Xerxes does play a bit of Kiana if memory serves. Lots of interesting fans. We've got a fair number of KC fans in here alongside Lost Returns fans, and that's completely fine. Rooting for their LFL brethren, that's completely reasonable. As long as people are managing their hate watching within reasonable bounds, I have no issues. Gonna pick up the Kai'Sa is good, and there's the Kiana. 0-2 so far this tournament. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. MKoi fanboy called it out. There we go. It's been a bit of... It's been a pick for Lost Returns. Okay. Xerxes got very fed early on the Neferi and couldn't clutch it out. Managing Kiana is an interesting one. Lots of it is keeping her down early and basically dealing with the fact that she is still very short range and has to full combo. If she doesn't get a lot of value out of her ult, she can still be dealt with. But a lot of it comes down to good vision control. A lot of it comes down to actually being respectful of her and stopping her snowballing early. Because if she gets ahead, she stays ahead. She's very, very dangerous. Poppy might be a solid option here. I would be tempted to 4th pick it as Galleons. Not great into Trundle. It is good into Kai'Sa. Wasn't Odo Omni Xerxes' old teammate? Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Back in the day, Odo and Xerxes were teammates for a very long time. Xerxes and Vizicachi as well was the other big pairing. I take it back. UOL, once upon a time. Xerxes, Vizicachi. Peek back in Splice. He did a decent job on his return. It was a bit messy, but they mid-gamed all right. To me, Xerxes is a Splice player. Fair. Don't blame you. Braum Alistair. And 2 best defensive supports up here, I think. I'm surprised they're banning Alistair themselves. Because Alistair's normally the answer into the Trundle. Because you're a tank that Trundle can't steal stats from. I'm surprised you're not 4th picking. They want to blitzcrank this? Okay, Zoelis. The Franco-Spanish coalition. All right, the rival fans are in here. I see you. Wasn't he on UOL too? Yeah, I believe so. Blitz Kiana. Oh my god, are we Nautilusing this? Nautilus is an awful champion to hook, as is Gragas. Trundle's not that much better. You can pop him. Why did the game start 2 hours before? Because it's a rolling schedule, Rumbit. That's how it's always been for League of Legends. And it's pretty upfront about that. Schedule is basically because the game's finished earlier, the next game's come up. We don't wait. This isn't Dota. We don't run it that way. That has been true since 2011. Previous. I'm not going to lie to you. I've not seen Lost Returns win a game against Kiana, and that worries me. Mel. Okay. Mel can mess with Blitzcrank like no other champion. Blitzcrank hooks you. You reflect it. Blitzcrank suddenly realizes he's being hooked straight towards you. It's a bad time. Can you reflect the supreme display of talent? I would assume so. It's a projectile, so I would assume so, yeah. Well, well, well. Kiana needs to pick her moments well. Akali. Actually quite good into Mel. There's a lot of things you need to try and reflect. You don't reflect the shuriken, think bad things happen. You still have a horrible time into basic trades. You need to get Solar Snare well, which you can do. Man, Galleons, if you... What do I think of that? I think Lost Returns have arguably got a much more cohesive draft. Good pick. Great, yeah, great pick to set up a Kai'Sa. Like, everybody but Kai'Sa, everybody can set up Kai'Sa to find good value. You got Trundle to mash the Ornn, which makes the Ornn's life a lot harder. One of the reasons we started seeing less Ornn was because Trundle was ruining its day every time. And I think Akali can be a problem in a side lane. But I think is not a bad matchup into Mel as I understand it. Still, if Kiana gets fed, I think Kiana has a lot of targets to blast. With the notable exception of the Mel, which can get a bit weird. But I think if you start getting vision control and then start having people like Akali and Kiana coming out from the dark with Ornn ults, with hooks coming out, can be really rough. And again, Mel only has one spell shield every 30 seconds. There are some big ticket things to block. Ornn ult, Kiana ult, Blitzcrank hook. Those are big. We saw Leave reflect a Renata ult earlier today, which was hilarious. We saw bot lane Mel. Quick pause. I don't know how long it is. I'm hoping not long. Goal graph, non-existent. Okay. Don't think it'll be a long pause, but I'll keep an eye on it when we know more info. I'll have to win. If they have to play a best of 5. Is it best of 5s for 3-3? I think it might still be best of 3. I'm not actually sure. I had it down as best of 3s, but maybe I'm wrong. You. I think it's because it's Swiss, it'll be best of 3 still. Qualification matches are best of 3. So yeah, it'll be best of 3. Yeah, still best of 3. Where's my volume? Eh? Unpause. Oh no, back again. Well, that didn't work. Man, okay, so apparently we got a 6-minute pause, guys. We got a 6-minute pause. I know not why, but apparently we're resuming on the hour. Until such a time as that, we wait. Ugh. Big ol' pause. Guess we'll run some music while we wait. Go get your go right. This is your opportunity, chat. Go get a glass of water. Go stretch your legs. Give it a squat. Oh. Go subscribe to the channel. Apparently there's no ref? What? How? That's weird. I mean, I don't know anything, so I have no idea. Where'd you get that info, Jeffrey? Reckless potato PC also might be the issue. Okay. You go to the bathroom anyway. Yep. We're apparently resuming on 9 o'clock dead. So you got 3 minutes.
The power is yet unknown. 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 The power is yet unknown.
You can see all chat. Okay. I went about stream, but I think it's a joke from the players. Okay. Joke from the players, that makes a bit more sense. Okay. Well, you were seeing like 1,000 milliseconds in Discord chat. Okay, so there was like massive lag issues. Fine. I can see that being annoying. What would you rate Baus Gragas? I really rate Baus. But for me, Baus's best champion is his Gragas. I think it's Gragas Scion. I think it's that order. Like, his Scion is more iconic, but I actually think his Gragas is by far his best champion. I think he does ridiculously good things on this champ. And anyone in EMEA doing the summit initially? I hope not. If anyone doesn't know, Summit managed to get himself banned for looking at VODs of the game he was watching in a 2-hour... It was a massive pause. It was like a 2-hour pause. But during it, he decided, well, I'm bored. Let me watch through the VOD so I can keep myself fresh. But, like, ended up getting in a lot of trouble for it, which was really dumb. And then got himself banned as a result. So he's not playing today on the resumption of the match, which means they have to play with a sub and then have a top lane sub, which will probably cost Astral their opportunity to get up to at least LCS. So it's probably cost his team their promotion option. Which sucks. Basically because the servers were getting DDoSed. That's why. So they had to stop to allow the servers to stabilize. At that point, they should just delay it, which is what they did. They have delayed the series. Can you explain to me why looking to the VOD is so bad? Information you can get is pretty limited. That's the thing. It probably isn't. You can get quite a lot of information on warding patterns, on what they know, what they've seen, how they're doing what they're doing. Not the Kiana again? Yep. The answer is you can obviously find quite a lot. And if you can get information from beyond Fog of War, that is a problem. Especially if it's like, they've got this weird path thing we didn't know about. That's important. And again, at that level, you can get a lot of value. So don't underestimate the value you can get from watching back VODs, especially current VODs. Big, big deal. It was the VOD of the game as well. It was of that game. It wasn't an old VOD. It was the current game, which is a big deal. This guy here got the better draft. I think I prefer Lost Returns draft cohesively. But I think Galleons have got some very scary options that if they snowball, could just individually carry the game. And we're into game!
Summoner has disconnected. Minions have spawned.
I hope Xerxes back. Two-hour pause reminds me of the good old times. Which was it? Was it a world championship that was postponed due to a power outage? Oh, yeah. There was one. I think it was in IEM where they had a rotating stage, and the rotating stage severed the cables, so they had a power outage. Had to redo it and had to basically do that one. Basically, had to like postpone or something. It was wild. Which I think is also the tournament where Silver Scrapes came from. World Season 2. Alex is a Noah. There you go. In full initialized tradition, I poured my coffee when pouring it into a cup. I'm glad you're all getting inspired by that. Wait, really? Oh. That's crazy. Hang on, I'll save you, Burnished. It thought .eu was a link. It thought .eu... See, because someone typed COGEU with a dot, and it thought the .eu was a link. That's wild. Sorry about that one. Harpoon level 1. Cultivation of Spirit is pretty strong. I got you, mate. Go, Lost Returns. Hell yeah. Need to get this Kaiser snowballing. This game does basically is based around getting Crowny to be a monster. You've got... Basically, everyone has got tools to set up Crowny for good ults. If you don't, it's a bad time. I think there is a world here where Yunara could end up being a little bit threatening. But again, she's got to dance around Nautilus and Gragas and Trundle, which isn't always the most fun for her. Hey, Dia. Welcome on in. That was the Silver Scrapes incident. That was World Season 2. Gotcha. Thank you. I was right. Phew. Because that was the one where they severed the cables, wasn't it, with the rotating stage? Last time Nemesis played Mel was 4 hours ago. Nice. Yesterday, LTR North promised there's the problems with the online tournament and had a lot of pauses. Yeah, they were basically chatting about that earlier with some DDoS and stuff. Kiana is doing her thing where she farms really quickly. We'll be on that. Scuttle Crab nice and fast. Might be able to double Scuttle here, actually, if she's quick. Or look bot. We might have a bit of a 3v3 bot, so we'll keep our eyes on it. Ragnar looking for the Demolish proc. Gets it. Will now reset and pull away. Ooh, hook on the minion. Belly's now bot side, Hook now onto the Blitzcrank, who doesn't have a lot to work with here. Xerxes is coming, but might be a little too late. Has got the flash to work with. Blitz flash is quite late, but now actually, because everyone's blown flashes, Kiana has a lot of value here. Looks to go forwards. Decent chunk there. Not enough to threaten. Gets the first strike gold at the very least. What's that cost? Crowny's flash for Harpoons and Zoalices. Probably still worth it for Lost Returns. Hang on. Xerxes sticking around, not for long, doesn't cancel it. Okay, we'll be back on the map. I don't know whether you needed the health pot. Xerxes, I guess he was potentially wanting to duel the Trundle early. Massive first strike gold, exactly. A whole 0.0k ahead. Felt like Nema's going to have to pop off. I hope so. He had an insane Galio game. 64,000 damage on Galio, which I was just not expecting at all. Absolutely monster performance. It makes sense LR has to beat Kiana if they want to make it. There is something quite apt about it, I agree. Man, I'm so tense, don't blame me. Alright, let's make sure we're all set up properly. Good route with the Solar Snare. Means Saren doesn't get the auto he's necessarily looking for. Oh man, actually did get the auto cancelled. That's really annoying. Passive stacking. Good auto. Good trade back with a 5-point strike. Interestingly, Seren has gone towards Electrocute, which is fairly regular. He's got level 6. Oh, Nemesis, I think, might just be dead here. Oh, good buffer. Can't quite get the kill. Nemesis still flashes. Level 6 spike, but still, Seren didn't get the kill with it. Ends up being okay, I think. Be a bit careful, because I think Nemesis is going to be very close to 6 here. If Seren sticks around, he's in danger of being... Oh, hang on, he's going to look for it. Oh, there's a level 6! Got the kill! We'll die for it. I wondered whether we might end up with a burning eclipse there. Golden eclipse. Golden eclipse. I never remember Mel's ability names. I always get the adjectives wrong. Let me double check. Searing Brilliance to the passive. Radiant Volley. Rebuttal. Solar Snare. Golden Eclipse. I was right. Golden Eclipse. Radiant Volley. Searing Brilliance. Searing Brilliance. Radiant Volley. Ugh. Too many different styles of adjective. Hook to buffer through a little bit. Prevents too much value there. But now they're going to get a big turnaround potentially. Xerxes doesn't quite have the level 6 yet. So, all the Forge God for not a lot, actually. Not bad from Reckless. Xerxes is about a camp off... No, he's about 2 camps off 6. Chunk onto Crowny. Oh, Reckless is also really low. This gets messy. Oh, boy. Seren can start dancing. Yeah, that's the Electrocute. Won't be too much more. Okay. Crowny dying there is problematic, and the Akali's getting gold. Has stacks on the Dark Seal. Oh, baby. That should be problematic. Yeah, but I'm a play-by-play caster. I have to remember the ability names. That's the whole deal. Radiant Volley. Rebuttal. Solar Snare. Golden Eclipse. The one. Fire for the passive. Light for the Q. Color for the ult. Zillion. Does play Zillion, it's true. Strictly Cassiopeia, that has not been very successful of late. Plays Vel'Koz. Plays Yone. Plays Orianna. As we said, that's already in there. Yeah. LR making sure they play all 7 days for content. True. Towards the grubs we go. Supreme Slayer talent available. There's the Hydra in infantry. Or, Tiamat, rather. Tiamat doesn't build into Profane Hydra, does it? Is he going Ravenous? I don't think Tiamat doesn't build into Profane anymore, does it? Am I just being mad? Possibly. It does, I'm lying. It does build into Profane Hydra. It's just I'm used to seeing the Brutalizer first. I thought it does. It's right. I completely gaslit myself. Harpoon is dead. No, he got away with it. Bloody hell, Xerxes is around. Yeah, I was just wrong. I was just wrong is the answer. Arc of Ruin. Crowny's low. Xerxes can kill them all here. Looking for an angle. Ooh, that Supreme Display talent's nasty. Crowny has to flash back out. Does not have ult. Xerxes now in danger. Doesn't have a flash himself. Wasn't expecting Velia to be there. There's the hook. W just goes wide. Hook to the turret. Reckless will die. Okay. 1 for 1, but they can't stick under the turret. They just killed off Crowny as well? Crowny, how did you take turret aggro? That's entirely unnecessary. I think Baus might be in danger here. Is that no mana? I don't think they can kill him. Missed the hook. Go take the turret aggro. Time it into all hydras. Yeah. I was wrong. I think I'm just used to seeing Brutalizer first. Still, Xerxes gets the Profane Hydra. I cannot believe that Crowny ended up taking turret aggro there. That is wild. Did that also get Xerxes the kill? I think it might have done, because I don't think Harpoon hit him. Because Harpoon's only got the 1 kill and no assists. Oh, good grief. So Crowny dying gave a kill to Kiana as well. That's not great, guys. Oops. Is it me, or do I always feel like Crowny's out of position a lot? He has been known to overstep a little bit of late. His Kaiser's normally very good, but those 2 deaths are pretty rough. Especially when this game is quite a lot about the Kaiser. Galaxy teams are punishing GLRs, sometimes lacks early games. Look, their early games are often... They're often quite profligate with their lives. They give up a lot more kills than they should. Even if they get leads in the early game, and they sometimes do. Like, again, LR's bad early game, inverted commas, still often sees them with a lead at 15. But what they do often give up is a lot of free kills, or kills that they shouldn't do because they're being disrespectful.
This is no time for jokes, please.
And that can be a real problem into carry junglers. Because, like, Kiana at the minute is probably the hardest snowballing, hardest carrying jungler in the meta. She's hard to play, and if she doesn't snowball, she becomes quite awkward. We've seen it in LCK, we've seen it in LEC and stuff where it's not looked particularly pretty. When it has looked good, though, it's still nice. Got most of the gold. Took a bit of damage doing it. I think Baus is likely going to die. They're going to try and donate a kill over. Another one over to Xerxes, aren't they? Yeah, Harpoon gets it. Yup, that's kind of sucky. Wild arrows on the Yunara as well. Don't see that one as much. Blade of the Ruin King or Kraken Slayer tends to be the regular one. Though, again, it's not like we haven't seen Wild Arrow. But it is generally the 3rd place, if memory serves. They're going to try and play with Grub. They've got 3 Grubs. They can look to get a lot of plates here. Only 1. Yeah, I didn't want to stick on the turret and get ulted by Trundle. I can see that being a bit problematic. Should get up plate at least. There it is. Belly's being warded off the wards. Ornn's clearing wave mid. Akali threatened to roam down. Does need to be careful of the Kaiser and the Nautilus coming up. Watch mid. They're looking for a play mid. You can see the pings from Lost Returns. Faust and Velia forced off the turret, and that will be first turret to Galleons. That's very nicely done. They're trying to funnel as much of the gold as they can into Harpoon and Xerxes. Zolis wasn't quite far enough away. A little upsetting to give him the gold, but that's okay still. Yeah, they got 2 plate spot, but that is 5 plates top and first brick. So that is now a feat of strength as well. So you've got upgraded boots literally now, which I think is quite risky. Do I call them Guardians? Sorry, Emby, what are you talking about specifically? Galleons. At least that's the English pronunciation. Supreme display of talent. And Xerxes gets another crown. He's dead. Oh my god, just about survives it. Bloody hell. Didn't quite have enough follow-up. They can look for a bit more. The reason their logo is a ship. Looking rough.
Turret plating will soon fall.
And I will just say, I think Kiana is a harder carry than Neferi in the current meta. Significantly scarier team fighter. Significantly scarier team fighter. I don't know, Brack. I've seen some players not from the LPL do some horrible, horrible ults that haven't looked very good. I thought that was Gamer Legion. No. No, it's Galleon. So I wonder whether it's a rename. Wait, I mean, it's an LFL org. Galleons. Maybe they renamed. The collaboration between Team Geo and Streamer Sixen. It's formerly Team Geo, who have collaborated with Sixen, who's a streamer. Oh, there's the hook we were talking about, but it just brings them in range of the rocket punch. Looking for the Exuko. Can't quite find it with the Golden Radiance. Root still onto Saren, but they don't have the reflect anymore. Rebuttal not required though. That's when they looked it up. Radiant Volley still lands. That's why you can sometimes do quite a lot of work into the Akali. You can hit her even in the Shroud. Can potentially lead to exit. But 2 full towers before 14 is serious. It's pretty serious lead for Galleons. They're up 13k. 3k. 13k at 14 minutes would be pretty ridiculous. But it's still a very significant lead. And the Kiana is already 1,400 gold ahead of the Trundle. That is a problem. Okay, we're coming over to this. Xerxes around, has the Supreme Display of Talent to work with. Ornn can look to roam down as well. Baus eats a bit of damage. TP behind. They do get the Herald. But what about the fight afterwards? Looking for an angle. There's the depth charge. Seren's going to get knocked up. Call of the Forge Call comes on through, gets a double knock-up, looking for more. They get a Supreme Display done around the Atacon wall! The Atacon wall! Oh, that's horrifying. And now there's no turret. Turret flip just wide. Hooks Zoelis. There it is again. But Nemesis now doesn't have it for anything else. Gets the Blitzcrank but dies himself. Harpoon going on forwards. Can begin to cultivate the spirit. Where's the next step? Does he need it? No, he doesn't. Galleons are running over it suddenly. That is a 4-kill Yunara. Another couple kills for the Sakali as well. Hurricane on back. Oh boy. This is looking a little bit dire. 5,000 gold. Out of nowhere at 16 minutes. I'd rather Reckless on Rakan. Yeah, I can't remember whether it was banned, but either way, didn't get a hold of it. There's the Dragon, second one for them. They can play for Soul Point this time around. Didn't the last time, and it hurt them a bit. So Alice looking for potential hook onto Nemesis. If he does this wrong, it will cause his death. Decides to Hex Flash instead. Galleons plicked Rakan game 1. You're absolutely right, therefore it's not available for Reckless. You're absolutely right. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate you. Reckless more deaths and bows. Yeah, it's not been a great time so far. In fairness, I don't think it's mostly been the fact that he's been trying to body block for everyone else. Crowley's having a tough time as well. I don't really want to sit here, but I like LR, but it was so objectively hilarious that the two-time champs don't make top 16. The thing is, they would still play tomorrow. They would still play tomorrow. It's not done yet. But yeah, I'm a little nervous. The Akali's really strong. The Kiana's really strong. The Yunara's really strong. And we said, look, Galleons, as a straight 5v5, your comp is a little bit weird. Quite a lot of tools here from LR to make their comp work a bit more synergistically. But you have a lot of snowball, a lot of target access, a lot of just snowball potential from Galleons. If the Blitzcrank and the Ornn set up for a Kiana, Akali, Yunara just pop off early, and that's what's happened. Velia is in danger of a hook. He's going to get ulted around his own damn pillar. Oh, Velia. Trundle is not tanky without subjugating, without a second item. Ow. Axiom Arc also basically means Xerxes' ult is already half off cooldown. Kiana's not even Bowser's fault this time. No. It's not. Reminder, LR give up kills early. Xerxes got a lot of them. Now 30 CS up and 2.4k is up a level. That will continue to expand. I've seen 4 level leads from jungle Kianas that have snowballed. See Kanavi and Tarzan. Hell, Tien, sorry. Well, looks like LR plays tomorrow. We said that last game as well, though, remember? Lost Returns managed to come back somehow. They still got decent scaling. They've still got a good 5v5. I don't think it's over yet, per se. I refuse to say that I got Lost Returns in the game. I've seen them come back from far too many silly games. That said, Galleons are in a fantastic position against a champion that has proven to be absolute kryptonite for Lost Returns. Yana is kind of like she is the quintessential anti-Lost Returns champion. A jungle snowball carry champion that can spread leads from early game, kills that she picks up around the map. If someone has a bad early game, and guaranteed with Lost Returns, pretty much that someone's going to give up free kills, and Kiana's involved, she will take that lead and turn it into a very horrifying game state. How does LR beat Keen, Tarzan, Zekarula, Duro? With difficulty. Who are LR playing tomorrow? No idea yet. I don't think. The draw happens after this. Oh, the hook! Unfortunately, Zoelis, you got baited, my son. Mechanical failure. Mechanical failure! Can you turn that into Atacon? You got a man advantage for a bit. And the Blitzcrank gets punished for being a little overeager there. Here we go. Atacon's around. LR are going to see this their opportunity. Here we go. Seren's over the wall in the alcove. Can look for a flank angle. Watch for Xerxes as well. Here comes the TPs. 4v5. Galleons are still going to play this. Is this the comeback? Or is this the death knell? Possibly both is the answer. Herald summoned. Battle Herald angle. Faust now looking for a big engage. In goes the Orn. Supreme display of talent. Isn't that fantastic? Xerxes owned away. Into the backline goes Seren. Looking to threaten Reckless and the rest of the group. Oh my god, the perfect execution. Kiana nabbed the Atacon. And Lost Ratones are sent into the river drowned. Rats. That's it. That was the window. And slammed right down. Guillotine style. On Lost Ratones' neck. And isn't that app coming from an LFL squad? Oof. That's a lot of gold from the standing turrets as well. Upgraded Profane Hydra. Oh man, ornaments coming in. That's where a Giant Rotten Tornado would have been useful. Yeah. Not even wrong. Shadow Flame for Akali. Edge of Night for Xerxes to avoid some of the CC from Lost Ratones that they do have. Yeah, normally you'd see like Serpent's Fang here. There's not actually that many shields right now. And I think that Edge of Night into things like the cask, into things like the hook. Really nice. Make sure things like depth charges become a lot harder to pull off. Dragon's Life, this will be sole point. Galleons, this is their game to lose. They have to be the ones that fumble. The problem, LeBlue-tailed, I don't know whether he'd get the opportunity to shove like that, because I feel like he will try and do that on a side lane, and the problem is, Akali Kiana will blow him up. Like, he's not tanky, and Kiana will one-shot him with a bit of assistance. And that basically means you'll try and go for this play, Kiana will kill you so quick that you don't actually buy enough time. Darren gets rooted, looking for more. Gets a lot of damage. Needs to be afraid of a potential execute from the passive. Shuriken flip back. Gets a kill on his way out of 1v2. Xerxes now looking at Velia. Will speed away with the Deadmans and the Frozen Domain. You do get the shutdown. You take that, I think. You take that, I think. Mel's now actually in a mild lead, by the way, somehow, some way. Partly because she's the one who's gotten the majority of the kills here. And that was an important shutdown. That's kind of crazy. Mel's got a gold lead. If Lost Ratones make first stand, I think the world will implode. It would be pretty ridiculous. Second item for Kai'Sa. Second item for Mel. Building towards a third. That's pretty important. Xerxes off vision. If someone face checks this Kiana here, I think he's trying to catch someone being stupid. Look at where Crowny is, though. Xerxes could int this. There's 4 members around, and Xerxes alone. You fumble this, it could cause some serious trouble. Xerxes having a run. Watch this. Next, could look for a flash. Then he got the Hex Flash. Does he get over the wall here? He'll look for it now. Watch. Oh, I can't get round in time. Okay. Xerxes quick enough. Yeah, smart from Xerxes to back away. I think if Xerxes had gone for that 1vX there, he would have died. Gonna cost him a lot of jungle on the other side, though. The Akali's stealing the red buff. Harpoon's gonna get away with him mid. Harpoon's 3k ahead as well. That's rough. He's got Infinity Edge over this Kai'Sa. Bloody hell. Noonday, we're not expecting them to get to first down. We're just saying it would be quite objectively quite funny if they did. Shadow Flame upgraded for the Akali. Yeah, that's gonna sting. Like, the point is, it's theoretically possible. Nemesis is probably like, no need to ban Kiana, that champ is useless. Like, yup. Is it now? Has Seren stopped Nemesis 3 games in a row? Kind of. Though I will say, the Galio from Nemesis was bloody good last game. Seren had a good time of it early, because Orianna is a good matchup into Galio early on. But Nemesis did something like 1.5k damage a minute as Galio. Like, he did 64,000 damage in the last game. It was pretty bloody ridiculous. So last game, I'd probably give it to Nemesis on grand scheme of things. Like, he was a large part of how they managed to clutch it out. Even if the Ori matchup is a winning one, right? So. Kiana's a very predictable telegraph champ. Yes, but she does her combo so damn fast, it doesn't matter if it's predictable if you can't stop it. They're running Baron. Value's got flash. They don't know he's there. I think Xerxes going to ult the wall here. Yeah, they see him. They see him. They see him. Watch Xerxes. Watch Xerxes. Flash over. They can look to pull him over the wall. Ah, nicely done, Zoelis. Supreme Displayer talent goes wide. Valia puts down the pillar. But unfortunately for him, he is about to get blown up. Does manage to nab a red buff to Zoelis. But they get the Baron pretty much on spawn. Managed to mess with Velia by pulling him out. That was actually very heads up from Zoelis. Wave shove bot. Tier 2 claimed. This is looking tough. 40 seconds on Cloud Soul. And Cloud Soul for Kiana, Akali, Harpoon on the Yunara. Harpoon's Yunara. Like, this is a really nasty Cloud Soul game. 3 hyper-mobile gliding champions with Cloud Soul. That one will suck. That one will suck. That one will suck. There's that one ward in the river giving them some value here. They know Zoelis and Xerxes around Velia. Gotta be careful. You knew they were in there! Bloody hell, Velia. Well, that's half his HP bar gone. That's Soul. If Nemesis or Velia aren't ahead, LR doesn't know what to do. They can play with Crownie ahead too, but I think actually Crownie has often relied on team support to get ahead. Or at least uninterrupted lanes, and that's not happened. But yes, Nemesis is basically often just won by default by just laning better by himself. But when he starts going against players who can match or just beat him in lane, Lost Retones don't really know how to play through mid, and that is problematic. Because actually, Reckless and Velia don't really do coordinated plays around mid lane very well. Like, as a duo, they're not really about syncing up around mid. Whereas a lot of other teams are. I have roam priority for my bot lane and my jungler. What are we going to do? Turn mid. Well, there's inhibitor number 1 going down in mid lane. Seren is pretty hard to manage here. They're going to try and jump on him. Call of the Forge God. Looking to strafe across Velia, who has no tanky stats. Will try and subjugate no one. Harpoon goes on a rampage and now in a 5v4. Lost Retones on the verge of losing to Kiana again. 0-3 against it this tournament. And Galleons, the LFL second seed, looking to remind Lost Retones that for all their dominance this year, for all the hype, the fame, the notoriety, EMEA Masters has always been, and as far as they're concerned, always will be, a French run tournament. 3-3 for Lost Retones. Galleons, well, they'll be promoting. Qualified for playoffs. And the ship, ironically, for the Rats is sinking. That is a problem. From 3-1 to 3-3. 2 qualification series in a row, they have now fumbled. Nemesis tried, but again, Crownie gets nothing done. It's not an easy one for the Kaiser, but did we see an ult proactively from Crownie this game? I don't think so. The Kiana proves an issue. The Akali got fed early. Who did LL lose to yesterday? Misa, TCL first seed. TCL first seed. Oh, baby. Well, there you have it, guys. Well, we'll see LR tomorrow. Galleons are a good team. And Lost Retones, the things we have criticized them for in the past, the holes we've seen in the gameplay that have been papered over by their strengths elsewhere, are beginning to hurt them now. I don't think they're particularly prepared champion pool-wise for this current meta. I don't think they have an answer to the Kiana. And that's a problem. They play again tomorrow. I don't know who the draft is against, but that's a big one. Series tomorrow start at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. EU time, 4 p.m. UK. If you want to come watch Lost Return series, we will be streaming it tomorrow. Be here. I know I will be. It's been a pleasure having you all in here on multiple different platforms. Love you all. Thank you so much for looking after us. Until then, though, guys, bid you all a wonderful rest of your day, morning, evening, wherever you are around the globe. And until then, goodbye.